Speeches and Letters of Abraham Lincoln, 1832–1865, edited by Merwin Rowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. Address in Independence Hall, Philadelphia, February 22, 1861. I am filled with deep emotion at finding myself standing in this place, where were collected together the wisdom, the patriotism, the devotion to principle, from which sprang the institutions under which we live. You have kindly suggested to me that in my hands is the task of restoring peace to our distracted country. I can say in return, sir, that all the political sentiments I entertain have been drawn, so far as I have been able to draw them, from the sentiments which originated in and were given to the world from this hall. I have never had a feeling politically that did not spring from the sentiments embodied in the Declaration of Independence. I have often pondered over the dangers which were incurred by the men who assembled here and framed and adopted that declaration. I have pondered over the toils that were endured by the officers and soldiers of the army who achieved that independence. I have often inquired of myself what great principle or idea it was that kept this Confederacy so long together. It was not the mere matter of separation of the colonies from the motherland, but that sentiment in the Declaration of Independence which gave liberty not alone to the people of this country, but hope to all the world, for all future time. It was that which gave promise that in due time the weights would be lifted from the shoulders of all men, and that all should have an equal chance. This is the sentiment embodied in the Declaration of Independence. Now, my friends, can this country be saved on that basis? If it can, I will consider myself one of the happiest men in the world if I can help to save it. If it cannot be saved upon that principle, it will be truly awful. But if this country cannot be saved without giving up that principle, I was about to say I would rather be assassinated on this spot than surrender it. Now, in my view of the present aspect of affairs, there is no need of bloodshed and war. There is no necessity for it. I am not in favor of such a course, and I may say in advance that there will be no bloodshed unless it is forced upon the government. The government will not use force unless force is used against it. My friends, this is wholly an unprepared speech. I did not expect to be called on to say a word when I came here. I supposed I was merely to do something toward raising a flag. I may, therefore, have said something indiscreet, but I have said nothing but what I am willing to live by, and if it be the pleasure of Almighty God, to die by. End of address in Independence Hall by Abraham Lincoln.
The Living Speech by F.H. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Garrard. The Living Speech by F.H. The American Language, a Preliminary Inquiry into the Development of English in the United States by H.L. Mencken, New York, A.A. Knopf. Never has the flourishing personality of H.L. Mencken been so happily exercised as in this big book on the living speech of America. In Mr. Mencken there is something of the pedant and something of the anarchist. This book is compounded of both. It is the benign pedant, veracious and systematic and indefatigable, that has accumulated and organized the large mass of material that has gone into the volume. And it is the anarchist that has breathed fire into it. This anarchist, however, is not of the sallow kind. He is jocund and expansive, a Samson in girth, and a Samson to send torches among the Philistines. He delights in raciness and has no fear of the grossest barbarism. Yet he is cheerfully contemptuous of what he calls the yokelry and the stupid populace and the gaping proletariat. He believes in a law at least to the extent of ascertaining it. He uses the tools of pedantry to give himself mastery, but he steers between the populace on one hand and Professor Balderdash on the other. The result is a work which it is a platitude to call refreshing, but which is actually refreshing in the deep sense as well as the obvious. H. L. Mencken is a pioneer. He turns on the language we habitually use, the mind and the imagination of a fresh inquirer, an inquirer whose sophistication cannot be seriously questioned, yet an inquirer who is not indentured to sophistication. And out of that fresh inquiry we are enabled to form a new view of our own spoken and written language. Mr. Mencken untiringly helps us to comprehend much that is obscure and irregular in the shifting courses of American expression. The living speech is a Mississippi which cannot easily be charted, but Mr. Mencken is a pilot who knows the new channels as well as the old, who steers on with the true current of the living stream. Many of us have no serene conviction in the matter of new idiom and new spelling and new locution. We grope rather blindly among the tendencies we are favoring and the tendencies we are resisting. We respond and we draw away, but we do not rationalize. Mr. Mencken comes titanically to our aid. Necessarily disregarding the prudes and the scholastic rhetoricians, he has opened his mind to receive every conceivable kind of data respecting the language now in use among the people of America, and with these usages to argue from, he has created at least the beginning of an American rationale. This does not mean that the American language is sentimental radicalism. It is true that Mr. Mencken is hyperbolic at the beginning. He talks of the English dialect and the American dialect, and he quotes someone who dwells on the growing difficulties of intercommunication. Also, he enjoys showing the enormous difference between unsophisticated American and sophisticated English, and he rather gleefully foreshadows the day when me, see, she will be common and therefore sound American usage. Without a parallel investigation of unsophisticated usages in English, I do not see how one can rest with such a conclusion. It is amusing to hurl the stinkpot of popular Americanisms among the grammarians, but Whitechapel and the Mile End Road and the Coombe and the rookeries of Glasgow could furnish similar weapons. The erosions of inflected speech are nominally more significant in America because language has a general uniformity throughout the country. But it is one thing to produce the evidence of a common illiteracy, another thing to prove that the illiteracy is destined to supplant the corresponding literacy. It is useless to dismiss the growing peculiarities of the American vocabulary and of grammar and syntax in the common speech as vulgarisms beneath serious notice. Yes, if the peculiarities are definitely growing, but the actual repetition of a misuse from mouth to mouth is only one factor in deciding its eventual triumph. Does the misuse work? That is the qualitative test which must be met by such lazy and illogical locutions as me, see, she. But the great distinction of Mr. Mencken's book is his "the bee sting him" pragmatic method. There are few forms in use, he quotes Lounsbury, which, judged by a standard previously existing, would not be regarded as gross barbarisms. This extreme statement Mr. Mencken stupendously vindicates. In all the luxurious minutiae of his inquiry there is an impartial and scholarly use of evidence. Yet his work cannot help serving as an antidote to snobs and snobbishness. The attempt to make American uniform with English has failed ingloriously. The neglect of its investigation is an evidence of snobbishness that is a folly of the same sort. These and simpler snobbishnesses are constantly corrected in his pages. Everyone knows the superior smile with which people who have the right shibboleth glance at one another when an outsider commits himself in their hearing, yet how often the right shibboleth is the index to the silliest kind of group complacency. Mr. Mencken exhibits many barbarisms such as to ambition, to compromit, to happify. Right alongside them he prints words elevated to the peerage that were once similarly humble commoners. To advocate, to progress, to oppose, to derange, to appreciate and value, lengthy, dutiable, reliable, bogus, influential, presidential, these were plebeians to start with, equally bad form and equally disdained. The same formalism is to be found in spelling, of course, and very often today an inherited American barbarism is cherished by the very person who shudders at a more recent one. In grammar, as Mr. Mencken says, there is also a formalism that is artificial, illogical, and almost unintelligible, a formalism borrowed from English grammarians, and by them brought into English, against all fact and reason, from the Latin. His list of popular conjugations, partly derived from Professor Reen Lardner, is a perfect museum of barbarism. It is also an extraordinary exhibition of professional zeal. The great value of the American language is, indeed, its sagacious thoroughness. It covers every sort of American idiosyncrasy in idiom, in spelling, in pronunciation, in grammar, in slang. To do so with piquancy was natural to Mr. Mencken, but the delight of the volume is its workmanship. And Mr. Mencken is not less marvelous in his ingenious generalizing than in his inexhaustible information. He is not omniscient. He himself uses the archaic form round instead of round. He is surely not right in saying that the English vegetable marrow is the same thing as squash. He leaves out the American ride as an equivalent to the English drive, motor ride. He says the English call a napkin a serviette and a coal scuttle a coal hod. Few English do. He says diggings is American for habitation, whereas it is frequent English for lodgings. Words like frisk and punk and sump and go-kart might be included to illustrate certain Americanizations. There are various Vanity Fair and Condé Nast contributions to American undies for underwear that deserve to be noted. But if a few unconsidered trifles have escaped Mr. Mencken, think of what he has captured and mounted. I like a belt more looser'n what this one is. Well, then, why don't you unloosen it more'n you've got it unloosened? To have an ear for this kind of speech, to preserve and diagnose it, is to do more than study the fauna and flora of language. It is to set the foundations for a more salient national literature. For what Mr. Mencken says at the end of his fascinating and inspiring book is surely true. The American dialect is now apprehended as something uncouth and comic, but that is the way that new dialects always come in, through a drumfire of cackles. Given the poet, there may suddenly come a day when our therns and would've-hads will take on the barbaric stateliness of the present locutions of old Maria in Riders to the Sea. They seem grotesque and absurd today because the folks who use them seem grotesque and absurd. But that is a too facile logic, and under it is a false assumption. In all human beings If only understanding be brought to the business, dignity will be found, and that dignity cannot fail to reveal itself, soon or late, in the words and phrases with which they make known their high hopes and aspirations and cry out against the intolerable meaninglessness of life. Beautifully said, and this is the flame which Mr. Mencken guards savagely from demons. End of The Living Speech by F. H. From The New Republic, May 31st, 1919.
Demonstration that planets move in ellipses by Sir Isaac Newton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Demonstration that planets move in ellipses by Sir Isaac Newton. Hypothesis 1. Bodies move uniformly in straight lines unless so far as they are retarded by the resistance of the medium or disturbed by some other force. Hypothesis 2. The alteration of motion is ever proportional to the force by which it is altered. Hypothesis 3. Motions impressed in two different lines, if those lines be taken in proportion to the motions and completed into a parallelogram, compose a motion whereby the diagonal of the parallelogram shall be described in the same time in which the sides thereof would have been described by those compounding motions apart. The motions AB and AC compound the motion AD. Proposition 1. If a body move in vacuo and be continually attracted toward an immovable center, it shall constantly move in one and the same plane, and in that plane describe equal areas in equal times. Let A be the center towards which the body is attracted, and suppose the attraction acts not continually, but by discontinued impressions made at equal intervals of time, which intervals we will consider as physical moments. Let BC be the right line in which it begins to move from B, and which it describes with uniform motion in the first physical moment before the attraction make its first impression upon it. At C, let it be attracted towards the center A by one impulse or impression of force, and let CD be the line in which it shall move after that impulse. Produce BC to I so that CI be equal to BC, and draw ID parallel to CA, and the point D in which it cuts CD shall be the place of the body at the end of the second moment. And because the bases BCCI of the triangles ABC, ACI are equal, those two triangles shall be equal. And because the triangles ACI, ACD stand upon the same base AC, and between two parallels, they shall be equal. And therefore the triangle ACD described in the second moment shall be equal to the triangle ABD described in the first moment. And by the same reason, if the body at the end of the second, third, fourth, fifth, and following moments be attracted by single impulses in D, E, F, G, etc., describing the line DE in the third moment, EF in the fourth, FG in the fifth, etc., the triangle AED shall be equal to the triangle ADC and all the following triangles AFE, AGF, and to the preceding ones, and to one another. And by consequence, the areas compounded of these equal triangles, as ABE, AEG, ABG, etc., are to one another as the times in which they are described. Suppose now that the moments of time be diminished in length and increased in number in infinitum, so that the impulses or impressions of the attraction may become continual, and that the line BCDEFG, by the infinite number and infinite littleness of its sides BC, CD, DE, etc., may become a curve one, and the body by the continual attraction shall describe areas of this curve ABE, AEG, ABG, and proportional to the times in which they are described. What was to be demonstrated? Proposition 2. If a body be attracted towards either focus of an ellipsis, and the quantity of the attraction be such as suffices to make the body revolve in the circumference of the ellipsis, the attraction at the two ends of the ellipsis shall be reciprocally as the squares of the body in those ends from that focus. Let AECD be the ellipsis, AC its two ends or vertices, F that focus towards which the body is attracted, and AFE, CFD areas which the body with a ray drawn from that focus to its center describes at both ends in equal times. And those areas by the foregoing proposition must be equal, because proportional to the times. That is, the rectangles 1/2 AF times AE and 1/2 FC times DC must be equal, supposing the arches AE and CD to be so very short that they may be taken for right lines, and therefore AE is to CD as FC to FA. Suppose now that AM and CN are tangents to the ellipsis at its two ends A and C, and that EM and DN are perpendiculars let fall from the points D and E upon those tangents, and because the ellipsis is alike crooked at both ends, those perpendiculars EM and DN will be to one another as the squares of the arches AE and CD, and therefore EM is to DN as FC cubed to FA cubed. Now, in the times that the body by means of the attraction moves in the arches AE and CD from A to E and from C to D, it would without attraction move in the tangents from A to M and from C to N. 'Tis by the force of the attractions that the bodies are drawn out of the tangents from M to E and from N to D, and therefore the attractions are as those distances ME and ND, that is, the attraction at the end of the ellipsis A is to the attraction at the other end of the ellipsis C as ME to ND, and by consequence as FC cubed to FA cubed. What was to be demonstrated? Lemma 1. If a right line touch an ellipsis in any point thereof, and parallel to that tangent be drawn another right line from the center of the ellipsis, which shall intersect a third right line drawn from the touch point through either focus of the ellipsis, the segment of the last named right line lying between the point of intersection and the point of contact shall be equal to half the long axis of the ellipsis. Let APBQ be the ellipsis, AB its long axis, C its center, F small f its foci, P the point of contact, PR the tangent, CD the line parallel to the tangent, and PD the segment of the line FP. I say that this segment shall be equal to AC. For join P small f and draw small fe parallel to CD, and because F small f is bisected in C, FE shall be bisected in D, and therefore 2PD shall be equal to the sum of PF and PE, that is, to the sum of PF and P small f, that is, to AB, and therefore PD shall be equal to AC. What was to be demonstrated? Lemma 2. Every line drawn through either focus of any ellipsis, and terminated at both ends by the ellipsis, is to that diameter of the ellipsis which is parallel to this line as the same diameter is to the long axis of the ellipsis. Let APBQ be the ellipsis, AB its long axis, F and small f its foci, C its center, PQ the line drawn through its focus F, and VCS its diameter parallel to PQ, and PQ will be to VS as VS to AB. For draw small f small p parallel to QFP, and cutting the ellipsis in small p, join P small p cutting VS in T, and draw PR which shall touch the ellipsis in P, and cut the diameter VS produced in R, and CT will be to CS as CS to CR, as has been showed by all those who treat of the conic sections. But CT is the semisum of FP and f small p, that is, of FP and FQ, and therefore 2CT is equal to PQ. Also 2CS is equal to VS, and, by the foregoing lemma, 2CR is equal to AB. Wherefore PQ is to VS as VS to AB. What was to be demonstrated? Corollary: AB times PQ equals VS cubed equals 4CS cubed. Lemma 3. If from either focus of any ellipsis unto any point in the perimeter of the ellipsis be drawn a right line, and another right line doth touch the ellipsis in that point, and the angle of contact be subtended by any third right line drawn parallel to the first line, the rectangle which that subtence contains with the same subtence produced to the other side of the ellipsis is to the rectangle which the long axis of the ellipsis contains with the first line produced to the other side of the ellipsis as the square of the distance between the subtence, and the first line is to the square of the short axis of the ellipsis. Let AKBL be the ellipsis, AB its long axis, KL its short axis, C its center, F small f its foci, P the point of the perimeter, PF the first line, PQ that line produced to the other side of the ellipsis, PX the tangent, XY the subtence produced to the other side of the ellipsis, and YZ the distance between this subtence and the first line. I say that the rectangle XYI is to the rectangle AB times PQ as YZ cubed to KL cubed. For let VS be the diameter of the ellipsis parallel to the first line PF, and GH another diameter parallel to the tangent PX, and the rectangle YXI will be to the square of the tangent PX cubed as the rectangle SCV to the rectangle GCH, that is, as SV cubed to GH cubed. This is a property of the ellipsis demonstrated by all that write of the conic sections. And they have also demonstrated that all the parallelograms circumscribed about an ellipsis are equal. Whence the rectangle 2PE times GH is equal to the rectangle AB times KL, and consequently GH is to KL as AB, that is, by lemma 1, 2PD to 2PE, and in the same proportion is PX to YZ. Whence PX is to GH as YZ to KL, and px cubed to gh cubed as yz cubed to kl cubed. But yxi was to px cubed as sv cubed, that is, by corollary lemma 2, ab times pq to gh cubed, whence invertedly yxi is to ab times pq as px cubed to gh cubed, and by consequence as yz cubed to kl cubed. What was to be demonstrated? Proposition 3. If a body be attracted towards either focus of any ellipsis, and by that attraction be made to revolve in the perimeter of the ellipsis, the attraction shall be reciprocally as the square of the distance of the body from that focus of the ellipsis. Let P be the place of the body in the ellipsis at any moment of time, and Px the tangent in which the body would move uniformly were it not attracted, and x the place in that tangent at which it would arrive in any given part of time, and y the place in the perimeter of the ellipsis at which the body doth arrive in the same time by means of the attraction. Let us suppose the time to be divided into equal parts, and that those parts are very little ones, so that they may be considered as physical moments, and that the attraction acts not continually, but by intervals, once in the beginning of every physical moment. And let the first action be upon the body in P, the next upon it in Y, and so on perpetually, so that the body may move from P to Y in the chord of the arch PY, and from Y to its next place in the ellipsis in the chord of the next arch, and so on forever. And because the attraction in P is made towards F, and diverts the body from the tangent Px into the chord Py, so that in the end of the first physical moment it be not found in the place X, where it would have been without the attraction, but in Y, being by the force of the attraction in P translated from X to Y. The line XY generated by the force of the attraction in P must be proportional to that force, and parallel to its direction, that is, parallel to PF produce XY, and PF till they cut the ellipses in I and Q. Join FY, and upon FP let fall the perpendicular YZ, and let AB be the long axis and KL the short axis of the ellipsis. And by the third lemma, XYI will be to AB times PQ as YZ cubed to KL cubed, and by consequence YX will be equal to AB times PQ times YZ cubed divided by XI times KL cubed. And in like manner, if small p small y be the chord of another arch small p small y, which the revolving body describes in a physical moment of time, and small p small x be the tangent of the ellipsis at small p, and small x small y the subtence of the angle of contact drawn parallel to small pf, and if small pf and small x small y produced cut the ellipses in small q and small I, and from small y upon small pf be let fall the perpendicular small y small z, the subtence small y small x shall be equal to AB times small p small q times small y small z quadrupled divided by small x small I times KL quadrupled. And therefore yx shall be to small y small x as AB times PQ times YZ cubed divided by XI times KL cubed, 2. AB times small p small q times small y small z quadrupled divided by small x small I times KL quadrupled. That is as PQ divided by XI times YZ quadrupled to small p small q divided by small x small I times small y small z quadrupled. And because the lines py small p small y are by the revolving body described in equal times, the areas of the triangles PYF small p small y f must be equal by the first proposition, and therefore the rectangles PF times YZ and PF times small y small z are equal, and by consequence YZ is to small y small z as small p f to PF, whence PQ divided by XI times YZ cubed is to small p small q divided by small x small I times small y small z quadrupled as PQ divided by XI small p f quadrupled to small p small q divided by small x small y times PF quadrupled. And therefore yx is to small yx as PQ divided by XI times small PF quadrupled to small p small q divided by small x small I times PF quadrupled. And as we told you that XY was the line generated in a physical moment of time by the force of the attraction in P, so for the same reason is small x small y the line generated in the same quantity of time by the force of the attraction in small p. And therefore the attraction in P is to the attraction in small p as the line xy to the line small x small y, that is as PQ divided by XI times small p f quadrupled to small p small q divided by small x small I times PF quadrupled. Suppose now that the equal lines in which the revolving body describes the lines PY and small py become infinitely little, so that the attraction may become continual, and the body by this attraction revolve in the perimeter of the ellipsis, and the lines PQ, XY, as also small p small q, small x small I, becoming coincident and by consequence equal, the quantities PQ divided by XI times small pf quadrupled and small p small q divided by small x small I times PF quadrupled will become small p f quadrupled and PF quadrupled. And therefore the attraction in P will be to the attraction in small p as small pf cubed to PF cubed, that is, reciprocally as the squares of the distances of the revolving bodies from the focus of the ellipsis. What was to be demonstrated. End of Demonstration that Planets Move in Ellipses by Sir Isaac Newton. Read by Avai in October 2017.
On the Cartesian Demonstration of the Existence of God, 1700 to 1701, from the French, by Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, 1646 to 1716. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In truth, metaphysics is natural theology, and the same God who is the source of all good is also the principle of all knowledge. This is because the idea of God embraces that of absolute being, that is to say, what is simple in our thoughts, from which all that we think takes its origin. Descartes had not considered the matter from this side. He gives two reasons of proving the existence of God. The first is, that there is in us an idea of God, since we undoubtedly think of God, and since we cannot think of anything without having the idea of it. Now, if we have an idea of God, and if it is a true one, that is, if it is of an infinite being, and if it represents it faithfully, it cannot be caused by anything less, and consequently God himself must be its cause. He must therefore exist. The other argument is still shorter. It is that God is a being which possesses all perfections, and consequently possesses existence, which is in the number of perfections. Hence he exists. It must be confessed that these arguments are a little suspicious, because they advance too quickly and do violence to us without enlightening us, whereas true demonstrations are wont to fill the mind with some solid nourishment. However, it is difficult to find the knot of the matter, and I see that a number of able men who have made objections to Descartes have passed this by. Some have believed that there is no idea of God because he is not subject to the imagination, supposing that idea and image are the same thing. I am not of their opinion, and I well know that there is an idea of thought and of existence and of similar things of which there is no image. For we think of something, and when we remark what made us recognize it, this, so far as it is in our soul, is the idea of the thing. This is why there is also an idea of what is not material or imaginable. Others admit that there is an idea of God, and that this idea embraces all perfections, but they cannot understand how existence follows from it, be it because they do not admit that existing is of the number of perfections, or because they do not see how a simple idea or thought can imply existence outside of us. For myself, I well believe that he who has acknowledged this idea of God, and who fully sees that existence is a perfection, ought to avow that this perfection belongs to God. In fact, I do not doubt the idea of God any more than his existence. On the contrary, I claim that I have a demonstration of it. But I would not that we flatter ourselves and persuade ourselves that we could succeed in so great a matter at so little cost. Paralogisms are dangerous in this matter. When they are not successful, they rebound upon ourselves and strengthen the opposite party. I say then that we must prove with all imaginable accuracy that there is an idea of an all-perfect being, that is to say, of God. It is true that the objections of those who think that they can prove the contrary because there is no image of God are, as I have just shown, worthless, but it must also be confessed that the proof which Descartes offers for establishing the idea of God is imperfect. How, he will say, can we speak of God without thinking of him? And could we think of God without having the idea of him? Yes, undoubtedly, we sometimes think of impossible things, and this has even been demonstrated. For example, Descartes held that the quadrature of the circle is impossible, and yet we do not cease to think of it, and to draw consequences as to what would happen if it were possible. Motion of ultimate swiftness is impossible in any body whatever. For if it were supposed in a circle, for example, another concentric circle surrounding the first and attached firmly to it would be moved with a velocity still greater than the first, which consequently is not of the ultimate degree, contrary to what we have supposed. All this to the contrary, notwithstanding, we think of this ultimate swiftness, which has no idea, since it is impossible. So the greatest of all circles is an impossible thing, and a number made up of all possible units is no less so. there is proof of it. And nevertheless we think of all this. This is why there is certainly room to doubt whether the idea of the greatest of all stars is to be trusted, and whether it does not involve some contradiction. For I well understand, for example, the nature of motion and of swiftness, and what greatest is. But for all that, I do not understand whether all this is compatible, and whether there is a way of joining all this and making therefrom an idea of the greatest swiftness of which motion is capable. So, although I know what star is, and what largest and most perfect are, nevertheless I do not yet know whether there is not a hidden contradiction in joining all these together, as there is in fact in the other examples mentioned. That is to say, in a word, I do not know for all this whether such a star is possible, for if it were not, there would be no idea of it. However, I confess that God in this respect has a great advantage over all other things. For it is sufficient to prove that he is possible, to prove that he exists, a thing not encountered anywhere else that I know of. Furthermore, I infer from this that there is a presumption that God exists, for there is always a presumption on the side of possibility. That is to say, everything is held to be possible until its impossibility is proved. There is therefore also a presumption that God is possible, that is, that he exists, since in him existence is a consequence of the possibility. This may suffice for practical life, but it is not sufficient for a demonstration. I have disputed much on this point with several Cartesians, but finally I have gotten some of the more able to frankly confess, after having understood the force of my arguments, that this possibility was still to be demonstrated. There are even some who, after being challenged by me, have undertaken to demonstrate this, but they have not yet completed it. This was an extract from an undated letter to probably the Grand Duchess Sophia. End of On the Cartesian Demonstration of the Existence of God, 1700 to 1701, from the French, by Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, 1646 to 1716.
Fruit Soups by Riley M. Fletcher Berry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fruit soups. Fruit soups are usually served cold, where convenient, chilled on ice, in very small china or glass bowls or bouillon cups. With this daintiness of service, however, it may be forgotten or not realized that such soups are not to the stomach mere empty introductory flourishes, whatever the intent. Fruit soups are foods, and as such are used in many countries even by peasants, though they may lack delicate table appointments. It is true that a fruit may be used which is not of itself substantial, though the opposite may hold, as with prunes. But the sago, arrowroot, or tapioca used for thickening furnishes a certain amount of heat-producing material, and where wine is added, this is increased, so it may readily be understood why, when used in quantity, such combinations may approach, of themselves, substantial meals, or why, even in small measure, fruit soups, but with slight additions of food containing other balanced elements, may arrive at the right to be chief dish of a luncheon or light supper. As a general rule, stewed fruit passed through a sieve may have added to it an equal quantity of water, and to each pint a heaping teaspoon of scant dessert spoon of sago arrowroot, for which cornstarch may be substituted, or tapioca. Some instructors give the rule of a level tablespoon of cornstarch to each pint of clear pressed fruit juice, which, however, may be slightly diluted. The arrowroot or cornstarch is a quicker process and should be dissolved till smooth in a little cold water, added when the fruit juice is at boiling point, then cooked till clear. Meantime adding sugar and later a tablespoon of lemon juice or wine. If sago or tapioca is used, it must be cooked till thoroughly tender and translucent. A fruit soup made of raspberries may serve as an example of a lighter fruit soup, and the Swedish of those more substantial. End of Fruit Soups by Riley M. Fletcher Berry. Read for LibriVox.org by Melanie T. A Letter on Pear Tree Blight by Professor J. P. Kurtzland. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. East Rockport, Ohio, October 28, 1876. Dear Sir, I have recently read your interesting and instructive report on the pear tree blight. Allow me to congratulate you on having probably discovered the origin and nature of that malady, a malady that has hitherto baffled the investigations of the scientific and practical pomologists. A knowledge of the pathology of a disease of the human system is often an important advancement towards effecting a cure or a prevention, a remark equally applicable to diseases of the vegetable kingdom. In the summer of 1812, while pursuing the study of medicine in Hartford, Connecticut, a low and malignant fever appeared and spread extensively in that city. Athletic soldiers in the United States cantonment, as well as citizens, were frequently 1 hour apparently in the enjoyment of perfect health, and in the next sinking into the arms of death, perhaps before remedies could be applied. Coincident with the spreading of that epidemic among the human family, blight appeared extensively in the pear orchards. Trees were attacked of all ages, some dating back to provincial times, and of size equalling those occasionally met with at this day on the banks of the Detroit River, the remains of French planting in or before the times of the Pontiac. Its attacks were as sudden as those of the sinking fever, and resulted suddenly in either the death of the trees or of extensive impairment. Public attention was greatly awakened by its ravages, and as ignorance of its cause prevailed, and in want of an explanatory hypothesis, the public generally concluded that it was the same pestilence which walketh in darkness that was alike laying its heavy hand on the people and the pear trees. This indefinite hypothesis prevailed for a time, till, in succession, it was displaced by that of insect depredation, frost impression, and fungoid poison. Neither of these suggested any practical means of relief from the evil. Since that period, 64 years, I have attentively watched the progress of the blight in different and remote parts of our country, and noted numerous facts bearing on the subject. Your views seem to embrace a well-founded theory of the cause of the disease, which indicates appropriate methods for preventing or counteracting it. More phenomena attending its rise and progress are thereby explained than by any or all the hypotheses hereto advanced. I am happy to add that my own experience during that long interval of time, trivial as it may have been, sustains their correctness. If they be correct, of which little doubt can be entertained, it is highly important that they should be extensively diffused among practical pomologists. No specific is at present known, yet evidences are not wanting that an energetic and persevering course of management will do much to remedy the evil of this disorder. The cultivar must take into consideration the character and selection of the variety of the fruit. Seckel and winter Nellis rarely blight. The soil and its condition in relation to drainage and moisture, special manures, cultivation or non-cultivation of the ground, shading and protection from the sun, and from a south and southwestern exposure, mulching, freeing the bodies from old and rough bark, and washing annually with a solution of soda ash, correct pruning of the season's growth in autumn, and pinching off the top of each limb before the formation of the terminal bud in late June, and other items too numerous to mention. Incidentally, it may be added that the cultivator should learn to gather his fruits at the moment the stem will cleave from the spur, without fracture, and to ripen them in a dry room. Each individual winter or autumn pear must be, immediately after gathering, wrapped in a separate paper, as oranges are preserved, and packed not over 3 layers deep, in either drawers, boxes, or crooks, placed in a dry and empty room. If the rind be allowed to wilt before the wrapping and packing be accomplished, the fine qualities of the variety will never develop. Bishop Heber wrote that he found none of the East India fruits as palatable as those of temperate Europe. A Baron d'Anjou, D. Lycurgus or Winternellus, thus ripened, will favourably compare with the orange, guava, and pineapples of the tropics. Much is yet to be learned in the art and science of pear cultures. Very respectfully yours, Jared P. Kirtland. End of a letter on pear tree blight by Professor J. P. Kirtland. Read for LibriVox.org by Melanie T.
Lorenzo de' Medici Rules in Florence by Oliphant Smeaton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Lorenzo de' Medici Rules in Florence. Zenith of Florentine Glory, A.D. 1469, by Oliphant Smeaton. During the 12th century, several of the Italian cities, especially Florence and Venice, rose to great wealth and power. Venice, through her favorable situation, became preeminent in commerce, while Florence was coming to be the most important industrial center of Europe. In the 13th century, Florence was the scene of continual strife between the Guelphs and the Ghibellines, but she not only continued to develop in material prosperity, but also attained to intellectual activities, whereby in the next century she gained a higher distinction. She took the foremost part in the Renaissance, and was the birthplace or the home of Dante, Boccaccio, and other leaders of the modern movement. In the 15th century, Florence reached a still loftier eminence under the Medici, a family celebrated for the statesmen which it produced and for its patronage of letters and art. Its most illustrious members were Cosmo (1389 to 1464) and his grandson Lorenzo, surnamed the Magnificent. Lorenzo was born January 1st, 1449, when the second great period of the Renaissance was nearing its close. That was the period of arrangement and translation, the epoch of the formation of the great Italian libraries, the age when, in Florence, around his grandfather Cosmo, in Rome, around Pope Nicholas V, and in Naples, around Alfonso the Magnanimous, coteries of the leading humanists were gathered, engaged in labors which have made posterity eternally their debtors. Conjointly with his younger brother Giuliano, Lorenzo, on the death of his father Piero in 1469, succeeded to the vast wealth and political power of the family. In 1478, the death of Giuliano left Lorenzo sole ruler of Florence. To few men has either the power or the opportunity been given to influence their epoch, intellectually and politically, to a degree so marked as was the lot of Lorenzo de' Medici. One of the most marvelously many-sided of the many-sided men who adorned the Italy of the 15th century, he did more to place Florence in the forefront of the world's culture than any other citizen who claimed Val d'Arno as his birthplace. His influence was great because he was in sympathy so catholic with all the varied life of his age and circle, while during the 1 hour he would be found learnedly discussing the rival claims of the Platonic and Aristotelian philosophers with Ficino and Landino. The next might witness him the foremost reveller in the Florentine carnival, crowned with flowers and with the wine cup in his hand, gaily carolling the ballad he had composed for the occasion, while the third might behold him surrounded by the leading painters and sculptors of Tuscany, discoursing profoundly on the aims and mission of art. Truly a unique personality, at one and the same time the glorious creation and the splendid epitome of the spirit of the Renaissance. When Lorenzo de' Medici consented to assume the position occupied by his father Piero and his grandfather Cosimo, he was not the raw youth his immature years would lead one to suppose. Although intellectual maturity is reached at an earlier age in the sunny South than in the fog-haunted lands of northern Europe, Lorenzo had enjoyed a long apprenticeship before being called to undertake the duties devolving on him as the uncrowned king of Florence. From his 13th year he had been the companion and shared the counsels, first of his grandfather and father, and subsequently of his father alone. From the former especially he learned many important lessons in statecraft. The matter is open to question, however, if any advice had more far-reaching results, or was laid more carefully to heart, than this which is contained in more than one of Cosmo's letters. "Never stint your favors to the cause of learning, and cultivate sedulously the friendship of scholars and humanists." Towards such a course Lorenzo's inclinations, as well as his interests, pointed, and during his life Florence was the Athens not only of Italy but of Europe as a whole. Here, among many others, were to be found such epoch makers as Poliziano, Ficino and Landino, Pico della Mirandola, Leo Battista Alberti, Michelangelo, Luigi Pozzi, men who glorified their age by crowning it with the nimbus of their genius. The literary and artistic greatness of Florence was not due, however, to the comparative intellectual poverty of the other states in Italy. Florence was only primus inter pares, greatest among many that were great. When the fact is recalled that such contemporaries as Pomponius Laetus, Bartolomeo Sacchi, Molza, Alessandro Farnese, Paul III, Platina, Sabellicus at Rome, Pontanus, Sanazzaro, and Porcello in Naples, and Pomponasso and Boiardo at Ferrara, were then at or nearing their prime, the position of Florence as the acknowledged center of European culture was conceded by sense of right alone. Than this nothing proves more emphatically the strides learning had been making. It was no longer the prerogative of the few, but the privilege of the many. From the first, Lorenzo recognized what a strong card he held in the affection and respect of the Italian as well as of the Florentine humanists. The great secret of Lorenzo's preeminence in European and Italian, as well as in Tuscan, politics lies in the fact that he was able to unite the sources of administrative, legislative, and judicial power in himself. All the public offices in Florence were held by his dependents, and so entirely was the state machinery controlled by him that we find such men as Louis XI and the Emperor Maximilian, Alfonso of Naples, and Pope Innocent VIII, recognizing his authority and appealing to him personally, in place of to the seigneury, to effect the ends they desired. Such power enabled him to avoid the risks his grandfather Cosmo had been compelled to run to maintain his authority. The Medician faction was better in hand than in his grandfather's days, and Lorenzo, therefore, in playing the rôle of the peacemaker of Italy, at the time when he held the balance of power through his treaties with Milan, Naples, and Ferrara, could speak with a decision that carried weight when he found it necessary to threaten a restless despot with a political combination that might depose him. Lorenzo's services to learning were inspired by feelings infinitely more noble than those actuating his political plans. A patriotism as lofty as it was beneficent led him to desire that his country should be in the van of Italian progress and Renaissance studies. His sagacious prevision enabled him to proportion the nature and extent of the benefit he conferred to the need it was intended to supply. Many statesmen do more harm than good by failing to appreciate this law of supply and demand. They grant more than is required, and that which should have been a boon becomes a burden. Charles V, at the time of the Reformation, on more than one occasion committed this error, as also did Wolsey and Mazarin. Lorenzo, like Richelieu, recognized the value of moderation in giving, and caused every favor to be regarded as a possible earnest of others to come. The earlier years of his power were associated with many stirring events which exercised no inconsiderable influence on the state of learning. For example, his skillful playing off of Duke Galeazzo Maria Sforza of Milan against Ferrante, King of Naples, led to greater attention being directed by the Florentines to Neapolitan and Milanese affairs, with the result that humanists and artists from both these places paid frequent visits to Florence, where they were welcomed by Lorenzo as his guests. Then, when the revolt of the small city of Volterra from Florentine rule was suppressed by Lorenzo's agents, with a rigorous severity that cast a stain on their master's name, owing to many unoffending scholars having suffered to the extent of losing their all, Lorenzo made noble amends. Not only did he generously assist the inhabitants to repair their losses, not only did he make grants to the local scholars and send them copies of many of the codices in his own library to supply the loss of their books, which had been burned by the soldiery, but he purchased large estates in the neighborhood, that the citizens might benefit by his residence among them. In this way, too, he brought the Volterran scholars into more intimate relations with the Florentine humanists, and thus contributed to the further diffusion of the benefits of the Renaissance. All was not plain sailing, however, as regards the progress of the new learning. Despite his efforts, Lorenzo could not prevent its development being checked during the papal Neapolitan quarrel with Florence. That war originated in a dispute with Pope Sixtus IV, who kept Italy in a ferment during the whole duration of his pontificate, 1471 to 1484. Were no other proof forthcoming of Lorenzo's marvelous diplomatic genius than this one fact, that he checkmated the political schemes of Sixtus, and finally so neutralized his influence as to render him well nigh impotent for evil doing, such an achievement was sufficient to stamp him one of the greatest masters of statecraft Europe has known. In any estimate of his ability, we must take into account the unsatisfactory character of many of the instruments wherewith he had to achieve his purposes, and also the fact that he had neither a great army at his back with which to enforce the fulfillment of treaty obligations, for Florence never was a city of soldiers, nor had he the prestige of an official position to lend weight to his words. To all intents and purposes, he was a private citizen of the Florentine Republic. Yet such was the dynamic power of the man's marvelous personality, and yet the reputation he had earned, even in his early years, for supreme prescience and far-reaching diplomatic subtlety, that far and wide he was regarded as the greatest force in Italian politics. Sixtus sallied forth to crush. He returned to the Vatican a crushed and discredited man, to die of sheer chagrin over his defeat by Lorenzo in his designs upon Ferrara. Then followed the memorable dispute, in 1472 1473, over the bishopric of Pisa. when the Pope's nominee, Francesco Salviati, was refused possession of the see, Pisa being one of the Tuscan towns under the control of Florence. To this Sixtus retaliated by seeking the friendship of Ferrante of Naples, a move Lorenzo anticipated by forming the league between Florence, Milan, and Venice. This league thoroughly alarmed both the Pope and Ferrante, and on the latter visiting Rome in 1475, a papal Neapolitan alliance was formed. Even then hostilities might not have broken out had the young Duke of Milan not been assassinated in 1476, leaving an infant heir. This entailed a long minority, with all its dangers, and the apprehensions regarding these were not fanciful, inasmuch as Lodovico Sforza, uncle of the baby duke, usurped the position under pretext of acting as regent. These crimes were plainly responsible for the Pazzi conspiracy in 1478 against the Medici themselves, a conspiracy which resulted in Giuliano, the younger brother of Lorenzo, being murdered in the cathedral during Mass on the Sunday before Ascension, while Lorenzo himself was slightly wounded. That Sixtus and his nephew were accessories before the fact is now regarded as unquestionable. The vengeance taken by the enraged Florentines on the conspirators, their relatives, friends, and property, was terrible, the innocent, alas, being sacrificed indiscriminately with the guilty. The Archbishop of Pisa, Francesco Salviati, had entered eagerly into the scheme, and, although his sacred office prevented him from actually assisting in the deed, he was present in the cathedral until the signal was given for the perpetration of the deed, when he left the building to secure the Palazzo Pubblico. He was therefore summarily hanged, with the others, from the windows of the civic buildings. Sixtus made the execution, or the murder, as he called it, of Salviati his pretext for calling on his allies to make war on Florence. When he saw, however, that this action was only throwing the city more completely than ever into the arms of the Medici, he changed his tactics and said he had no quarrel with "his well-beloved children of Florence," but only with "that son of iniquity and child of perdition, Lorenzo de' Medici," and those who had aided and abetted him, among whom the Humanists were expressly mentioned. Against Lorenzo and his associates a brief of excommunication was launched, and the city was urged to regain the papal favor by surrendering the offenders. The result might have been predicted. The brief only tended to knit the bonds of association closer between Lorenzo and the city of the flower, while the Humanists, to a man, rallied round their patron. Even the choleric Filippo, now a very old man, who had been on anything but friendly terms with the Medici, addressed two bitter satires to Sixtus, in which the Pope was styled the real aggressor, while a great humanist offered to write a history of the whole transaction, that posterity might know the true facts. The only power which gave its adhesion to Sixtus was Naples, while Venice, Ferrara, and Milan declared for Florence. Thus commenced that tedious war which not only ruined so many Florentine merchants, but retarded the cause of learning so materially. When the people were groaning under heavy taxes, when all coin which Lorenzo could scrape together had to be poured out to pay the condottieri, or soldiers of fortune, by whom the battles of Florence were fought, there was of course but short commons for the Humanists, who had made Florence their home. Many of those adapted themselves to circumstances, but others, to whom money was their god, left the banks of the Arno for those southern cities where the pinch of scarcity did not prevail. In this campaign the Florentines gained but little prestige. The larger share of the cost was quietly suffered by their allies to fall on the city of bankers. The Milanese were occupied with their own affairs, owing to the coup d'état accomplished by Lodovico Sforza. The Duke of Ferrara withdrew, owing to some disagreement with the condottieri engaged by Lorenzo. The Venetians only dispatched a small contingent under Carlo Montone and De Fego de Anguillari. Accordingly, in the end, the whole burden of the struggle fell on Florence. The Magnifico's position gradually became precarious, inasmuch as many persons declared the war to be in reality a personal quarrel between Pope Sixtus and the Medici. Complaints began to be heard that the public treasury was exhausted and the commerce of the city ruined, while the citizens were burdened with oppressive taxes. Lorenzo had the mortification of being told that sufficient blood had been shed, and that it would be expedient for him rather to devise some means of effecting a peace than of making further preparations for the war. In these circumstances, and confronted by one of the most dangerous crises of his whole life, Lorenzo rose to the occasion and effected a solution of the difficulty by daring to perform what was undoubtedly one of the bravest acts ever achieved by a diplomatist. By some statesmen it might be condemned as foolhardy, by others as quixotic. Its very foolhardiness and quixotry fascinated the man it was intended to influence, the bloodthirsty, cruel, and pitiless Ferrante of Naples, who was restrained from crime by the fear neither of God nor man, and who had actually slain the condottiere Piccinino when he visited him under a safe conduct from the monarch's best ally. But the Renaissance annals are filled with the records of men and women whose natures are marvelous studies of contrasted and contradictory traits. Such was the Neapolitan tyrant. While a monster in much, he had his vulnerable points. He was ambitious to pose as a friend of the new learning, and he knew that Lorenzo was not only the most munificent patron, but also one of the most illustrious exponents of the Renaissance principles. Although his enemy Ferrante received Lorenzo with every demonstration of respect and satisfaction, he lost sight of the hostile diplomatist in the great humanist. 2 Neapolitan galleys were sent to conduct him to Naples, and he was welcomed on landing with much pomp. Never did Lorenzo's supreme diplomatic genius, never did his versatile powers as a statesman, as a scholar, as a patron of letters, and as a brilliant man of the world, blaze forth in more splendid effulgence than during his 3 months' stay in Naples. Though opposed by all the papal authority and resources, though Sixtus by turns threatened, cajoled, entreated, promised, in order to prevent Lorenzo having any success, the successor of St. Peter was beaten all along the line, and the Magnifico carried away with him a treaty, signed and sealed, which practically meant that henceforth Naples and the papacy would be in antagonistic camps. It was the Renaissance card which won the trick. With startling boldness, yet with consummate art, Lorenzo played the game of flattering Ferrante. No ordinary adulation, however, would have had success with the Neapolitan Phalaris. He was too strong-minded a man for anything of that kind. But to be hailed by the great Renaissance patron of the period, by one also who was himself one of the leading humanists, as a brother humanist and a fellow patron of learning, was a delicate incense to his vanity, which he could not resist. He liked to be consulted on matters of literary moment, and, when he blundered, Lorenzo was too shrewd a student of human nature to correct him. Another fact in Lorenzo's favor was that he had the warm support not only of the beautiful Ippolita Maria, daughter of Cosmo's friend, Francesco Sforza of Milan, and now wife of Alfonso, Duke of Calabria, King Ferrante's heir, as well as Don Federigo, the monarch's younger son, who, along with Ippolita, was a friend to the new learning. But he also had the whole body of Neapolitan humanists on his side, scarce one of whom but had experienced in some form or another the Medicean bounty. Such powerful advocacy was not without its influence in bringing about the result, while Ferrante more and more realized that if the Florentine Medici were crushed, he would have no ally to whom to look for help when the inevitable shuffle of the political cards took place on the death of Sixtus. In February 1480, therefore, Lorenzo returned in triumph to Florence, to be received with rapture by his fellow citizens. Had he delayed a few months longer, his visit and his ad misericordiam appeals would not have been needed. In August of that year, Keduk Ahmed, one of the Turkish sultans, Mohammed II, ablest generals, besieged and took the city of Otranto. In face of the common danger to all Italy, Sixtus was compelled to accept the treaty made by Ferrante with Lorenzo, and a general peace ensued. The decade accordingly closed with an absolution for all offences granted by the Pope to Florence, conditional on the Tuscan Republic contributing its share to the expenses of the military preparations to resist the invasion of the Turk. Notwithstanding the war, the progress of the Renaissance during the first decade of Lorenzo's rule was very marked. To the rapid diffusion of printing this was largely due. Lorenzo had not imbibed the prejudices against the new art entertained by Cosmo and Federico of Montefeltro. He looked at the practical, not the sentimental, side of the question as regards the new invention. Having seen that the press could throw off in a few days scores of copies of any work, of which it took an amanuensis months to produce one; also that the scholars of all Italy could be furnished, almost immediately and at a low price, with the text of any manuscript they desired, while they had to wait months for a limited number of copies whose cost was well nigh prohibitive. He supported the new invention from the outset. Having resolved to further his father's efforts to establish printing in Florence, he stimulated the local goldsmith, Bernardo Cennini, to turn his attention to typecasting in metal, and even agreed to pay him an annual grant from the year 1471 until he had fairly settled himself in business. Nor did he confine his favors to him. John of Mainz and Nicholas of Breslau, who arrived in Florence, the former in 1472 and the latter in 1477, also participated in his open-hearted liberality. Printing struck its roots deep into the Tuscan community and flourished excellently, though the Florentine craft never attained the reputation of the Venetian Aldi and Assolani, the Giunti of Rome, the Soncini of Fano, the Stefani of Paris, and Froben of Basel. It had the name, for a time at least, of being one of the most accurate of all presses. To Lorenzo it owed this celebrity. At an early date he perceived that the new art would be of little value if there were not careful press readers. He was therefore among the first to induce scholars of distinction to engage in this task. For example, he enlisted the aid of Cristoforo Landino, who, in his Disputationes Commodinenses, had really inaugurated the science of textual criticism by urging that a careful comparison of the various codices should constitute the preliminary step in any reproduction of the classics. Landino's work on Virgil and Horace merits the warmest praise. Lorenzo also impressed Poliziano into the work, whose labors in marking the various readings and adding scholia and notes illustrative of the text of Catullus, Propertius, Ovid, etc., were of the utmost value. To Lorenzo and to his younger brother Giuliano, another great humanist, Giorgio Merula of Milan, dedicated his Plautus, published in Venice in 1472, showing at how early an age the Magnifico had taken his place among the recognized patrons of the Italian Renaissance. We ought not, moreover, to omit mention of another achievement of Lorenzo, though performed in a sphere of effort lying outside of the strict limits of our Renaissance survey. Seeing it was the revival of letters, however, which induced the revival of the cultivation of the vernacular Italian literature, surely it is not out of place to refer to it here. Early in life Lorenzo became imbued with the conviction that his native tongue was unsurpassed as a medium for "the expression of noble thoughts in noble numbers." Unquote. Not only did he encourage others to study Dante, Petrarch, and Boccaccio, but by following out his own precepts, he became one of the great Italian poets. His Salve d'Amore, his Corinto, his Ambra, his L'Annunzia di Barberino, his Laude, his Sonetti, his Canzoni, etc., are all poems that live in the Italian literature of today. Not as a man ashamed of the vernacular and forced to use it because he can command no better, does Lorenzo write. "He is sure of the justice of his cause, and determined by precept and example, and by the prestige of his princely rank, to bring the literature he loves into repute again." But of these poems we cannot here take further note. By the scholars of the Renaissance such work was looked askance at. If they did produce any of these trifles, as they were called, they almost blushed to own them, and were ashamed to communicate them to each other. That he dared to be natural says much for Lorenzo, and it was largely due to his encouragement that Cristoforo Landino undertook his great work on Dante, to which we owe so much today. In conjunction with his patronage of printing, there was no line of effort in which Lorenzo did more real good than in collecting manuscripts and antiquities, and in making them practically public property. On this account he is styled by Niccolò Leonicino, "Lorenzo de' Medici, the great patron of learning in this age, whose messengers are dispersed through every part of the earth for the purpose of collecting books on every science, and who has spared no expense in procuring for your use, and that of others who may devote themselves to similar studies, the materials necessary for your purpose." Unquote. The agents he employed traveled through Italy, Greece, Europe, and the East. Hieronymo Donato, Ermolao Barbero, and Paolo Cortese being the names of some of his most trusted commissioners. But the coadjutor, whose aid he principally relied on, to whom he committed the care and arrangement of his vast museum and great library, was Poliziano, who himself made frequent excursions throughout Europe, Asia, and northern Africa, to discover and purchase such remains of antiquity as suited the purpose of his patron. Another successful agent, though at a later date, was Giovanni Lascaris, who twice journeyed into the East in search of manuscripts and curios. In the second of these he brought back upward of 200 copies of valuable codices from the monasteries on Mount Athos. To still another service rendered by Lorenzo to the cause of the Renaissance attention must be called: the founding of the Florentine Academy for the study of Greek. This institution, distinct be it remembered from the Uffiziali dello Studio, or high school, exercised a marvelous influence on the progress of the new learning. Accordingly, as Roscoe says, succeeding scholars have been profuse in their acknowledgments to Lorenzo, who first formed the establishment, from which, to use their own classical figure, as from the Trojan horse, so many illustrious champions have sprung, and by means of which the knowledge of the Greek tongue was extended not only throughout Italy, but throughout Europe as well, from all the countries of which numerous pupils flocked to Florence, pupils who afterward carried the learning they had received to their native lands. Of this institution the first public professor was Joannes Argyropoulos, who, having enjoyed the patronage of Cosmo and Piero, and directed the education of Lorenzo, was selected by the latter as the fittest person to be the earliest occupant of the chair. During his tenure of it, he sent out such pupils as Poliziano, Donato, Acciaiuoli, Janus Pannonius, and the famous German humanist Reuchlin. Argyropoulos did not hold the appointment long. His death took place at Rome in 1471, and he was succeeded first by Theodore of Gaza and then by Chalcondylas. Poliziano certainly discharged the duties of the office frequently, but at first only as locum tenens. He was then almost incessantly engaged in travelling for his patron in Greece and Asia Minor, and was too valuable a coadjutor to be tied down to the routine of teaching until he had completed his work. During the next decade he became the professor, and discharged the duties with a genius and an adaptability to circumstances that won for him the admiration and love of all his students. End of Lorenzo de' Medici Rules in Florence by Oliphant Smeaton.
Mount Everest, The Reconnaissance, 1921, Chapter 17, The Route to the Summit, by George H. Lee Mallory. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The reader who has carefully followed the preceding story will hardly have failed to notice that the route which has been chosen as the only one offering reasonable chances of success remains still very largely a matter of speculation. But the reconnaissance, unless it were actually to reach the summit, was obliged to leave much unproved, and its value must depend upon observations in various sorts, and not merely upon the practice of treading the snow and rocks. Speculation in this case is founded upon experience of certain phenomena and a study of the mountain's features, and it is by relating what has been only seen with known facts that inferences have been drawn. It may perhaps be accounted a misfortune that the party of 1921 did not approach Chang La by the East Rongbuk Glacier. The Lokpak Law proved a bigger obstacle than was expected, but in conditions such as we had hoped to find before the monsoon, this way would have had much to recommend it. It avoids all the laborious walking on a dry glacier, and with hard snow the walk up to the pass from the camp on stones at 20,000 feet should not be unduly fatiguing. Still the fact remains that the descent from the Lac Pa La onto the East Rongbuk Glacier is not less than 1,200 feet. Would it not be better to follow up this glacier from the Rongbuk Valley? The absence of wood on this side need not deter the party of 1922. For them plenty of time will be available sufficiently to provide their base with fuel, and the sole consideration should be the easiest line of approach. And though no one has traversed the whole length of the East Rongbuk Glacier, enough is known to choose this way with confidence. Here, as on other glaciers which we saw, the difficulties clearly lie below the limit of perpetual snow, and the greater part of them were avoided or solved by Major Wheeler, who found a practicable way onto the middle of the glacier at about 19,000 feet, and felt certain that the medial moraine ahead of him would serve for an ascent, and be no more arduous than the moraines on the West Rongbuk Glacier had proved to be. The view of this way from the Lac Pa La confirmed his opinion, and though it may be called a speculation to choose it, whereas the way from the east had been established by experiment, it is a fair inference from experience to conclude that the untraversed section of the East Rongbuk Glacier, a distance which could be accomplished very easily in one march if all went well, will afford a simple approach to Chang La. The eastern wall, about 1,000 feet high, by which the gap itself must be reached, can never be lightly esteemed. Here reconnaissance has forged a link, but those who reached the col were not laden with tents and stores, and on another occasion the conditions may be different. There may be the danger of an avalanche or the difficulty of ice. From what we saw this year, before the monsoon had brought a heavy snowfall, it is by no means improbable that ice will be found at the end of May on the steepest slope below Chang La. In that case much labor will be required to hew and keep in repair a staircase, and perhaps fix a banister, so that the laden coolies, not all of whom will be competent icemen, may be brought up in safety. The summit of Mount Everest is about 6,000 feet above Chang La. The distance is something like 2½ miles, and the whole of it is unexplored. What grounds have we for thinking that the mountaineering difficulties will not prove insuperable, that in so far as mere climbing is concerned the route is practicable? Two factors, generally speaking, have to be considered: the nature of the ground and the general angle of inclination. Where the climber is confined to a narrow crest and can find no way to circumvent an obstacle, a very small tower or wall, a matter of 20 feet, may bar his progress. There the general angle may be what it likes. The important matter for him is that the angle is too steep in a particular place. But on a mountain's face, where his choice is not limited to a strict and narrow way, the general angle is of primary importance. If it is sufficiently gentle, the climber will find that he may wander almost where he will to avoid the steeper places. Long before we reached Chang La, Mr. Bullock and I were fairly well convinced that the slope from here to the northeast shoulder was sufficiently gentle, and that the nature of the ill-defined ridge connecting these 2 points was not such as to limit the choice of route to a narrow line. Looking up from the North Col, we learnt nothing more about the angles. The view, however, was not without value. It amply confirmed our opinion as to the character of what lay ahead of us. The ridge is not a crest. Its section is a wide and rounded angle. It is not decorated by pinnacles. It does not rise in steps. It presents a smooth, continuous way, and whether the rocks are still covered with powdery snow or only slightly sprinkled and for the most part bare, the party of 1922 should be able to go up a long way at all events without meeting any serious obstacle. It may not prove a perfectly simple matter actually to reach the northeast arête above the shoulder at about 28,000 feet. The angle becomes steeper towards this arête, but even in the last section below it the choice of a way should not be inconveniently restricted. On the right of the ascending party will be permanent snow on various sloping ledges, an easy alternative to rocks if the snow is found in good condition, and always offering a detour by which to avoid an obstacle. From the northeast shoulder to the summit of the mountain the way is not so smooth. The rise is only 1,000 feet in a distance of half a mile, but the first part of the crest is distinctly jagged by several towers and the last part is steep. Much will depend upon the possibility of escaping from the crest to avoid the obstacles and of regaining it easily. The southeast side, left going up, is terribly steep, and it will almost certainly be out of the question to traverse there. But the sloping snow-covered ledges on the northwest may serve very well. The difficulty about them is their tendency to be horizontal in direction and to diverge from the arête where it slopes upwards, so that a party which had followed one in preference to the crest might find themselves cut off by a cliff running across the face above them. But one way or another I think it should be possible with the help of such ledges to reach the final obstacle. The summit itself is like the thin edge of a wedge thrust up from the mass in which it is embedded. The edge of it, with the highest point at the far end, can only be reached from the northeast by climbing a steep, blunt edge of snow. The height of this final obstacle must be fully 200 feet. Mr. Bullock and I examined it often through our field glasses, and though it did not appear insuperable, whatever our point of view, it never looked anything but steep. To determine whether it is humanly possible to climb to the summit of Mount Everest, or what may be the chances of success in such an undertaking, other factors besides the mere mountaineering difficulties have to be considered. It is at least probable that the obstacles presented by this mountain could be overcome by any competent party if they met them in the Alps, but it is a very different matter to be confronted with such obstacles at elevations between 23,000 and 29,000 feet. We do not know that it is physiologically possible at such high altitudes for the human body to make the efforts required to lift itself up even on the simplest ground. The condition of the party of 1921 in September during the days of the assault cannot be taken as evidence that the feat is impossible. The long periods spent in high camps and the tax of many exhausting expeditions had undoubtedly reduced the physical efficiency of sahibs and coolies alike. The party of 1922, on the other hand, will presumably choose for their attempt a time when the climbers are at the top of their form, and their powers will depend on the extent of their adaptability to the condition of high altitude. Nothing perhaps was so astonishing in the party of reconnaissance as the rapidity with which they became acclimatized, and capable of great exertions between 18,000 and 21,000 feet. Where is the limit of this process? Will the multiplication of red corpuscles continue so that men may become acclimatized much higher? There is evidence enough to show that they may exist comfortably enough, eating and digesting hearty meals, and retaining a feeling of vitality and energy up to 23,000 feet. It may be that, after 2 or 3 days quietly spent at this height, the body would sufficiently adjust itself to endure the still greater difference from normal atmospheric pressure 6,000 feet higher. At all events, a practical test can alone provide the proof in such a case. Experiments carried out in a laboratory by putting a man into a sealed chamber and reducing the pressure, say to half an atmosphere, valuable as they may be when related to the experiences of airmen, can establish nothing for mountaineers, for they leave out of account the all-important physiological factor of acclimatization. But in any case, it is to be expected that efforts above 23,000 feet will be more exhausting than those at lower elevations. And it may well be that the nature of the ground will turn the scale against the climber. For him, it is all important that he should be able to breathe regularly. The demand upon his lungs along the final arête cannot fail to be a terrible strain, and anything like a tussle up some steep obstacle which would interfere with the regularity of his breathing might prove to be an ordeal beyond his strength. As a way out of these difficulties of breathing, the use of oxygen has been recommended, and experiments were made by Dr. Kellis, which will be continued in 1922. Even so, there will remain the difficulty of establishing 1 or perhaps 2 camps above Chang La, 23,000 feet. It is by no means certain that any place exists above this point on which tents could be pitched. Perhaps the party will manage without tents, but no great economy of weight will be effected that way. Those who sleep out at an elevation of 25 or 26,000 feet will have to be bountifully provided with warm things. Probably about 15 or at least 12 loads will have to be carried up from Chang La. It is not expected that the oxygen will be available for this purpose, and the task, whatever organization is provided, will be severe, possibly beyond the limits of human strength. Further, another sort of difficulty will jeopardize the chances of success. It might be possible for 2 men to struggle somehow to the summit, disregarding every other consideration. It is a different matter to climb the mountain as mountaineers would have it climbed. Principles, time honored in the Alpine Club, must of course be respected in the ascent of Mount Everest. The party must keep a margin of safety. It is not to be a mad enterprise, rashly pushed on regardless of danger. The ill-considered acceptance of any and every risk has no part in the essence of persevering courage. A mountaineering enterprise may keep sanity and sound judgment and remain an adventure. And of all principles by which we hold the first is that of mutual help. What is to be done for a man who is sick or abnormally exhausted at these high altitudes? His companions must see to it that he is taken down at the first opportunity, and with an adequate escort. And the obligation is the same whether he be sahib or coolie. If we ask a man to carry our loads up the mountain, we must care for his welfare at need. It may be taken for granted that such need will arise, and will interfere very seriously with any organization, however ingeniously and carefully it may be arranged. In all, it may be said that one factor beyond all others is required for success. Too many chances are against the climbers. Too many contingencies may turn against them. Anything like a breakdown of the transport will be fatal. Soft snow on the mountain will be an impregnable defense. A big wind will send back the strongest. Even so small a matter as a boot fitting a shade too tight may endanger one man's foot and involve the whole party in retreat. The climbers must have, above all things, if they are to win through, good fortune, and the greatest good fortune of all for mountaineers, some constant spirit of kindness in Mount Everest itself, the forgetfulness for long enough of its more cruel moods, for we must remember that the highest of mountains is capable of severity, a severity so awful and so fatal that the wiser sort of men do well to think and tremble even on the threshold of their high endeavor. End of Mount Everest, The Reconnaissance, 1921. Chapter 17, The Route to the Summit, by George H. Lee Mallory. Read by Phil Schempf.
Native Bees, a selection from Bee Basics, an introduction to our native bees, by Beatrice Moisset and Stephen Bushman, and published by the United States Department of Agriculture, Forest Service. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There are 4,000 species of native bees in the United States. The members of the 5 most common families, Apidae, Halictidae, Andrenidae, Megachilidae, and Coletidae, can be found throughout the North American continent, from Canada and Alaska to warm and sunny Florida and Mexico, from forests to deserts, from remote wildernesses to gardens and backyards. Even the National Mall in the heart of our nation's capital sports a native bee fauna. Perhaps the only places where bees are absent are the high mountains. There is even a hardy little bee, the Arctic bumblebee, which lives within the Arctic Circle. The young queen begins raising her first brood while there is still frost on the ground. Sometimes she spends hours vibrating her flight muscles while pressed against her brood cells, covering and providing heat for her young. She even has a brood patch, a bare spot on her abdomen, to transfer heat to her babies, just like many birds do. This physical activity and the heat it produces warm the waxen brood cells, speeding the development of the larvae. Bumblebees and a few other insects are like warm-blooded animals. They can be powerhouses, producing energy by rapidly flexing their flight muscles. This intense effort requires a lot of fuel, so they depend upon the early flowering willows and maples to provide plentiful amounts of nectar. Finally, after spending long hours taking care of her initial brood, the busy young queen has to leave the nest in search of supplies for the family. Apidae, honeybees, bumblebees, carpenter bees, squash bees, southeastern blueberry bees, and cuckoo bees. The family Apidae is the largest bee family and includes a wide variety of native bee species, and also the non-native honeybee. In fact, the name of the family comes from the Latin name for the honeybee, Apis. It includes all the bumblebees, carpenter bees, and some species of cuckoo bees. Stingless bees and orchid bees that are found in the tropics also belong to this family. Bumblebees. There are about 50 species of North American bumblebees. Many people are familiar with bumblebees. They are large, furry, and mostly black, with stripes of yellow, white, or even bright orange. Bumblebees have some things in common with honeybees. They are more sociable than most other native bees, forming colonies with one queen and many workers. However, bumblebee colonies are never as big or as long-lived as those of honeybees. Bumblebees are ground nesters, with most making their nests in an underground cavity, or in rare cases above ground, partly covered by thatch. The cavities they need for their nests are larger than those of solitary bees. So the first thing that a young queen does in the spring is to find an abandoned mouse nest or a similar burrow. Then she starts preparing it for her brood. She builds a few wax pots that she fills up with pollen and honey, and a larger cell for her brood. Once provisioned, the queen lays her eggs, laying no more than half a dozen at first. These eldest offspring are all sterile female workers. Once this brood is fully grown, the queen rarely leaves the nest again, and spends all her time laying more eggs, while the workers take care of all the activities in and out of the nest. The colony grows rapidly, and it can reach a population of a few hundred workers. The workers are usually smaller than the queen. It is after her first brood emerges that you will seldom observe large bumblebees foraging. Near the end of the summer, the queen lays male eggs in addition to female ones. The females emerging at this time become queens, not sterile workers, and they soon mate with the males after emerging from the nest. All workers, male bumblebees, and the old queen die at the end of summer. The only survivors are the new queens, which have already mated. They find a secluded hideaway to spend the winter and go to sleep. Then, as winter gives way to spring and the willows begin to flower, the queens emerge, and each will found a new colony. Bumblebees and honeybees both have pollen baskets, called corbiculae, on their hind legs. They are more specialized than the pollen baskets of other bees, which are called scopae. In honeybees and bumblebees, the tibial segment of the hind leg is flattened, with rows of long, strong hairs along the edges. The shape of these baskets allows them to pack pollen, mixed with some nectar and saliva, into a tight mass called a corbicular pellet, rather than the loose mass of pollen grains clinging to the hairs of the scopae of other bee species. A few species of bumblebee have become cuckoos, laying their eggs in the nests of other bumblebees. They have no need for workers or for pollen baskets. Bumblebees are so effective at pollinating tomatoes that their buzz pollination services are put to good use in large greenhouses that grow tomatoes year-round. All that is needed is a queen, a box with a nest, and a supply of sugar water, because tomatoes produce abundant pollen but no nectar. The bumblebees are free to come and go, but remain inside the greenhouse most of the time. Bumblebees and their pollination services are a key component in agriculture. They are important pollinators of some clovers, a forage crop for cattle. Carpenter bees. Carpenter bees are typically large and black. You may have trouble telling them apart from bumblebees, except for one very distinctive feature. Bumblebees are fuzzy all over, while the upper abdomen of carpenter bees is almost hairless, appearing glossy. Early in the spring, males prospect for promising courtship and mating sites, not because they plan to set up housekeeping, but because they know that such places will attract females. They patrol the territory zealously, chasing away other males that venture too close. In fact, sometimes they chase away almost anything that moves, including surprised human gardeners. Fortunately, they cannot sting. Only females have stingers. So there is nothing to fear, and you can let them be. Females have powerful mandibles, and use them to excavate wide tunnel systems in which they build their nests, hence their common name of carpenter bee. Carpenter bees are not always well-behaved pollinators. Occasionally, when a flower has a long throat that places the nectar out of reach of its tongue, the carpenter bee uses her sharp mouth parts to cut a slit at the base of the flower where the nectar is stored. She then drinks the nectar without coming near the pollen-dispensing anthers or stigma of the flower. Thus, carpenter bees can be nectar robbers that cheat the flower instead of doing it a service in return for its nectar. Bumblebees are also capable of floral larceny. Look at the trumpet honeysuckles, horsemints, or abelias in your garden. You may find the telltale signs of these attacks, flowers with their throats slit by thirsty carpenter bees. Small carpenter bees in the genus Seratina are related to the larger carpenter bees, although you would never mistake them because of the size difference. They nest in pithy stems, such as blackberry brambles or roses, rather than digging their own. Squash bees. Squash bees, Peponopsis and Xenoglossa, pollinate flowers of squash, pumpkins, melons, and other cucurbits. Peponopsis squash bees are dependent only on the pollen cucurbits. Squash bees are about the same size and brownish coloration of honey bees. You can easily tell them apart by their behaviors when they are near flowers of these crops. Squash bees are fine-tuned to the daily rhythms of cucurbit flowers. They begin their work shift at or before dawn, when the flowers of these valuable crop plants are opening. They show no hesitation when approaching a squash flower, plunging right in, gathering pollen and or nectar, and quickly leaving. Honey bees, on the other hand, arrive later in the day, once the flowers are past their prime. They also take extra time hovering over flowers and visiting them with a slower foraging tempo. Even with honey bee hives nearby, it is estimated that squash bees do many times more pollination per flower per unit time than honey bees. Cucurbit crop growers are very aware of their value as pollinators. These bees often nest underground beneath the very plants they will pollinate. If you are one of those who pick up your own pumpkin to make a jack-o'-lantern, you will be walking over nests full of developing young squash bees. Southeastern blueberry bees. The southeastern blueberry bee, Hapropoda laboriosa, gets its common name from the fact that it forages primarily on blueberries, Vaccinium species. Its native range is the southeastern United States. Southeastern blueberry bees are only active for a few weeks each year. It just so happens that their active season coincides with when blueberries are in flower. Compared to honeybees, blueberry bees are faster and more efficient pollinators of blueberry flowers. The reason for this is that the anthers of the blueberry flower are tubular, with an opening pore only at one end. The southeastern blueberry bee attaches herself to the blueberry flower and vibrates her flight muscles very rapidly. Like shaking a salt shaker, pollen comes out of the opening of the anther and is collected by the southeastern blueberry bee. When she moves on to the next blueberry flower, her buzz pollination not only shakes out the pollen, but causes pollen clinging to her body to attach to the stigma and pollinates the flower. What is buzz pollination? Or, as pollination ecologists call it, sonication. Buzz pollination is the process where a bee attaches itself to a flower and rapidly vibrates its flight muscles. This rapid movement causes the entire flower to vibrate and loosens the pollen so as to flow out the openings in the anthers. Bumblebees use buzz pollination when pollinating tomato flowers. Other flowering plants that require buzz pollination include cranberries and blueberries, eggplants, and other plant species in the family Solanaceae. Honeybees do not buzz pollinate flowers. Cuckoo bees. One large group within the Apidae family, the Nomadinae, is made up exclusively of parasitic bees, the cuckoo bees. Nomada bees are usually red or yellow, sometimes with whitish markings. They have lost all the adaptations that serve to carry pollen, as they don't need to provision their young. They are nearly hairless and are wasp-like in general appearance. Many cuckoo bees parasitize the nests of bees in the family Andrenidae. They are often seen in early spring, flying low over bare ground, searching for the nests of potential hosts. Once a cuckoo bee locates a nest, she waits nearby, ready to sneak in and lay an egg while the busy female and rightful owner of the nest leaves in search of food. In some species of cuckoo bees, the female kills the larva as part of the process of parasitizing the nest. The egg of the cuckoo bee develops rapidly and grows into a larva that kills and eats the resident host larva, in addition to the pollen and nectar food reserves inside the host cell. Megachilidae. This family contains mason bees and leaf-cutter bees. The females use leaves and or mud in their nest construction. Most of these bees nest in holes, either in wood or hollow twigs, but there are also a few that nest in the ground. There are a few species within this family that are not native to the United States, but that have been introduced either intentionally or unintentionally in this country. An interesting characteristic of the bees of this family is that they don't carry the pollen on their back legs, but on the underside of their abdomens. If you happen to see a bee about the size of a honey bee with a yellow belly dusted with pollen, you can be sure that it is a megachilid bee, although sometimes the color of the pollen it is carrying may be white. However, some megachilid bees carry such large yellow-orange loads of pollen that they look like flying Cheetos snacks coming in for a landing at their nests. The blue orchard bee, Osmia lignaria, of the western United States, is being managed for the pollination of fruit trees, especially sweet cherries and almonds. Farmers are providing drilled boards as nesting sites. Already it is proving to be an excellent replacement for the beleaguered honey bee on a local, though not national, level. Much remains to be learned about convenient rearing and use of this beautiful blue bee. Halictidae, sweat bees. Some of the most beautiful bees belong to this family. With their shiny, metallic-colored bodies, these bees will capture your heart. Many are metallic green, but others have shades of color from blue to copper or gold, and sometimes even black. Most nest in the ground. Some are solitary, while others share the entrance to their nests. In most cases, that is all they share, and are not truly social. However, a few sweat bee species go a step further and show some division of labor in guarding the entrance to their homes and rearing their young. Usually they are sisters that originated from the same nest. Some species of sweat bees can be considered truly social, with a division of labor in which the mother and founder of the colony lays eggs while the daughters do all the other work. Some unusually attractive halictids, green, yellow, and black-striped Agapostemon species, are found throughout North America. One of the prettiest halictid bees is Agochelora pura, the name means the pure, magnificent green bee, found in the eastern United States. It has the peculiar habit of building her nest under the bark of a rotted log. She takes advantage of the loose, half-rotted material to make the housing, adding her own saliva and secretions to build an envelope for her eggs and accumulated pollen. She kneads the pollen into a number of little loaves shaped like tiles, which she then plasters on the inner wall of the brood chamber, and then lays an egg before sealing the cell completely. This precaution is necessary due to foraging ants and other predators that abound under loose bark. One interesting and commercially valuable halictid bee is the alkali bee, Nomia melanderi, of the western United States. As its name suggests, the alkali bee prefers to build its nest in alkaline soils. It often lives in dense aggregations, up to tens or hundreds of thousands of individuals. However, it is not social, since each female constructs her own burrows and tends to her own brood, but lives compatibly with and in close proximity to other alkali bees. The alkali bee is a very good pollinator of alfalfa, and some growers take advantage of its nesting habits to manage this species to a limited extent. They supply the appropriate terrain for the alkali bee's needs near alfalfa crops. The farmers even go so far as creating it artificially by using a tarp, covering it with clay, and watering it as needed to create nesting beds. Once established, these alkali bee beds can remain active for decades. There are also some cuckoo bee species in this family, and just like the other cuckoo bees, they are almost hairless and somewhat wasp-like. Some have a bright red abdomen. Andrenidae, minor bees. The adrenid bees are all ground nesters, and thus the common name minor bees. They are mostly dark, black, or reddish, but they can be metallic blue, yellow, or red and yellow. They are often shy, medium to large-sized bees. They can be distinguished from other bees by the velvety patches, foveae, on their faces, between the eyes and the base of the antennae, though these patches are often visible only under a microscope. Many are active only in the early spring. The next generation remains underground, developing through the summer, fall, and winter, only to emerge the next spring when their favorite flowers are in bloom. What would eastern forests be without azaleas? Their flowers are one of our native flowering plants that honeybees cannot pollinate. They don't release their pollen like most flowers, but hold it inside the anthers, waiting for a skillful bee that knows how to shake it, just like a salt shaker. Further, the pollen clumps are tied together with sticky threads. Bumblebees and a number of solitary bees are good at pollinating azalea flowers. The Cornell azalea bee, Andrena cornelli, is one of them, a dark-colored slender bee that is found in the eastern United States. It is never too far from azaleas because their pollen is its favorite food. Her pollen baskets have long, widely spaced hairs that are especially adapted to the texture and size of these flowers' pollen clumps. Andrenids are among the earliest bees to emerge in the spring. You will observe them visiting willows, maples, violets, and other early blooming spring wildflowers. Some adrenid bees are very good pollinators of apple blossoms. Coletidae. This is a small family of solitary bees, which is considered more primitive than other families of bees. Some of them, such as the yellow-masked bees, Hylaeus, do not have baskets in which to carry pollen. Instead, these bees carry pollen inside their crops. They are not as hairy as other bees and can easily be mistaken for wasps. They all nest in pithy stems. Sometimes they form large aggregations of closely spaced nests. They use a cellophane-like material exuded from glands to line the brood cells where they lay their eggs, so sometimes they are called cellophane bees. Bee mimics. Last but not least, there are superb impersonators of bees, the flower flies or syrphids. Don't be fooled by them. Despite their appearance, they are not bees, but flies. They are frequent flower visitors, and they don't have a stinger like most bees. They masquerade as bees to fool hungry birds. Often they succeed in fooling the inexperienced observer of bees as well. Bee flies, another family of bee mimics, are parasites of many bee species. All flies have only one pair of wings, as compared to the 2 pair of wings possessed by bees. This is a significant difference between flies and bees, but it is nearly impossible to notice when they are flying about. Part of the reason for this difficulty is that bees' wings have tiny hooks that lock the front and hind wings together, making them appear as just one on each side. There are several other differences that would be more helpful to the observer of these flower visitors. Bee flies and syrphid flies have huge eyes, very short antennae, and skinny legs when compared to bees. End of Native Bees. A selection from Bee Basics, An Introduction to Our Native Bees by Beatrice Moisset and Stephen Bushman, and published by the United States Department of Agriculture, Forest Service. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
Neither Dorking nor the Abbey by J. M. Barrie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Neither Dorking nor the Abbey by J. M. Barrie. Note: in England recently there died a great man, the greatest of his day. Immediately there arose much vain contention as to whether or no his dust should be given resting place among that of his peers in Westminster Abbey. Finally came the decision that Westminster was not to be so honoured, and the urn containing all of him that had outlived the fire was placed in the sunny graveyard of Dorking village. Looking down toward it from the long level summit of Box Hill, his hill, with the sunlight glinting from its marbles and along the silver mole that winds thread-like beside it, the little cemetery seems almost a living cheerful thing in the dark green of the surrounding landscape. Surely here, if anywhere, was appropriate resting place for this great lover of life and joy. The tribute to Meredith contained in the following pages, perhaps the most fitting and beautiful of any inspired by his death, was originally published in the London Westminster Gazette for May 26, 1909. Neither Dorking nor the Abbey. All morning there had been a little gathering of people outside the gate. The funeral coach came, and a very small thing was placed in it, covered with flowers. One plant of the wallflower in the garden would have covered it. The coach took the road to Dorking, followed by a few others, and in a moment or two all seemed silent and deserted, the cottage, the garden, and Box Hill. The cottage was not deserted, as they knew who now trooped into the round in front of it, their eyes on the closed door. They were the mighty company, his children, Lucy and Clara and Rhoda and Diana and Rose and old Mel and Roy Richmond and Adrian and Sir Willoughby and 100 others, and they stood in line against the boxwood waiting for him to come out. Each of his women carried a flower, and the hands of all his men were ready for the salute. In the room on the right, in an armchair which had been his home for years, to many the throne of letters in this country, sat an old man, like one forgotten in an empty house. When the last sound of the coaches had passed away, he moved in his chair. He wore grey clothes and a red tie, and his face was rarely beautiful. But his hair was white, and the limbs were feeble, and the wonderful eyes dimmed, and he was hard of hearing. He moved in his chair, for something was happening to him, and it was this: old age was falling from him. This is what is meant by death to such as he, and the company waiting knew. His eyes became again those of the eagle, and his hair was brown, and the lustiness of youth was in his frame, but still he wore the red tie. He rose, and not a moment did he remain within the house, for golden lie the meadows, golden run the streams, and the fields and the waters shout to him golden shouts. He flung open the door, as they knew he would do who were awaiting him, and he stood there looking at them, a general reviewing his troops. They wore the pretty clothing in which he had loved to drape them. They were not sad like the mourners who had gone, but happy as the forget-me-nots, and pansies at their feet, and the lilac overhead, for they knew that this was his coronation day. Only one was airily in mourning, as knowing better than the others what fitted the occasion, the Countess de Saldar. He recognized her sense of the fitness of things with a bow. The men saluted, the women gave their flowers to Dahlia to give to him, so that she should have his last word, and he took their offerings and passed on. They did not go with him. They went their ways to carry his glory through the world. Without knowing why, for his work was done, he turned to the left, passing his famous cherry blossom, and climbed between apple trees to a little house of 2 rooms, whence most of that noble company had sprung. He went there only because he had gone so often, and this time the door was locked. He did not know why, nor care. He came swinging down the path, singing lustily, and calling to his dogs of the present and the past, and they yelped with joy, for they knew they were once again to breast the hill with him. He strode up the hill, whirling his staff, for which he had no longer any other use. His hearing was again so acute, that from far away on the Dorking road he could hear the rumbling of the coach. There came to him somehow a knowledge, it was the last he ever knew of little things, that people had been at variance as to whether a casket of dust should be laid away in one hole or in another, and he flung back his head with the old glorious action, and laughed a laugh, broad as 1,000 beeves at pasture. Box Hill was no longer deserted. When a great man dies, and this was one of the greatest since Shakespeare, the immortals await him at the top of the nearest hill. He looked up and saw his peers. They were all young, like himself. He waved the staff in greeting. One, a mere stripling, slight unspeakably, detached himself from the others, crying gloriously as he recognized his master, "Here's the fellow I have been telling you about," and ran down the hill to be the first to take his hand. In the meantime, an empty coach was rolling on to Dorking. G.M. 1828 to 1909. 40 years back, when much had place that since has perished out of mind, I heard that voice and saw that face. He spoke as one afoot will wind a morning horn ere men awake. His note was trenchant, turning kind. He was one of those whose wit can shake and riddle to the very core the counterfeits that time will break. Of late, when we two met once more, the luminous countenance and rare shone just as 40 years before, so that, when now all tongues declare his shape unseen by his green hill, I scarce believe he sits not there. No matter, further and further still, through the world's vaporous vitiate air, his words wing on, as live words will. Thomas Hardy, May 1909. End of Neither Dorking Nor the Abbey, by J. M. Barrie.
Description of a Grain of Wheat by Mrs. E. E. Kellogg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wheat is the most important of the grain foods. It is probably a native of southwestern Asia, though like most grains cultivated from the earliest periods, its history is extremely obscure. Wheat is of 2 principal kinds, characterized as soft and hard wheat, though there are hundreds of named varieties of the grain. The distinction between many of these is due to variation in the relative proportions of starch and nitrogenous matter. Some contain not more than 8% of nitrogenous elements, while others contain 18 or 20%, with a corresponding decrease in carbonaceous elements. The difference depends upon the soil, cultivation, season, climate, and other conditions under which the grain is produced. The structure of the wheat grain consists of an external tegument of hard, woody nature, so coherent that it appears in the form of scales or bran when the wheat is ground, and an inner portion, more soft and friable, consisting of several cellular layers. The layer nearest the outer husk contains vegetable fibrin and fatty matter. The second layer is largely composed of gluten cells, while the center, comprising the bulk of the grain, is chiefly made up of starch granules with a small proportion of gluten. The structure of a wheat kernel is well illustrated in the accompanying cut. As will be seen, the different food elements are situated in different parts of the grain, and not uniformly distributed throughout its structure. The outer husk of the berry is composed wholly of innutritious and indigestible matter, but the thin layers which lie next to this outer covering contain the larger proportion of the nitrogenous elements to be found in the entire kernel. The central portion consists almost wholly of farinaceous matter. Phosphates and other mineral matter are present to some extent throughout the entire grain, but preponderates in the external part. Here is also found a peculiar, soluble, active principle called diastase, which possesses the power of converting starch into sugar. The dark colour and marked flavour of graham bread is undoubtedly due to the influence of this element. Until within a few years, the unground grain was rarely used as an article of food, but people are beginning to appreciate its wholesomeness, and cracked, rolled and pearled wheats are coming rapidly into favour. Cracked wheat is the grain cleaned and then cut into 2 or more pieces. In rolled wheat, the grains are mashed between rollers, by which process they are thoroughly softened in every part, and are then easily cooked. Pearl wheat is the whole grain, cleaned and dressed. The whole grain is also cooked sometimes in its natural state. End of Description of a Grain of Wheat by Mrs. E. E. Kellogg. Read for LibriVox.org by Melanie T.
Panegyric on Abraham by Soren Kierkegaard. From Fear and Trembling, published in 1843. Translated by Lee M. Hollander in 1923. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Panegyric on Abraham. If a consciousness of the eternal were not implanted in man, if the basis of all that exists were but a confusedly fermenting element which, convulsed by obscure passions, produced all, both the great and the insignificant, if under everything there lay a bottomless void never to be filled, what else were life but despair? If it were thus, and if there were no sacred bonds between man and man, if one generation arose after another, as in the forest the leaves of one season succeed the leaves of another, or like the songs of birds which are taken up one after another. If the generations of man passed through the world like a ship passing through the sea, and the wind over the desert, a fruitless and vain thing, if eternal oblivion were ever greedily watching for its prey, and there existed no power strong enough to wrest it from its clutches, how empty were life then, and how dismal! And therefore it is not thus, but just as God created man and woman, he likewise called into being the hero and the poet or orator. The latter cannot perform the deeds of the hero, he can only admire and love him and rejoice in him. And yet he also is happy, and not less so, for the hero is, as it were, his better self, with which he has fallen in love, and he is glad he is not himself the hero, so that his love can express itself in admiration. The poet is the genius of memory, and does nothing but recall what has been done, can do nothing but admire what has been done. He adds nothing of his own, but he is jealous of what has been entrusted to him. He obeys the choice of his own heart, but once he has found what he has been seeking, he visits every man's door with his song and with his speech, so that all may admire the hero as he does, and be proud of the hero as he is. This is his achievement, his humble work. This is his faithful service in the house of the hero. If thus faithful to his love, he battles day and night against the guile of oblivion, which wishes to lure the hero from him, then has he accomplished his task. Then is he gathered to his hero who loves him as faithfully. For the poet is as it were the hero's better self, unsubstantial, to be sure, like a mere memory, but also transfigured as is a memory. Therefore shall no one be forgotten who has done great deeds, and even if there be delay, even if the cloud of misunderstanding obscure the hero from our vision, still his lover will come sometime, and the more time has passed, the more faithfully will he cleave to him. No one shall be forgotten who was great in the world, but each hero was great in his own way, and each one was eminent in proportion to the great things he loved. For he who loved himself became great through himself, and he who loved others became great through his devotion, but he who loved God became greater than all of these. Every one of them shall be remembered, but each one became great in proportion to his trust. One became great by hoping for the possible, another by hoping for the eternal. But he who hoped for the impossible, he became greater than all of these. Every one shall be remembered, but each one was great in proportion to the power with which he strove. For he who strove with the world became great by overcoming himself, but he who strove with God, he became the greatest of them all. Thus there have been struggles in the world, man against man, one against 1,000. But he who struggles with God, he became greatest of them all. Thus there was fighting on this earth, and there was he who conquered everything by his strength, and there was he who conquered God by his weakness. There was he who, trusting in himself, gained all, and there was he who, trusting in his strength, sacrificed everything. But he who believed in God was greater than all of these. There was he who was great through his strength, and he who was great through his wisdom, and he who was great through his hopes, and he who was great through his love. But Abraham was greater than all of these. Great through the strength whose power is weakness, great through the wisdom whose secret is folly, great through the hope whose expression is madness, great through the love which is hatred of oneself. Through the urging of his faith, Abraham left the land of his forefathers and became a stranger in the land of promise. He left one thing behind and took one thing along. He left his worldly wisdom behind and took with him faith. For else he would not have left the land of his fathers, but would have thought it an unreasonable demand. Through his faith he came to be a stranger in the land of promise, where there was nothing to remind him of all that had been dear to him, but where everything by its newness tempted his soul to longing. And yet was he God's chosen, he in whom the Lord was well pleased. Indeed, had he been one cast off, one thrust out of God's mercy, then might he have comprehended it. But now it seemed like a mockery of him and of his faith. There had been others who lived in exile from the fatherland which they loved. They are not forgotten, nor is a song of lament forgotten in which they mournfully sought and found what they had lost. Of Abraham there exists no song of lamentation. It is human to complain, it is human to weep with the weeping, but it is greater to believe, and more blessed to consider him who has faith. Through his faith Abraham received the promise that in his seed were to be blessed all races of mankind. Time passed. There was still the possibility of it, and Abraham had faith. Another man there was who also lived in hopes. Time passed. The evening of his life was approaching. Neither was he paltry enough to have forgotten his hopes, neither shall he be forgotten by us. Then he sorrowed, and his sorrow did not deceive him, as life had done, but gave him all it could. For in the sweetness of sorrow he became possessed of his disappointed hopes. It is human to sorrow, it is human to sorrow with the sorrowing, but it is greater to have faith, and more blessed to consider him who has faith. No song of lamentation has come down to us from Abraham. He did not sadly count the days as time passed. He did not look at Sarah with suspicious eyes, whether she was becoming old. He did not stop the sun's course, lest Sarah should grow old, and his hope with her. He did not lull her with his songs of lamentation. Abraham grew old, and Sarah became a laughingstock to the people. And yet was he God's chosen, and heir to the promise that in his seed were to be blessed all races of mankind. Were it, then, not better if he had not been God's chosen? For what is it to be God's chosen? Is it to have denied to one in one's youth all the wishes of youth, in order to have them fulfilled after great labor in old age? But Abraham had faith and steadfastly lived in hope. Had Abraham been less firm in his trust, then would he have given up that hope. He would have said to God, "So it is, perchance, not thy will after all that this shall come to pass. I shall surrender my hope. It was my only one. It was my bliss. I am sincere. I conceal no secret grudge, for that thou didst deny it to me." He would not have remained forgotten. His example would have saved many a one, but he would not have become the father of faith. For it is great to surrender one's hope, but greater still to abide by it steadfastly after having surrendered it. For it is great to seize hold of the eternal hope, but greater still to abide steadfastly by one's worldly hopes after having surrendered them. Then came the fullness of time. If Abraham had not had faith, then Sarah would probably have died of sorrow, and Abraham, dulled by his grief, would not have understood the fulfillment, but would have smiled about it as a dream of his youth. But Abraham had faith, and therefore he remained young. For he who always hopes for the best, him life will deceive, and he will grow old. And he who is always prepared for the worst, he will soon age. But he who has faith, he will preserve eternal youth. Praise therefore be to this story. For Sarah, though advanced in age, was young enough to wish for the pleasures of a mother, and Abraham, though gray of hair, was young enough to wish to become a father. In a superficial sense it may be considered miraculous that what they wished for came to pass. But in a deeper sense the miracle of faith is to be seen in Abraham's and Sarah's being young enough to wish, and their faith having preserved their wish and therewith their youth. The promise he had received was fulfilled, and he accepted it in faith, and it came to pass according to the promise of his faith. Whereas Moses smote the rock with his staff, but believed not. There was joy in Abraham's house when Sarah celebrated the day of her golden wedding. But it was not to remain thus, for once more was Abraham to be tempted. He had struggled with that cunning power to which nothing is impossible, with that ever watchful enemy who never sleeps, with that old man who outlives all. He had struggled with time, and had preserved his faith. And now all the terror of that fight was concentrated in one moment. And God tempted Abraham, saying to him, Take now thine only son Isaac, whom thou lovest, and get thee to the land of Moriah, and offer him there for a burnt offering upon one of the mountains, which I will tell thee of. All was lost then, and more terribly than if a son had never been given him. The Lord had only mocked Abraham then. Miraculously he had realized the unreasonable hopes of Abraham, and now he wished to take away what he had given. A foolish hope it had been, but Abraham had not laughed when the promise had been made him. Now all was lost, the trusting hope of 70 years, the brief joy at the fulfillment of his hopes. Who then is he that snatches away the old man's staff? Who that demands that he himself shall break it in two? Who is he that renders disconsolate the gray hair of old age? Who is he that demands that he himself shall do it? Is there no pity for the venerable old man, and none for the innocent child? And yet was Abraham God's chosen one, and yet was it the Lord that tempted him. And now all was to be lost. The glorious remembrance of him by a whole race, the promise of Abraham's seed, all that was but a whim, a passing fancy of the Lord, which Abraham was now to destroy forever. That glorious treasure, as old as the faith in Abraham's heart, and many, many years older than Isaac, the fruit of Abraham's life, sanctified by prayers, matured in struggles, the blessing on the lips of Abraham. This fruit was now to be plucked before the appointed time, and to remain without significance. For of what significance were it if Isaac was to be sacrificed? That sad and yet blessed hour when Abraham was to take leave from all that was dear to him, the hour when he would once more lift up his venerable head, when his face would shine like the countenance of the Lord, the hour when he would collect his whole soul for a blessing strong enough to render Isaac blessed all the days of his life, that hour was not to come. He was to say farewell to Isaac, to be sure, but in such wise that he himself was to remain behind. Death was to part them, but in such wise that Isaac was to die. The old man was not in happiness to lay his hand on Isaac's head when the hour of death came, but, tired of life, to lay violent hands on Isaac. And it was God who tempted him. Woe, woe to the messenger who would have come before Abraham with such a command! Who would have dared to be the messenger of such dread tidings? But it was God that tempted Abraham. But Abraham had faith, and had faith for this life. Indeed, had his faith been but concerning the life to come, then might he more easily have cast away all, in order to hasten out of this world which was not his. But Abraham had faith, and doubted not, but trusted that the improbable would come to pass. If Abraham had doubted, then would he have undertaken something else, something great and noble. For what could Abraham have undertaken but was great and noble? He would have proceeded to Mount Moriah. He would have cloven the wood, and fired it, and unsheathed his knife. He would have cried out to God, "Despise not this sacrifice. It is not indeed the best I have, for what is an old man against a child foretold of God? but it is the best I can give thee. Let Isaac never know that he must find consolation in his youth. He would have plunged the steel in his own breast, and he would have been admired throughout the world, and his name would not have been forgotten. But it is one thing to be admired, and another to be a lodestar which guides one troubled in mind. But Abraham had faith. He prayed not for mercy, and that he might prevail upon the Lord. It was only when just retribution was to be visited upon Sodom and Gomorrah that Abraham ventured to beseech him for mercy. We read in Scripture, "And God did tempt Abraham, and said unto him, Abraham. And he said, Behold, here I am." You, whom I am now addressing, did you do likewise? When you saw the dire dispensations of Providence approach threateningly, did you not then say to the mountains, Fall on me, and to the hills, Cover me? Or, if you were stronger in faith, did not your step linger along the way, longing for the old accustomed paths, as it were? And when the voice called you, did you answer then, or not at all? And if you did, perchance in a low voice, or whispering? Not thus Abraham, but gladly and cheerfully and trustingly, and with a resonant voice he made answer, Here am I. And we read further, And Abraham rose up early in the morning. He made haste as though for some joyous occasion, and early in the morning he was in the appointed place on Mount Moriah. He said nothing to Sarah, nothing to Eliezer, his steward, for who would have understood him? Did not his temptation by its very nature demand of him the vow of silence? He laid the wood in order, and bound Isaac his son, and laid him on the altar upon the wood. And Abraham stretched forth his hand, and took the knife to slay his son. My listener, many a father there have been who thought that with his child he lost the dearest of all there was in the world for him. Yet assuredly no child ever was in that sense a pledge of God, as was Isaac to Abraham. Many a father there has been who lost his child, but then it was God, the unchangeable and inscrutable will of the Almighty, and his hand which took it. Thus not with Abraham. For him was reserved a more severe trial, and Isaac's fate was put into Abraham's hand together with the knife. And there he stood, the old man, with his only hope. Yet he did not doubt, nor look anxiously to the left or right, nor challenge heaven with his prayers. He knew it was God the Almighty who now put him to the test. He knew it was the greatest sacrifice which could be demanded of him. But he knew also that no sacrifice was too great which God demanded. And he drew forth his knife. Who strengthened Abraham's arm? Who supported his right arm that it drooped not powerless? For he who contemplates this scene is unnerved. Who strengthened Abraham's soul so that his eyes grew not too dim to see either Isaac or the ram? For he who contemplates this scene will be struck with blindness. And yet it is rare enough that one is unnerved or is struck with blindness, and still more rare that one narrates worthily what there did take place between father and son. To be sure, we know well enough. It was but a trial. If Abraham had doubted when standing on Mount Moriah, if he had looked about him in perplexity, if he had accidentally discovered the ram before drawing the knife, if God had permitted him to sacrifice it instead of Isaac, then would he have returned home, and all would have been as before. He would have had Sarah, and he would have kept Isaac. And yet how different all would have been! For then had his return been a flight, his salvation an accident, his reward disgrace, his future perchance perdition. then would he have borne witness neither to his faith nor to God's mercy, but would have witnessed only to the terror of going to Mount Moriah. Then Abraham would not have been forgotten, nor either Mount Moriah. It would be mentioned then, not as is Mount Ararat, on which the ark landed, but as a sign of terror, because it was there Abraham doubted. Venerable Patriarch Abraham, when you returned home from Mount Moriah, you required no encomiums to console you for what you had lost, for indeed you did win all, and still kept Isaac, as we all know. And the Lord did no more take him from your side, but you sat gladly at table with him in your tent, as in the life to come you will, for all times. Venerable Patriarch Abraham, thousands of years have passed since those times, but still you need no late-born lover to snatch your memory from the power of oblivion, for every language remembers you. And yet do you reward your lover more gloriously than anyone, rendering him blessed in your bosom, and taking heart and eyes captive by the marvel of your deed. Venerable Patriarch Abraham, second father of the race, you who first perceived and bore witness to that unbounded passion which was but scorn for the terrible fight with the raging elements and the strength of brute creation, in order to struggle with God, you who first felt that sublimest of all passions, you who found the holy, pure, humble expression for the divine madness which was a marvel to the heathen, forgive him who would speak in your praise, in case he did it not fittingly. He spoke humbly, as if it concerned the desire of his heart. He spoke briefly, as is seemly, but he will never forget that you required 100 years to obtain a son of your old age, against all expectations, that you had to draw the knife before being permitted to keep Isaac. He will never forget that in 130 years you never got farther than to faith. End of Panegyric on Abraham by Soren Kierkegaard, From Fear and Trembling, published in 1843, translated by Lee M. Hollander in 1923.
Speeches and Letters of Abraham Lincoln, 1832-1865, edited by Merwin Rowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. Proclamation for a Day of Thanksgiving, October 3, 1863, by Abraham Lincoln. The year that is drawing toward its close has been filled with the blessings of fruitful fields and healthful skies. To these bounties, which were so constantly enjoyed that we are prone to forget the source from which they come, others have been added which are of so extraordinary nature that they cannot fail to penetrate and soften the heart which is habitually insensible to the ever-watchful providence of Almighty God. In the midst of a civil war of unequaled magnitude and severity, which has sometimes seemed to foreign states to invite and provoke their aggressions, peace has been preserved with all nations, order has been maintained, the laws have been respected and obeyed, and harmony has prevailed everywhere, except in the theater of military conflict, while that theater has been greatly contracted by the advancing armies and navies of the Union. Needful diversions of wealth and strength from the fields of peaceful industry to the national defense have not arrested the plow, the shuttle, or the ship. The axe has enlarged the borders of our settlements, and the mines, as well of iron and coal as of the precious metals, have yielded even more abundantly than heretofore. Population has steadily increased, notwithstanding the waste that has been made in the camp. the siege and the battlefield, and the country, rejoicing in the consciousness of augmented strength and vigor, is permitted to expect continuance of years with large increase of freedom. No human counsel hath devised, nor hath any mortal hand worked out these great things. They are the gracious gifts of the Most High God, who, while dealing with us in anger for our sins, hath nevertheless remembered mercy. It has seemed to me fit and proper that they should be solemnly, reverently, and gratefully acknowledged as with one heart and one voice by the whole American people. I do, therefore, invite my fellow citizens in every part of the United States, and also those who are at sea, and those sojourning in foreign lands, to set apart and observe the last Thursday of November next as a day of thanksgiving and praise to our beneficent Father, who dwelleth in the heavens. And I recommend to them that while offering up the ascriptions justly due to him for such singular deliverances and blessings, they do also, with humble penitence for our national perverseness and disobedience, commend to his tender care all those who have become widows, orphans, mourners, or sufferers in the lamentable civil strife in which we are unavoidably engaged, and fervently implore the interposition of the Almighty hand to heal the wounds of the nation, and to restore it as soon as may be consistent with the divine purposes, to the full enjoyment of peace, harmony, tranquility, and union. End of Proclamation for a Day of Thanksgiving, October 3, 1863, by Abraham Lincoln.
The Shrine of St. Edmund by Jocelyn of Brakelond. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In the year of grace 1198, the glorious martyr Edmund was pleased to strike terror into our convent, and to instruct us that his body should be kept more reverently and diligently than it had hereto been. There was a wooden platform between the shrine and the high altar, whereon stood 2 tapers, which the keepers of the shrine used to renew and stick together, by placing one candle upon the stump of another in a slovenly manner. Under this platform there were many things irreverently huddled together, such as flax and thread and wax and various utensils. In fact, whatever was used by the keepers of the shrine was put there, for there was a door with iron gratings. Now, when the keepers of the shrine were fast asleep on the night of St. Elfildra, part of a candle that had been renewed and was still burning fell, as we conjecture, upon the aforesaid platform covered with rags. Consequently, all that was near, above, or below began to burn rapidly, so much so that the iron gratings were at a white heat. And lo, the wrath of the Lord was kindled, but not without mercy, according to the saying, in wrath remember mercy. For just then the clock struck before the hour of matins, and the master of the vestry, getting up, observed and noticed the fire. He ran at once, and, striking the gong as if for a dead person, cried at the top of his voice that the shrine was consumed by fire. We then, all running thither, found the fire raging wonderfully, and encircling the whole shrine, and almost reaching the woodwork of the church. Our young men, running for water, some to the well, some to the clock, some with their hoods, not without great labour, extinguished the force of the fire, and also stripped some of the altars upon the first alarm. And when cold water was poured upon the front of the shrine, the stones fell, and were reduced almost to powder. Moreover, the nails, by which the plates of silver were affixed to the shrine, started from the wood, which had been burnt underneath to the thickness of my finger, and the plates of silver were left dangling one from the other without nails. However, the golden image of the Majesty in front of the shrine, together with some of the stonework, remained firm and untouched, and brighter after the fire than it was before, for it was all of gold. It so happened, by the will of the Highest, that at the time the great beam which used to be over the altar had been removed, in order to be adorned with new carving. It also happened that the cross, the small image of St. Mary and St. John, the chest with the shirt of St. Edmund, and the reliquaries and other shrines which used to hang from the same beam, and other holy things which also stood upon the beam, had every one of them been previously taken away. Otherwise all these would have been burnt, as we believe, even as a painted cloth was burnt which hung in the place of this beam. But what would it have been had the church been curtained? When, therefore, we had assured ourselves that the fire had in no place penetrated the shrine, by carefully inspecting the chinks and crannies, if there were any, and had perceived that all was cold, our grief in a great measure abated. But all at once some of our brethren cried out with a great wailing, that the cup of St. Edmund had been burnt, and when many of us were searching here and there for the stones and plates among the coals and cinders, they drew forth the cup entirely uninjured, lying in the middle of the great charred timbers, which were then put out, and found the same wrapped up in linen cloth, half burnt. But the oaken box in which the cup was usually placed had been burnt to ashes, and only the iron bands and iron lock were found. When we saw this miracle, we all wept for joy. Now, as we observed that the greater part of the front of the shrine was stripped off, and abhorring the disgraceful circumstances of the fire, after a general consultation we sent for a goldsmith, and caused the metal plates to be joined together and fixed to the shrine without the least delay, to avoid the scandal of the matter. We also caused all traces of the fire to be covered over with wax, or in some other way. But the evangelist testifies that there is nothing covered which shall not be revealed. For some pilgrims came very early in the morning to make their offerings, who could have perceived nothing of the sort. Nevertheless, certain of them, peering about, inquired where was the fire that they had heard had been about the shrine. And since it could not be entirely concealed, it was answered to those inquirers that a candle had fallen down, and that 3 napkins had been burnt, and that by the heat of the fire some of the stonework in front of the shrine had been destroyed. Yet for all this there went forth a lying rumour that the head of the saint had been burnt. Some indeed contented themselves with saying that the hair only was singed, but afterwards, the truth being known, the mouth of them that spake the lies was stopped. All these things came to pass by God's providence, in order that the places round about the shrine of his saint should be more decently kept, and that the purpose of the Lord Abbot should be sooner and without delay carried into execution, which was, that the shrine itself, together with the body of the holy martyr, should be placed with greater security and with more pomp in a more dignified position. For, before this aforesaid mishap occurred, the cresting of the shrine was half finished, and the marble blocks whereon the shrine was to be elevated and was to rest were for the most part ready and polished. The abbot, who at this time was absent, was exceedingly grieved at these reports, and he on his return home, going into the chapter house, declared that these and the like, nay, much greater perils might befall us for our sins, more especially for our grumbling about our meat and drink, in a certain measure turning the blame upon the whole body of the convent rather than upon the avarice and carelessness of the keepers of the shrine, to the intent that he might induce us to abstain from our pittances for at least 1 year, and to apply for at least 1 year the rents of the pittancy, for the purpose of repairing the front of the shrine with pure gold. He himself first showed us an example of the liberality by giving all the treasure of gold he possessed, namely 15 gold rings worth, as it was believed 60 marks, in our presence, towards the reparation of the shrine. We, on the other hand, all agreed to give our pittancy for such purpose, but our resolution was afterwards altered, by the sacrist saying that St. Edmund's could very well repair his shrine without such assistance. At this time there came a man of great account, but who he was I know not, that related to the abbot a vision he had seen, whereat he himself was much moved. Indeed, he related the same in full chapter, with a very bitter speech. It is indeed true, he said, that a certain great man has seen a vision, to wit, that he saw the holy martyr St. Edmund lie outside his shrine, and with groans say that he was despoiled of his clothes, and was wasted away by hunger and thirst, and that his churchyard and the courts of his church were negligently kept. The dream the abbot expounded to us all publicly, laying the blame upon us in this fashion. St. Edmund alleges that he is naked, because you defraud the naked poor of your old clothes, and because you give with reluctance what you are bound to give them, and it is the same with your meat and drink. Moreover, the idleness and negligence of the sacrist and his associates are apparent from the recent misfortune by fire which has taken place between the shrine and the altar. On hearing this, the convent was very sorrowful, and after chapter several of the brethren met together and interpreted the dream after this fashion. We, they said, are the naked members of St. Edmund, and the convent is his naked body, for we are despoiled of our ancient customs and privileges. The abbot has everything, the chamberlainship, the sacristy, the cellary, while we perish of hunger and thirst, because we have not had our victuals, save by the clerk of the abbot and by his ministration. If the keepers of the shrine have been negligent, let the abbot lay it to his own charge, for it was he who appointed such careless fellows. In such wise spoke many in the convent. But when this interpretation of the dream was communicated to the abbot, in the forest of Harlow, on his way from London, he was very wroth, and was troubled in mind, and made answer, "They will wrest that dream against me, will they? By the face of God! So soon as I reach home, I will restore them the customs that they say are theirs. I will withdraw my clerk from the cellary, and will leave them to themselves, and I shall see the fruits of their wisdom at the end of the year. This year I have been residing at home, and I have caused their cellary to be managed without incurring debt, and this is the way in which they render me thanks." On the abbot's return home, having it in purpose to translate the blessed martyr, he humbled himself before God and man, meditating within himself on how he might reform himself, and make himself at peace with all men, especially with his own convent. Therefore, sitting in chapter, he commanded that a cellarer and a sub-cellarer should be chosen by our common assent, and withdrew his own clerk, saying that whatsoever he had done it for our advantage, as he called God and his saints to witness, and justified himself in various ways. Hear, O heaven, the things I speak. Give ear, O earth, to what Abbot Sampson did. The feast of St. Edmund now approaching, the marble blocks were polished, and everything made ready for the elevation of the shrine. The feast day having therefore been kept on a Friday, a 3 days' fast was proclaimed on the following Sunday to the people, and the occasion of the fast was publicly explained. The abbot also announced to the convent that they should prepare themselves for transferring the shrine, and placing it upon the high altar, until the mason's work was finished, and he appointed the time and the manner for doing this work. When we had that night come to matins, there stood the great shrine upon the altar, empty within, adorned with white doe-skins above, below, and round about, which were fixed to the wood by silver nails. But one panel stood below, by a column of the church, and the sacred body still lay in its accustomed place. Lauds having been sung, we all proceeded to take our disciplines. This being performed, the Lord Abbot and those with him vested themselves in albs, and approaching reverently, as it was fit they should, they hastened to uncover the coffin. First there was an outer cloth of linen, overwrapping the coffin and all. This was found tied on the upper side with strings of its own. Within this was a cloth of silk, and then another of linen cloth, and then a third. And so at last the coffin was uncovered, standing upon a tray of wood, that the bottom of it might not be injured by the stone. Affixed to the outside, over the breast of the martyr, lay an angel of gold, about the length of a man's foot, holding in one hand a golden sword, and in the other a banner. Underneath it there was a hole in the lid of the coffin, where the ancient custodians of the martyr had been wont to lay their hands for the purpose of touching the sacred body, and over the figure of the angel was this verse inscribed: Matrius ecce zoma servant Michaelis angelma. Behold the martyr's body St. Michael's image keeps. At the two heads of the coffin were iron rings, as there used to be on Danish chests. So raising up the coffin with the body, they carried it to the altar, and I lent thereto my sinful hand to help in carrying it, although the abbot had strictly commanded that no one should approach unless he was called. The coffin was placed within the shrine, and the panel was put thereon and fastened down. Now we all began to think that the abbot would exhibit the coffin to the people on the octave of the feast, and would replace the sacred body before all of us. But we were sadly deceived, as the sequel will show, for on Wednesday, while the convent was singing Compline, the abbot spoke with the sacrist and Walter the physician, and it was resolved that 12 brethren should be appointed, who were strong enough to carry the panels of the shrine, and skilful in fixing and unfixing them. The abbot then said that it had been the object of his prayers to see his patron saint, and that he wished to join with him the sacrist and Walter the physician when he looked upon him. And there were also nominated the abbot's 2 chaplains, the 2 keepers of the shrine, and the 2 keepers of the vestry, with 6 others: Hugh the sacrist, Walter the physician, Augustine, William of Dis, Robert, and Richard. The convent being all asleep, these 12 vested themselves in albs, and drawing the coffin out of the shrine, carried and placed it upon a table near where the shrine used to be, and commenced unfastening the lid, which was joined and fixed to the coffin with 16 very long iron nails. When, with considerable difficulty, they had performed this, all were ordered to go further away, except the 2 forenamed associates. Now the coffin was so filled with the sacred body, both in length and width, that even a needle could hardly be put between the head and the wood, or between the feet and the wood. The head lay united to the body, somewhat raised by a small pillow. The abbot, looking attentively, next found a silk cloth veiling the whole body, and then a linen cloth of wondrous whiteness, and upon the head a small linen cloth, and after that another small and very fine silken cloth, as if it had been the veil of some nun. Lastly, they discovered the body wound round with a linen cloth, and then it was that all the lineaments of the saint's body were laid open to view. At this point the abbot stopped, saying he durst not proceed further, or view the holy body naked. Taking the head between his hands, he sighed and spoke thus: Glorious martyr, St. Edmund, blessed be the hour wherein thou wast born. Glorious martyr, turn not my boldness to perdition, for that I, miserable sinner, do touch thee, for thou knowest my devotion and my intention. And proceeding, he touched the eyes and the nose, which was very massive and prominent. Then he touched the breast and arms, and raising the left arm, he touched the fingers, and placed his own fingers between the fingers of the saint. Proceeding further, he found the feet standing stiff up, like the feet of a man who had died that day, and he touched the toes, in touching counting them. It was then proposed that the other brethren should be called forward, in order that they might see these wonders, And 6 being thus called approached, and also 6 other brethren with them, who had stolen in without the abbot's assent, and saw the saint's body, namely, Walter of St. Albans, Hugh the infirmary, Gilbert, brother of the prior, Richard of Hinging, Jossel the cellarer, and Thurston the little, who alone put forth his hand and touched the feet and knees of the saint, and the Most High so ordering it, that there might be abundance of witnesses, one of our brethren, John of Dis, sitting upon the roof of the church with the servants of the vestry, saw all these things plainly enough. All this being done, the lid was fastened down on the coffin with the same number of nails, and in like manner as before, the martyr being covered up with the same cloths and in the same order as he was when first discovered. Finally, the coffin was placed in the accustomed place, where there was put upon the coffin, near to the angel, a certain silken bag, wherein was deposited a schedule written in English, containing certain salutations of Alwyn the monk, as is believed, which schedule was found close by the golden angel when the coffin was uncovered. By the abbot's order, there was forthwith written another short memorandum, also deposited in the same bag, in the following form of words: In the year of the incarnation of our Lord, 1198, the abbot Samson, upon the impulse of devotion, saw and touched the body of St. Edmund, on the night after the feast of St. Catherine, these being witnesses, and thereto were subscribed the names of the 18 monks. The brethren also wound the whole coffin up in a suitable linen cloth, and over the same placed a new and valuable silken cloth, which Hubert, Archbishop of Canterbury, had offered at the shrine that very year, and they placed lengthwise a certain linen cloth doubled under it and next to the stone, to prevent the coffin or the tray whereon it stood from being injured by the stone. Afterwards the panels were brought forth and properly joined together on the shrine. When the convent assembled to sing matins, and understood what had been done, all those who had not seen these things were very sorrowful, saying among themselves, "We have been sadly deceived." However, after matins had been sung, the abbot called the convent to the high altar, and briefly recounting what had been done, alleged that he ought not to call, and could not call, all of them to be present on such occasion. Hearing this, with tears we sang Te Deum Laudamus, and hastened to ring the bells in the choir. On the 4th day after, the abbot deposed the keepers of the shrine and the keeper of St. Botolph, appointing new ones, and establishing rules, so that the holy places should be more carefully and diligently kept. He also caused the great altar, which heretofore was hollow, and wherein many things were irreverently stowed away, and that space which was between the shrine and the altar, to be made solid with stone and cement, so that no danger from the fire could arise by the negligence of the keepers, as had already been the case, according to the saying of the wise man, who said, "Happy is he who learns caution from the danger of others." End of The Shrine of St. Edmund by Jocelyn of Brakelond. Read for LibriVox.org by Melanie T.
Stirring Times in Austria, an essay by Mark Twain, part 1 of 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. And now, Stirring Times in Austria, part 1 of 2. The Government in the Frying Pan. Here in Vienna, in these closing days of 1897, one's blood gets no chance to stagnate. The atmosphere is brimful of political electricity. All conversation is political. Every man is a battery with brushes overworn, and gives out blue sparks when you set him going on the common topic. Everybody has an opinion, and lets you have it frank and hot, and out of this multitude of counsel you get merely confusion and despair, for no one really understands this political situation, or can tell you what is going to be the outcome of it. Things have happened here recently which would set any country but Austria on fire from end to end and upset the government to a certainty. But no one feels confident that such results will follow here. Here, apparently, one must wait and see what will happen. Then he will know, and not before. Guessing is idle. Guessing cannot help the matter. This is what the wise tell you. They all say it. They say it every day, and it is the sole detail upon which they all agree. There is some approach to agreement on another point, that there will be no revolution. Men say, look at our history. Revolutions have not been in our line, and look at our political map. Its construction is unfavorable to an organized uprising, and without unity, what could a revolt accomplish? It is disunion which has held our empire together for centuries, and what it has done in the past, it may continue to do now and in the future. The most intelligible sketch I have encountered of this unintelligible arrangement of things was contributed to the Traveller's Record by Mr. Forrest Morgan of Hartford 3 years ago. He says, the Austro-Hungarian monarchy is the patchwork quilt, the midway plaisance, the national chain gang of Europe, a state that is not a nation, but a collection of nations, some with national memories and aspirations, and others without. Some occupying distinct provinces, almost purely as their own, and others mixed with alien races, but each with a different language, and each mostly holding the others foreigners as much as if the link of a common government did not exist. Only one of its races even now comprises so much as 1/4 of the whole, and not another so much as 1/6. And each has remained for ages as unchanged in isolation, however mingled together in locality, as globules of oil in water. There is nothing else in the modern world that is nearly like it, though there have been plenty in past ages. It seems unreal and impossible, even though we know it is true. It violates all our feelings as to what a country should be in order to have a right to exist. And it seems as though it was too ramshackle to go on holding together any length of time. Yet it has survived, much in its present shape, 2 centuries of storms that have swept perfectly unified countries from existence, and others that have brought it to the verge of ruin. It has survived formidable European coalitions to dismember it, and has steadily gained force after each, forever changing in its exact makeup, losing in the West, but gaining in the East. The changes leave the structure as firm as ever, like the dropping off and adding on of logs in a raft, its mechanical union of pieces showing all the vitality of genuine national life." That seems to confirm and justify the prevalent Austrian faith that in this confusion of unrelated and irreconcilable elements, this condition of incurable disunion, there is strength for the government. Nearly every day someone explains to me that a revolution would not succeed here. It couldn't, you know. Broadly speaking, all the nations in the empire hate the government, but they all hate each other too, and with devoted and enthusiastic bitterness. No 2 of them can combine. The nation that arises must rise alone, and the others would joyfully join the government against her. And she would have just a fly's chance against a combination of spiders. This government is entirely independent. It can go its own road and do as it pleases. It has nothing to fear. In countries like England and America, where there is one tongue and the public interests are common, the government must take account of public opinion. But in Austria-Hungary, there are 19 public opinions, 1 for each state. No, 2 or 3 for each state, since there are 2 or 3 nationalities in each. A government cannot satisfy all these public opinions. It can only go through the motions of trying. This government does that. It goes through the motions, and they do not succeed. But that does not worry the government much. The next man will give you some further information. The government has a policy, a wise one, and sticks steadily to it. This policy is tranquility. Keep this hive of excitable nations as quiet as possible. Encourage them to amuse themselves with things less inflammatory than politics. To this end, it furnishes them an abundance of Catholic priests to teach them to be docile and obedient, and to be diligent in acquiring ignorance about things here below, and knowledge about the kingdom of heaven, to whose historic delights they are going to add to the charm of their society by and by. And further, to the same end, it cools off the newspapers every morning at 5 o'clock, whenever warm events are happening. There is a censor of the press, and apparently he is always on duty and hard at work. A copy of each morning paper is brought to him at 5 o'clock. His official wagons wait at the doors of the newspaper office and scud to him with the first copies that come off the press. His company of assistants read every line in these newspapers and mark everything which seems to have a dangerous look. Then he passes final judgment on those markings. Two things conspire to give the results a capricious and unbalanced look. His assistants have diversified notions as to what is dangerous and what isn't. He can't get time to examine their criticisms in much detail, and so sometimes the very same matter which is suppressed in one paper fails to be damned in another one, and gets published in full feather and unmodified. Then the paper in which it was suppressed blandly copies the forbidden matter into its evening edition, provokingly giving credit and detailing all the circumstances in courteous and inoffensive language. And of course the censor cannot say a word. Sometimes the censor sucks all the blood out of a newspaper and leaves it colorless and inane. Sometimes he leaves it undisturbed and lets it talk out its opinions with a frankness and vigor hardly to be surpassed, I think, in the journals of any country. Apparently the censor sometimes revises his verdicts upon second thought, for several times lately he has suppressed journals after the issue and partial distribution. The distributed copies are then sent for by the censor and destroyed. I have 2 of these, but at the time they were sent for, I could not remember what I had done with them. If the censor did his work before the morning edition was printed, he would be less of an inconvenience than he is. But of course the papers cannot wait many minutes after 5 o'clock to get his verdict. They might as well go out of business as do that, so they print and take their chances. Then if they get caught by a suppression, they must strike out the condemned matter and print the edition over again. This delays the issue several hours and is expensive besides. The government gets the suppressed edition for nothing. If it bought it, that would be joyful and would give great satisfaction. Also, the edition would be larger. Some of the papers do not replace the condemned paragraphs with other matter. They merely snatch them out and leave blanks behind. Mourning blanks marked confiscated. The government discourages the dissemination of newspaper information in other ways. For instance, it does not allow newspapers to be sold on the streets. Therefore, the newsboy is unknown in Vienna, and there is a stamp duty of nearly a cent upon each copy of a newspaper's issue. Every American paper that reaches me has a stamp on it, which has been pasted there in the post office or downstairs in the hotel office. But no matter who put it there, I have to pay for it, and that is the main thing. Sometimes friends send me so many papers that it takes all I can earn that week to keep this government going. I must take passing notice of another point in the government's measures for maintaining tranquility. Everybody says it does not like to see any individual attain to commanding influence in the country, since such a man could become a disturber and inconvenience. We have as much talent as the other nations, says the citizen, resignedly and without bitterness, but for the sake of the general good of the country we are discouraged from making it over conspicuous and not only discouraged, but tactfully and skillfully prevented from doing it if we show too much persistence. Consequently, we have no renowned men. In centuries, we have seldom produced one, that is, seldom allowed one to produce himself. We can say today what no other nation of first importance in the family of Christian civilizations can say, that there exists no Austrian who has made an enduring name for himself which is familiar all around the globe. Another helper toward tranquility is the army. It is as pervasive as the atmosphere. It is everywhere. All the mentioned creators, promoters, and preservers of the public tranquility do their several shares in the quieting work. They make a restful and comfortable serenity and reposefulness. This is disturbed sometimes for a little while. A mob assembles to protest against something. It gets noisy, noisier, still noisier, finally too noisy. Then the pervasive soldiery come charging down upon it, and in a few minutes all is quiet again. There is no mob. There is a constitution, and there is a parliament. The House draws its members of 425 deputies from the 19 or 20 states heretofore mentioned. These men represent peoples who speak 11 languages. That means 11 distinct varieties of jealousies, hostilities, and warring interests. This could be expected to furnish forth a parliament of a pretty unharmonious sort, and make legislation difficult at times, and it does that. The parliament is split up into many parties: the clericals, the progressists, the German nationalists, the young Czechs, the social democrats, the Christian socialists, and some others, and it is difficult to keep up working combinations among them. They prefer to fight apart sometimes. The recent troubles have grown out of Count Bedini's necessities. He could not carry on his government without a majority vote in the House at his back, and in order to secure it, he has had to make a trade of some sort. He has made it with the Czechs, the Bohemians. The terms were not easy for him. He must pass a bill making the Czech tongue the official language in Bohemia in place of the German. This created a storm. All the Germans in Austria were incensed. In numbers, they formed but a fourth part of the empire's population, but they urged that the country's public business should be conducted in one common tongue, and that tongue a world language, which German is. However, Bedini secured his majority. The German element in Parliament was apparently become helpless. The Czech deputies were exultant. Then the music began. Bedini's voyage, instead of being smooth, was disappointingly rough from the start. The government must get the Ausgleich through. It must not fail. Bedini's majority was ready to carry it through, but the minority was determined to obstruct it and delay it until the obnoxious Czech language measure could be shelved. The Ausgleich is an adjustment, arrangement, or settlement, which holds Austria and Hungary together. It dates from 1867 and has to be renewed every 10 years. It establishes the share which Hungary must pay toward the expenses of the imperial government. Hungary is a kingdom, the Emperor of Austria is its king, and it has its own parliament and governmental machinery, but it has no foreign office, and it has no army. At least, its army is a part of the imperial army, is paid out of the imperial treasury, and is under the control of the imperial war office. The 10-year arrangement was due a year ago, but failed to connect, at least completely. A year's compromise was arranged. A new arrangement must be effected before the last day of this year. Otherwise, the two countries become separate entities. The emperor would still be King of Hungary, that is, king of an independent foreign country. There would be Hungarian custom houses on the Austrian frontier, and there would be a Hungarian army and a Hungarian foreign office. Both countries would be weakened by this. Both would suffer damage. The opposition in the House, although in the minority, had a good weapon to fight with in the pending Ausgleich. If it could delay the Ausgleich a few weeks, the government would doubtless have to withdraw the hated language bill or lose Hungary. The opposition began its fight. Its arms were the rules of the House. It was soon manifest that by applying these rules ingeniously, it could make the majority helpless, and keep it so as long as it pleased. It could shut off business every now and then with a motion to adjourn. It could require the ayes and noes on the motion, and use up 30 minutes on that detail. It could call for the reading and verification of the minutes of the preceding meeting, and use up half a day in that way. It could require that several of its members be entered upon the list of permitted speakers previously to the opening of a sitting, and as there is no time limit, further delays could thus be accomplished. These were all lawful weapons, and the men of the opposition, technically called the left, were within their rights in using them. They used them to such dire purpose that all parliamentary business was paralyzed. The right, the government side, could accomplish nothing. Then it had a saving idea. The idea was a curious one. It was to have the president and the vice presidents of the parliament trample the rules underfoot upon occasion. This for a profoundly embittered minority constructed out of fire and gun cotton. It was time for idle strangers to go and ask leave to look down out of a gallery and see what would be the result of it. Part 2. A memorable sitting. And now took place that memorable sitting of the House which broke 2 records. It lasted the best part of 2 days and a night, surpassing by half an hour the longest sitting known to the world's previous parliamentary history, and breaking the long speech record with Dr. Lecher's 12-hour effort, the longest flow of unbroken talk that ever came out of one mouth since the world began. At 8:45 on the evening of the 28th of October, when the House had been sitting for a few minutes short of 10 hours, Dr. Lecher was granted the floor. It was a good place for theatrical effects. I think that no other Senate House is so shapely as this one, or so richly and showily decorated. Its plan is that of an opera house. Up toward the straight side of it, the stage side, rise a couple of terraces of desks for the ministry and the official clerks or secretaries. Terraces 30 feet long, and each supporting about half a dozen desks with spaces between them. Above these is the president's terrace against the wall. Along it are distributed the proper accommodations for the presiding officer and his assistants. The wall is of richly colored marble, highly polished. Its paneled sweep relieved by fluted columns and pilasters of distinguished grace and dignity, which glow softly and frostily in the electric light. Around the spacious half-circle of the floor bends the great 2-storied curve of the boxes, its frontage elaborately ornamented and sumptuously gilded. On the floor of the House, the 425 desks radiate fanwise from the president's tribune. The galleries are crowded on this particular evening, for word has gone about that the Ausgleich is before the House, that the president, Ritter von Abrahamowitz, has been throttling the rules, the opposition are in an inflammable state in consequence, and that the night session is likely to be of an exciting sort. The gallery guests are fashionably dressed, and the finery of the women makes a bright and pretty show under the strong electric light. But down on the floor there is no costumery. The deputies are dressed in day clothes. Some of the clothes neat and trim, others not. There may be 3 members in evening dress, but not more. There are several Catholic priests in their long black gowns, and with crucifixes hanging from their necks. No member wears his hat. One may see by these details that the aspects are not those of an evening sitting of an English House of Commons, but rather those of a sitting of our House of Representatives. In his high place sits the President Abrahamowitz, object of the opposition's limitless hatred. He is sunk back into the depths of his armchair and has his chin down. He brings the ends of his spread fingers together in front of his breast and reflectively taps them together with the air of one who would like to begin business, but must wait and be as patient as he can. It makes you think of Richelieu. Now and then he swings his head up to the left or to the right and answers something which someone has bent down to say to him. Then he taps his fingers again. He looks tired and maybe a trifle harassed. He is a gray-haired, long, slender man with colorless, long face, which in repose suggests a death mask, but when not in repose is tossed and rumpled by a turbulent smile which washes this way and that and is not easy to keep up with. A pious smile, a holy smile, a saintly smile, a deprecating smile, a beseeching and supplicating smile, and when it is at work the large mouth opens and the flexible lips crumble and unfold and crumple again and move around in a genial, persuasive, and angelic way, and expose large glimpses of the teeth, and that interrupts the sacredness of the smile and gives it momentarily a mixed worldly and political and satanic cast. It is a most interesting face to watch. And then the long hands and the body, they furnish great and frequent help to the face in the business of adding to the force of the statesman's words. To change the tense, at the time of which I have just been speaking, the crowd in the galleries were gazing at the stage and the pit with rapt interest and expectancy. One half of the great fan of desks was in effect empty, vacant, and the other half, several hundred members, were bunched and jammed together as solidly as the bristles in a brush, and they also were waiting and expecting. Presently the chair delivered this utterance: "Dr. Lecher has the floor." Then burst out such another wild and frantic and deafening clamor as has not been heard on this planet since the last time the Comanches surprised a white settlement at midnight. Yells from the left, counter yells from the right, explosions of yells from all sides at once, and all the air sawed and pawed and clawed and cloven by a writhing confusion of gesturing arms and hands. Out of the midst of this thunder and turmoil and tempest rose Dr. Lecher, serene and collected, and the providential length of him enabled his head to show out above it. He began his 12-hour speech. At any rate, his lips could be seen to move, and that was evidence. On high sat the president imploring order, with his long hands put together as in prayer, and his lips visibly but not hearably speaking. At intervals he grasped his bell and swung it up and down with vigor, adding its keen clamor to the storm weltering there below. Dr. Lecher went on with his pantomime speech, contented, untroubled. Here and there, and now and then, powerful voices burst out above the din, and delivered an ejaculation that was heard. Then the din ceased for a moment or two, and gave opportunity to hear what the chair might answer. Then the noise broke out again. Apparently the president was being charged with all sorts of illegal exercises of power in the interest of the right, the government side. Among these, with arbitrarily closing an order of business before it was finished, with an unfair distribution of the right to the floor, with refusal of the floor, upon quibble and protest, to members entitled to it, with stopping a speaker's speech upon quibble and protest, and with other transgressions of the rules of the House. One of the interrupters who made himself heard was a young fellow of slight build and neat dress, who stood a little apart from the solid crowd and leaned negligently, with folded arms and feet crossed, against a desk. Trim and handsome, strong face and thin features, black hair roughed up, parsimonious mustache, resonant great voice of good tone and pitch. It is Wolfe, capable and hospitable with sword and pistol, fighter of the recent duel with Count Baldini, the head of the government, He shot Bedini through the arm, and then walked over in the politest way and inspected his game, shook hands, expressed regret, and all that. Out of him came early this thundering peal, audible above the storm. "I demand the floor. I wish to offer a motion." In the sudden lull which followed, the President answered, "Dr. Lecher has the floor." Wolf, "I move the close of the sitting." The President, "Representative Lecher has the floor." A stormy outburst from the left, that is, the opposition. Wolf, "I demand the floor for the introduction of a formal motion." "Mr. President, are you going to grant it or not?" There was a crash of approval on the left. "I will keep on demanding the floor till I get it." The President, "I call Representative Wolf to order. Dr. Lecher has the floor." Wolf, "Mr. President, are you going to observe the rules of this House?" A tempest of applause and confused ejaculations from the left, a boom and roar which long endured and stopped all business for the time being. Dr. von Pessler, "By the rules, motions are in order, and the chair must put them to the vote." For answer, the President, who is a Pole, I make this remark in passing, began to jangle his bell with energy at the moment that wild pandemonium of voices burst out again. Wolf, hearable above the storm, "Mr. President, I demand the floor. We intend to find out here and now which is the hardest, a Pole's skull or a German's." This brought out a perfect cyclone of satisfaction from the left. In the midst of it, someone again moved an adjournment. The President blandly answered that Dr. Lecher had the floor, which was true, and he was speaking, too, calmly, earnestly, and argumentatively, and the official stenographers had left their places and were at his elbows taking down his words, he leaning and orating into their ears, a most curious and interesting scene. Dr. von Pessler to the chair, "Do not drive us to extremities." The tempest burst out again, yells of approval from the left, catcalls and ironical laughter from the right. At this point a new and most effective noisemaker was pressed into service. Each desk has an extension consisting of a removable board 18 inches long, 6 wide, and a ½ inch thick. A member pulled one of these out and began to belabor the top of his desk with it. Instantly the other members followed suit, and perhaps you can imagine the result. Of all conceivable rackets, it is the most ear-splitting, intolerable, and altogether fiendish. The persecuted President leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, clasped his hands in his lap, and a look of pathetic resignation crept over his long face. It is the way a country schoolmaster used to look in days long past, when he had refused his school a holiday and it had risen against him in ill-mannered riot and violence and insurrection. Twice a motion to adjourn had been offered, a motion always in order in other houses, and doubtless so in this one also. The President had refused to put these motions. By consequence, he was not in a pleasant place now, and was having a right hard time. Votes upon motions, whether carried or defeated, could make endless delay and postpone the Ausgleich to the next century. In the midst of these sorrowful circumstances, in this hurricane of yells and screams and satanic clatter of desk boards, Representative Dr. Kronewetter unfeelingly reminds the chair that a motion has been offered, and adds, "Say yes or no. What do you sit there for and give no answer?" The President, "After I have given a speaker the floor, I cannot give it to another. After Dr. Lecher is through, I will put your motion." Storm of indignation from the left. Wolf to the chair, "Thunder and lightning! Look at the rule governing the case." Kronewetter, "I move the close of the sitting, and I demand the ayes and noes." Dr. Lecher, "Mr. President, have I the floor?" The President, "You have the floor." Wolf To the chair, in a stentorian voice which cleaves its way through the storm, "It is by such brutalities as these that you drive us to extremities. Are you waiting till some one shall throw into your face the word that shall describe what you are bringing about?" A tempest of insulted fury from the right. "Is that what you are waiting for, old greyhead?" Long continued clatter of desk boards from the left, with shouts of "The vote! The vote!" An ironical shout from the right, "Wolf is boss!" Wolf keeps demanding the floor for his motion. At length, the President: "I call Representative Wolf to order. Your conduct is unheard of, sir. You forget that you are in Parliament. You must remember where you are, sir." Applause from the right. Dr. Lecker is still peacefully speaking, the stenographers listening at his lips. Wolf, banging on his chair with his desk board: "I demand the floor for my motion. I won't stand this trampling of the rules underfoot. No, not if I die for it. I will never yield. You have got to stop me by force. Have I the floor?" The President: "Representative Wolf, what kind of behavior is this? I call you to order again. You should have some regard for your dignity." Dr. Lecker speaks on. Wolf turns upon him with an offensive innuendo. Dr. Lecker: "Mr. Wolf, I beg you to refrain from that sort of suggestions." A storm of hand clapping comes from the right. This was applause from the enemy, for Lecker himself, like Wolf, was an obstructionist. Wolf growls to Lecker: "You can scribble that applause in your album." The President: "Once more I call Representative Wolf to order. Do not forget that you are a representative, sir." Wolf, slam banging with his desk board: "I will force this matter. Are you going to grant me the floor or not?" And still the sergeant of arms did not appear. It was because there wasn't any. It is a curious thing, but the chair has no effectual means of compelling order. After some more interruptions, Wolf, banging with his board: "I demand the floor. I will not yield." The President: "I have no recourse against Representative Wolf. In the presence of behavior like this, it is to be regretted that such is the case." A shout from the right: "Throw him out!" It is true he had no effective recourse. He had an official called an ordner, whose help he could invoke in desperate cases. But apparently the ordner is only a persuader, not a compeller. Apparently he is a sergeant at arms who is not loaded, a good enough gun to look at, but not valuable for business. For another 20 or 30 minutes Wolf ran on, banging with his board and demanding his rights. Then at last the weary President threatened to summon the dread order maker. But both his manner and words were reluctant. Evidently it grieved him to have to resort to this dire extremity. He said to Wolf: "If this goes on, I shall feel obliged to summon the ordner and beg him to restore order in the house." Wolf: "I'd like to see you do it. Suppose you fetch a few policemen, too." There's a great tumult. "Are you going to put my motion to adjourn or not?" Dr. Lecker continues his speech. Wolf accompanies him with his board clatter. The President dispatches the ordner, Dr. Lang, himself a deputy, on his order restoring mission. Wolf, with his board uplifted for defense, confronts the ordner with a remark which Boss Tweed might have translated into, "Now let's see what you're going to do about it." Noise and tumult all over the house. Wolf stands upon his rights and says he will maintain them till he is killed in his tracks. He then resumes his banging. The President jangles his bell and begs for order, and the rest of the house augments the racket as best it can. Wolf: "I require an adjournment because I find myself personally threatened." Laughter comes from the right. "Not that I fear for myself. I am only anxious about what will happen to the man who touches me." The ordner: "I am not going to fight with you." Nothing came of the efforts of the angel of peace, and he presently melted out of the scene and disappeared. Wolf went on with his noise and with his demands that he be granted the floor, resting his board at intervals to discharge criticism and epithets at the chair. Once he reminded the chairman of his violated promise to grant him, Wolf, the floor, and said, "Whence I came, we call promise breakers rascals," and he advised the chairman to take his conscience to bed with him and use it as a pillow. Another time he said that the chair was making itself ridiculous before all Europe. In fact, some of Wolf's language was almost unparliamentary. By and by he struck the idea of beating out a tune with his board. Later he decided to stop asking for the floor and to confer it upon himself. And so he and Dr. Lecher now spoke at the same time, and mingling their speeches with the other noises, and nobody heard either of them. Wolf rested himself now and then from speech-making by reading, in his clarion voice, from a pamphlet. I will explain that Dr. Lecher was not making a 12-hour speech for pastime, but for an important purpose. It was the government's intention to push the Ausgleich through its parliamentary stages in one sitting, for which it was the order of the day, and then by vote refer it to a select committee. It was the majority's scheme, as charged by the opposition, to drown debate upon the bill by pure noise, and drown it out and stop it. The debate being thus ended, the vote upon the reference would follow with a victory for the government, but in the government's calculations had not entered the possibility of a single-barreled speech which could occupy the entire time limit of the sitting, and also get itself delivered in spite of all the noise. Goliath was not expecting David, but David was there, and during 12 hours he tranquilly pulled statistical, historical, and argumentative pebbles out of his script and slung them at the giant. And when he was done, he was victor, and the day was saved. In the English House, an obstructionist has held the floor with Bible readings and other outside matters, but Dr. Lecher could not have that restful and recuperative privilege. He must confine himself strictly to the subject before the House. More than once, when the president could not hear him because of the general tumult, he sent persons to listen and report as to whether the orator was speaking to the subject or not. The subject was a peculiarly difficult one, and it would have troubled any other deputy to stick to it 3 hours without exhausting his ammunition, because it required a vast and intimate knowledge, detailed and particularized knowledge, of the commercial, railroading, financial, and international banking relations existing between two great sovereignties, Hungary and the Empire. But Dr. Lecher is president of the Board of Trade of his city of Brunn, and was master of the situation. His speech was not formally prepared. He had a few notes jotted down for his guidance. He had his facts in his head. His heart was in his work, and for 12 hours he stood there undisturbed by the clamor around him, and with grace and ease and confidence poured out the riches of his mind in closely reasoned arguments, clothed in eloquent and faultless phrasing. He is a young man of 37. He is tall and well proportioned, and has cultivated and fortified his muscle by mountain climbing. If he were a little handsomer, he would sufficiently reproduce for me the Chauncey Depew of the great New England dinner nights of some years ago. He has Depew's charm of manner and graces of language and delivery. There was but one way for Dr. Lecher to hold the floor. He must stay on his legs. If he should sit down to rest for a minute, the floor would be taken from him by the enemy in the chair. When he had been talking 3 or 4 hours, he himself proposed an adjournment in order that he might get some rest from his wearying labors. But he limited his motion with the condition that if it was lost, he should be allowed to continue his speech, and if it carried, he should have the floor at the next sitting. Wolf was now appeased, and withdrew his 1,000 times offered motion, and Dr. Lecher's was voted upon and lost. So he went on speaking. By 1 o'clock in the morning, excitement and noise-making had tired out nearly everybody but the orator. Gradually the seats on the right underwent depopulation. The occupants had slipped out to the refreshment rooms to eat and drink, or to the corridors to chat. Someone remarked that there was no longer a quorum present, and moved a call of the House. The chair, Vice President Dr. Kremartz, refused to put it to a vote. There was a small dispute over the legality of this ruling, but the chair held its ground. The left remained on the battlefield to support their champion. He went steadily on with his speech, and always it was strong, virile, felicitous, and to the point. He was earning applause, and this enabled his party to turn that fact to account. Now and then they applauded him a couple of minutes on a stretch, and during that time he could stop speaking and rest his voice without having the floor taken from him. At 1:45, a member of the left demanded that Dr. Lecher be allowed recess for rest, and said that the chairman was heartless. Dr. Lecher himself asked for 10 minutes. The chair allowed him 5. Before the time had run out, Dr. Lecher was on his feet again. Wolf burst out again with a motion to adjourn, refused by the chair. Wolf said the whole Parliament wasn't worth a pinch of powder. The chair retorted that this was true in a case where a single member was able to make all parliamentary business impossible. Dr. Lecher continued his speech. The members of the majority went out by detachments from time to time and took naps upon sofas in the reception rooms, and also refreshed themselves with food and drink in quantities nearly unbelievable. But the minority stayed loyally by their champion. Some distinguished deputies of the majority stayed with him too, compelled thereto by admiration of his great performance. When a man has been speaking for 8 hours, is it conceivable that he can still be interesting, still fascinating? When Dr. Lecher had been speaking 8 hours, he was still compactly surrounded by friends who would not leave him, and by foes of all parties who could not. And all hung enchanted and wondering upon his words, and all testified their admiration with constant and cordial outbursts of applause. Surely this was triumph without precedent in history. During the 12-hour effort, friends brought to the orator 3 glasses of wine, 4 cups of coffee, 1 glass of beer, a most stingy reinforcement of his wasting tissues, but the hostile chair would permit no addition to it. But no matter, the chair could not beat that man. He was a garrison holding a fort, and was not to be starved out. When he had been speaking for 8 hours, his pulse was 72. When he had spoken for 12, it was 100. He finished his long speech in these terms, as nearly as a permissibly free translation can convey them. I will now hasten to close my examination of the subject. I conceive that we of the left have made it clear to the honorable gentlemen of the other side of the House that we are stirred by no intemperate enthusiasm for this measure in its present shape. What we require and shall fight for with all lawful weapons is a formal, comprehensive, and definitive solution and settlement of these vexed matters. We desire restoration of the earlier condition of things, the cancellation of all this incapable government's pernicious trades with Hungary, and release from the sorry burden of the Bedini ministry. I voice the hope, I know not if it will be fulfilled, I voice the deep and sincere and patriotic hope that the committee into whose hands this bill will eventually be committed will take its stand upon high ground, and will return the Ausgleich Provisorium to this House in a form which shall make it the protector and promoter alike of the great interests involved in the honor of our fatherland. After a pause, turning toward the government benches, but in any case, gentlemen of the majority, make sure of this: henceforth, as before, you will find us at our post. The Germans of Austria will neither surrender nor die. Then burst a storm of applause, which rose and fell, burst out again and again and again, explosion after explosion, hurricane after hurricane, with no apparent promise of ever coming to an end. And meantime the whole left was surging and weltering about the champion. all bent upon wringing his hand and congratulating him and glorifying him. Finally he got away and went home and ate 5 loaves and 12 baskets of fishes, read the morning papers, slept 3 hours, took a short drive, then returned to the house and set out the rest of the 33-hour session. To merely stand up in one spot 12 hours on a stretch is a feat which very few men could achieve. To add to the task the utterance of 100,000 words would be beyond the possibilities of the most of those few. To superimpose the requirement that the words should be put into the form of a compact, coherent, and symmetrical oration would possibly rule out the rest of the few, bar Dr. Lecher. End of Stirring Times in Austria, by Mark Twain, Part 1 of 2. Stirring Times in Austria, an essay by Mark Twain. This article first appeared in Harper's New Monthly Magazine for March 1898, volume 96. This is part 2 of 2. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 3. Curious Parliamentary Etiquette. In consequence of Dr. Lecher's 12-hour speech and the other obstructions furnished by the minority, the famous 33-hour sitting of the House accomplished nothing. The government side had made a supreme effort, assisting itself with all the helps at hand, both lawful and unlawful, yet had failed to get the Ausgleich into the hands of a committee. This was a severe defeat. The right was mortified, the left was jubilant. Parliament was adjourned for a week to let the members cool off, perhaps a sacrifice of precious time, for but 2 months remained in which to carry out the all-important Ausgleich to a consummation. If I have reported the behavior of the House intelligibly, the reader has been surprised at it, and has wondered whence these lawmakers come and what they are made of, and he has probably supposed that the conduct exhibited in the long sitting was far out of the common, and due to the special excitement and irritation. As to the makeup of the House, it is this: the deputies come from all the walks of life and from all the grades of society. There are princes, counts, barons, priests, peasants, mechanics, laborers, lawyers, judges, physicians, professors, merchants, bakers, shopkeepers. They are all religious men. They are earnest, sincere, devoted, and they hate the Jews. The title of doctor is so common in the House that one may almost say that the deputy who does not bear it is by that reason conspicuous. I am assured that it is not a self-granted title, and not an honorary one, but an earned one, that in Austria it is very seldom conferred as a mere compliment, that in Austria the degrees of Doctor of Music, Doctor of Philosophy, and so on, are not conferred by the seats of learning. And so, when an Austrian is called doctor, it means that he is either a lawyer or a physician, and that he is not a self-educated man, but is college-bred, and has been diplomaed for merit. That answers the question of the constitution of the House. Now as to the House's curious manners. The manners exhibited by this convention of doctors were not at that time being tried as a wholly new experiment. I will go back to a previous sitting in order to show that the deputies had already had some practice. There had been an incident. The dignity of the House had been wounded by improprieties indulged in its presence by a couple of the members. The matter was placed in the hands of a committee to determine where the guilt lay, and the degree of it, and also to suggest the punishment. The chairman of the committee brought in his report. By this it appeared that in the course of his speech, Deputy Schrammel said that religion had no proper place in public schools. It was a private matter. Whereupon Deputy Gregori shouted, How about free love? To this, Deputy Ero flung out this retort: soda water at the Wimberger. This appeared to deeply offend Deputy Gregoric, who shouted back at Ero, "You cowardly bletherskite, say that again." The committee had set for 3 hours. Gregoric had apologized. Ero explained that he didn't say anything about soda water at the Wimberger. He explained in writing, and was very explicit, "I declare upon my word of honor that I did not say the words attributed to me." Unhappily for his word of honor, it was proved by the official stenographers and by the testimony of several deputies that he did say them. The committee did not officially know why the apparently inconsequential reference to soda water at the Wimberger should move Deputy Gregoric to call the utter of it a cowardly bletherskite. Still, after proper deliberation, it was the opinion that the House ought to formally censure the whole business. This verdict seems to have been regarded as sharply severe. I think so because Deputy Dr. Luger, Burgermeister of Vienna, felt it a duty to soften the blow to his friend Gregoric by showing that the soda water remark was not so innocuous as it might look, that indeed Gregoric's tough retort was justifiable, and he proceeded to explain why. He read a number of scandalous postcards which he intimated had proceeded from Ero, as indicated by the handwriting, though they were anonymous. Some of them were posted to Gregoric at his place of business, and could have been read by all his subordinates. The others were posted to Gregoric's wife. Luger did not say, but everyone knew that the cards referred to a matter of town gossip, which made Mr. Gregoric a chief actor in a tavern scene, where siphon squirting played a prominent and humorous part, and wherein women had a share. There were several of the cards, more than several, in fact. No fewer than 5 were sent in one day. Dr. Luger read some of them and described others. Some of them had pictures on them. One, a picture of a hog with a monstrous snout, and beside it a squirting soda siphon. Below it, some sort of sarcastic doggerel. Gregoric deals in shirts, cravats, etc. One of the cards bore these remarks: "Much respected deputy and collar sore," or stealer. Another, "Hurrah for the Christian social work among the women assemblages. Hurrah for the soda squirter." A comment by Dr. Luger: "I cannot venture to read the rest of that one, nor the signature either." Another, "Would you mind telling me if—" Comment by Dr. Luger: "The rest of it is not properly readable." To Deputy Gregoric's wife: "Much respected Madam Gregoric, the undersigned desires an invitation to the next soda squirt." Comment by Dr. Luger: "Neither the rest of the card nor the signature can I venture to read to the House, so vulgar they are." The purpose of this card, to expose Gregoric to his family, was repeated in all of these other anonymous missives. The House, by vote, censured the 2 improper deputies. This may have had a modifying effect upon the phraseology of the membership for a while, and upon its general exuberance also, but it was not for long. As had been seen, it had become lively once more on the night of the long sitting. At the next sitting after the long one, there was certainly no lack of liveliness. The President was persistently ignoring the rules of the House in the interest of the government side, and the minority were in an unappeasable fury about it. The ceaseless din and uproar, the shouting and stamping and desk banging were deafening, but through it all burst voices now and then that made themselves heard. Some of the remarks were of a very candid sort, and I believe that if they had been uttered in our House of Representatives, they would have attracted attention. I will insert some samples here, not in their order, but selected on their merits. Dr. Mayflower to the President: "You have lied. You conceded the floor to me. Make it good, or you have lied." Mr. Glöckner to the President: "Leave. Get out." Wolf, indicating the president, there sits a man to whom a certain title belongs. Unto Wolf, who is continuously reading in a powerful voice from a newspaper, arrive these personal remarks from the majority. Oh, shut your mouth! Put him out! Out with him! Wolf stops reading a moment to shout at Dr. Luger, who has the floor but cannot get a hearing. Please, betrayer of the people, begin. Dr. Luger, meine Herren. Oh ho, and groans come out. Wolf, that's the holy light of the Christian Socialist. Mr. Klotzenbauer, Christian Socialist, damnation, are you ever going to quiet down? Wolf discharges a galling remark at Mr. Wohlmeyer. Wohlmeyer responding, you Jew, you. There is a momentous lull, and Dr. Luger begins his speech. Graceful, handsome man with winning manners and attractive bearing, a bright and easy speaker, and is said to know how to trim his political sails to catch any favoring wind that blows. He manages to say a few words, then the tempest overwhelms him again. Wolf stops reading his paper a moment to say a drastic thing about Luger and his Christian social pieties, which sets the Christian Socialists in a sort of frenzy. Mr. Philolavich, you leave the Christian Socialists alone, you word of honor breaker. Obstruct all you want to, but you leave them alone. You've no business in this house. You belong in a gin mill. Mr. Prochaska, in a lunatic asylum, you mean. Philolavich, it's a pity that such a man should be a leader of the Germans. He disgraces the German name. Dr. Schneider, it's a shame that the like of him should insult us. Strobach to Wolf, contemptible cub, we will bounce thee out of this. It is inferable that the thee is not intended to indicate affection this time, but to reinforce and emphasize Mr. Strobach's scorn. Dr. Scheicher, his insults are of no consequence. He wants his ears boxed. Dr. Luger to Wolf, you'd better worry a trifle over your Iro's word of honor. You are behaving like a street Arab. Dr. Scheicher, it's infamous. Dr. Luger, and these shameless creatures are the leaders of the German People's Party? Meantime, Wolf goes whooping along with his newspaper readings in great contentment. Dr. Petai, shut up, shut up, shut up, you haven't the floor. Strobach, the miserable cub. Dr. Luger to Wolf, raising his voice strenuously above the storm, you are a wholly honorless street brat. A voice, fire the rapscallion out, but Wolf's soul goes marching noisily along just the same. Schönerer, vast and muscular and endowed with the most powerful voice in the Reichsrath, comes plowing down through the standing crowds, red and choking with anger, halts before Deputy Vollmeyer, grabs a rule and smashes it with a blow upon the desk, threatens Vollmeyer's face with his fist, and bellows out some personalities and a promise. Only you wait, we'll teach you. A whirlwind of offensive retorts assails him from the band of the meek and humble Christian Socialists, compacted around their leader, that distinguished religious expert, Dr. Luger, Burgermeister of Vienna. Our breath comes in excited gasps now, and we are full of hope. We imagine that we are back 50 years ago in the Arkansas legislature, and we think we know what is going to happen. And we are glad we came, and glad we are up in the gallery out of the way, where we can see the whole thing and yet not have to supply any of the material for the inquest. However, as it turns out, our confidence is abused. Our hopes are misplaced. Dr. Petai, wildly excited, you quiet down or we shall turn ourselves loose. There will be a cuffing of ears. Prochaska, in a fury, no, not ear boxing, but genuine blows. Philolavich, I would rather take my head off to a Jew than to Wolf. Strobach to Wolf, Jew flunky, Here we have been fighting the Jews for 10 years, and now you're helping them to power again. How much do you get for it? Polanski. What he wants is a straitjacket. Wolf continues his readings. It is a market report now. Remark flung across the house to Schöner. Die Großmutter auf den Misthaufen erzeugt worden. It will be judicious not to translate that. Its flavor is pretty high, in any case, but it becomes particularly gamey when you remember that the first gallery was well stocked with ladies. Apparently it was a great hit. It fetched thunders of joyous enthusiasm out of the Christian socialists, and in their rapture they flung biting epithets with wasteful liberality at special detested members of the opposition. Among others, this one had Schöner, Bordell in der Krügerstrasse. Then they added these words, which they whooped, howled, and even sang in deep-voiced chorus. Schmuel lieb Kuhn, Schmuel lieb Kuhn, Schmuel lieb Kuhn, and made it splendidly audible above the banging of desk boards and the rest of the roaring cyclone of fiendish noises. A gallery witticism comes flitting by from mouth to mouth around the great curve. The swan song of Austrian representative government. You can note its progress by the applause of smiles and nods as it skims along. Kletzenbauer. Holofernes, where is Judith? There's a storm of laughter. Grigorig, the shirt merchant. This Wolf Theater is costing 6,000 florins. Wolf, with sweetness. Notice him, gentlemen. It is Mr. Grigorig. There's laughter. Philolovic to Wolf. You Judas. Schneider. Brothel Knight. Chorus of voices. East German offal tub. And so the war of epithets crashes along with never diminishing energy for a couple of hours. The ladies in the gallery were learning. That was well, for by and by, ladies will form a part of the membership of all the legislatures in the world. As soon as they can prove competency, that will be admitted. At present, men only are competent to legislate. Therefore, they look down upon women, and would feel degraded if they had to have them for colleagues in their high calling. Wolf is yelling another market report now. Guessman. Shut up, you infamous louse brat. During a momentary lull, Dr. Luger gets a hearing for 3 sentences of his speech. They demand and require that the president shall suppress the 4 noisiest members of the opposition. Wolf, with a that settles it toss of the head, the shifty trickster of Vienna has spoken. Ero belonged to Schöner's party. The word of honor incident has given it a new name. Grigorig is a Christian socialist and hero of the postcards and the Wimberger soda squirting incident. He stands vast and conspicuous and conceited and self-satisfied and roosterish and inconsequential at Luger's elbow, and is proud and cocky to be in such great company. He looks very well indeed, really majestic and aware of it. He crows out his little empty remark now and then, and looks as pleased as if he had been delivered of the Ausgleich. Indeed, he does look notably fine. He wears almost the only dress vest on the floor. It exposes a continental spread of white shirt front. His hands are posed at ease in the lips of his trouser pockets. His head is tilted back complacently. He is attitudinizing. He is playing to the gallery. However, they are all doing that. It is curious to see. Men who only vote and can't make speeches and don't know how to invent witty ejaculations wander about the vacant parts of the floor and stop in a good place and strike attitudes suggestive of weighty thought mostly, and glance furtively up in the galleries to see how it works. Or a couple will come together and shake hands in an artificial way and laugh a gay manufactured laugh and do some constrained and self-conscious attitudinizing. And they steal glances at the galleries to see if they are getting notice. It is like a scene on the stage byplay by minor actors at the back while the stars do the great work in the front. Even Count Badini attitudinizes for a moment and strikes a reflective Napoleonic attitude of fine picturesqueness, but soon thinks better of it and desists. There are two who do not attitudize. Poor, harried, and insulted President Abramovitz, who seems to be totally miserable and can find no way to put the dreary time but by swinging his bell and by discharging occasional remarks which nobody can hear, and a resigned and patient priest who sits lonely in a great vacancy on majority territory and munches an apple. Schörner lifts his foghorn of a voice and shakes the roof with an insult discharged at the majority. Dr. Luer, the honorless party would better keep still here. Grigory, the echo welling out of his shirt front. Yes, keep quiet, pimp. Schörner to Luger, political mountebank. Prochaska to Schörner, drunken clown. During the final hour of the sitting, many happy phrases were distributed through the proceedings. Among them were these, and they are strikingly good ones: bletherskite, blackguard, scoundrel, brothel daddy. This last was a contribution of Dr. Gessman, and gave great satisfaction, and deservedly. It seems to me that it was one of the most sparkling things that was said during the whole evening. At 2:30 in the morning the House adjourned. The victory was with the opposition. No, not quite that. The effective part of it was snatched away from them by an unlawful exercise of presidential force. Another contribution toward driving the mistreated minority out of their minds. At other sittings of the Parliament, gentlemen of the opposition, shaking their fist toward the president, addressed him as Polish dog. At one sitting, the angry deputy turned upon a colleague and shouted blank. You must try to imagine what it was. If I should offer it, even the original word would probably not get by the magazine editor's blue pencil. To offer a translation would be to waste my ink. Of course, this remark was frankly printed in its entirety by one of the Vienna dailies, but the others disguised the toughest half of it with stars. If the reader will go back over this chapter and gather its array of extraordinary epithets into a bunch and examine them, he will marvel at two things: how this convention of gentlemen should consent to use such gross terms, and why the users were allowed to get out of the place alive. There is no way to understand this strange situation. If every man in the house were a professional blackguard and had his home in a sailor boarding house, one could still not understand it, for although that sort do use such terms, they never take them. These men are not professional blackguards. They are mainly gentlemen and educated, yet they use these terms and take them, too. They really seem to attach no consequence to them. One cannot say that they act like schoolboys, for that is only almost true, not entirely. Schoolboys blackguarded each other fiercely and by the hour, and one would think that nothing would ever come of it but noise, but that would be a mistake. Up to a certain limit the result would be noise only, but that limit overstepped, trouble would follow right away. There are certain phrases of a peculiar character, phrases of the nature of that reference to Schörner's grandmother, for instance, which not even the most spiritless schoolboy in the English-speaking world would allow to pass unavenged. One difference between schoolboys and the lawmakers of the Reichsrat seemed to be that the lawmakers have no limit, no danger line. Apparently they may call each other whatever they please and go home unmutilated. Now, in fact, they did have a scuffle on 2 occasions, but it was not on account of names called. There has been no scuffle where that was the cause. It is not to be inferred that the House lacks a sense of honor because it lacks delicacy. That would be an error. Evil was caught in a lie, and it profoundly disgraced him. The House cut him, turned its back upon him. He resigned his seat, otherwise he would have been expelled. But it was lenient with Grigory, who had called Ero a cowardly blatherskite in a debate. It merely went through the form of mildly censuring. That did not trouble Grigory. The Viennese say of themselves that they are an easy-going, pleasure-loving community, making the best of life and not taking it very seriously. Nevertheless, they are grieved about the ways of their parliament, and say quite frankly that they are ashamed. They claim that the low condition of Parliament's manners is new, not old. A gentleman who was at the head of the government 20 years ago confirms this, and says that in his time the Parliament was orderly and well behaved. An English gentleman of long residence here endorses this, and says that a low order of politicians originated in the present forms of questionable speech on the stump some years ago, and imported them into the Parliament. However, some day there will be a Minister of Etiquette and Sergeant-at-Arms, and then things will go better. I mean, if Parliament and the Constitution survive the present storm. Section 4. The Historic Climax. During the whole of November, things went from bad to worse. The all-important Ausgleich remained hard aground and could not be sparred off. Badini's government could not withdraw the language ordinance and keep its majority, and the opposition could not be placated on easier terms. One night, while the customary pandemonium was crashing and thundering along at its best, a fight broke out. It was a surging, struggling, shoulder-to-shoulder scramble. A great many blows were struck. Twice Schoenerer lifted one of the heavy ministerial futils, some say with one hand, and threatened members of the majority with it, but it was wrenched away from him. A member hammered Wolf over the head with the president's bell, and another member choked him. A professor was flung down and belabored with fists and choked. He held up an open penknife as a defense against the blows. It was snatched from him and flung to a distance. It hit a peaceful Christian socialist who wasn't doing anything and brought blood from his hand. This was the only blood drawn. The men who got hammered and choked looked sound and well the next day. The fists and the bell were not properly handled, or better results would have been apparent. I am quite sure that the fighters were not in earnest. On Thanksgiving Day, the sitting was a history-making one. On that day, the harried, bedeviled, and despairing government went insane. In order to free itself from the thraldom of the opposition, it committed this curiously juvenile crime. It moved an important change of the rules of the House, forbade debate upon the motion, put it to a stand-up vote instead of ayes and noes, and then gravely claimed that it had been adopted. Whereas to even the dullest witness, if I without modesty may pretend to that place, it was plain that nothing legitimately to be called a vote had been taken at all. I think that Saltpeter never uttered a truer thing than when he said, "Whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad." Evidently the government's mind was tottering when this bald insult to the House was the best way it could contrive for getting out of the frying pan. The episode would have been funny if the matter at stake had been a trifle, but in the circumstances it was pathetic. The usual storm was raging in the House. As usual, many of the majority and most of the minority were standing up to have a better chance to exchange epithets and make other noises. Into this storm Count Falkenhayn entered with his paper in his hand, and at once there was a rush to get near him and hear him read his motion. In a moment he was walled in by listeners. The several clauses of his motion were loudly applauded by these allies, and as loudly disapplauded, if I may invent a word, by such of the opposition as could hear his voice. When he took his seat, the President promptly put the motion, "Persons desiring to vote in the affirmative stand up." The House was already standing up, had been standing for an hour, and before a third of it had found out what the President had been saying, he had proclaimed the adoption of the motion, and only a few heard that. In fact, when the House is legislating, you can't tell it from artillery practice. You will realize what a happy idea it was to sidetrack the lawful ayes and noes and substitute a stand-up vote by this fact, that a little later, when a deputation of deputies waited upon the president and asked him if he was actually willing to proclaim that the measure had been passed, he answered yes, and unanimously. It shows that, in effect, the whole House was on its feet when that trick was sprung. Footnote: in that gracious bygone time when a mild and good-tempered spirit was the atmosphere of our House, when the matter of our speakers was studiously formal and academic, and the storms and explosions of today were wholly unknown, etc. This was the translation of an opening remark of an editorial in this morning's Neue Freie Presse, December 1st, 1897. Mark Twain, end of footnote. The Lex Falkenhayn, thus strangely born, gave the president power to suspend for 3 days any deputy who should continue to be disorderly after being called to order twice, and it also placed at his disposal such force as might be necessary to make the suspension effective. So the House had a sergeant-at-arms at last, and a more formidable one as to power than any other legislature in Christendom had ever possessed. The Lex Falkenhayn also gave the House itself authority to suspend members for 30 days. On these terms, the Ausgleich would be put through in an hour, apparently. The opposition would have to sit meek and quiet and stop obstructing, or be turned into the street, deputy after deputy, leaving the majority an unvexed field for its work. Certainly the thing looked well. The government was out of the frying pan at last. It congratulated itself, and was almost girlishly happy. Its stock rose suddenly from less than nothing to a premium. It confessed to itself, with pride, that its Lex Falkenhayn was a masterstroke, a work of genius. However, there were doubters, men who were troubled and believed that a grave mistake had been made, that it might be that the opposition was crushed, and profitably for the country too. But the manner of it, that was the serious part. It could have far-reaching results whose gravity might transcend all guessing. It might be the initial step toward a return to government by force, a restoration of the irresponsible methods of obsolete times. There were no vacant seats in the galleries next day. In fact, standing room outside the building was at a premium. There were crowds there, and a glittering array of helmeted and brass-buttoned police, on foot and on horseback, to keep them from getting too much excited. No one could guess what was going to happen, but everyone felt that something was going to happen, and hoped that he might have a chance to see it, or at least get the news of it while it was fresh. At noon the house was empty, for I do not count myself. Half an hour later, the two galleries were solidly packed. The floor was still empty. Another half hour later, Wolfe entered and passed to his place, and then other deputies began to stream in, among them many forms and faces familiar of late. By 1 o'clock, the membership was present in full force. A band of socialists stood grouped inside the ministerial desks in the shadow of the presidential tribune. It was observable that these official strongholds were now protected against rushes by bolted gates, and that these were in ward of servants wearing the house's livery. Also, the removable desk boards had been taken away, and nothing left for disorderly members to slat with. There was a pervading, anxious hush, at least what stood very well for a hush in that house. It was believed by many that the opposition was cowed, and that there would be no more obstruction, no more noise. That was an error. Presently the president entered by the distant door to the right, followed by Vice President Fuchs, and the two took their way down past the Polish benches toward the tribune. Instantly the customary storm of noises burst out, and rose higher and higher, and wilder, and really seemed to surpass anything that had gone before it in that place. The president took his seat and begged for order, but no one could hear him. His lips moved, one could see that. He bowed his body forward appealingly and spread his great hand eloquently over his breast, one could see that. but as concerned his uttered words, he was probably could not hear them himself. Below him was the crowd of 24 socialists glaring up at him, shaking their fists at him, roaring imprecations and insulting epithets at him. This went on for some time. Suddenly the socialists burst through the gates and stormed up through the ministerial benches, and a man in a red cravat reached up and snatched the documents that lay on the president's desk and flung them abroad. The next moment he and his allies were struggling and fighting with a half-dozen uniformed servants who were there to protect the new gates. Meantime, a detail of socialists had swarmed up the side steps and overflowed the president and the vice, and were crowding and shouldering and shoving them out of the place. They crowded them out and down the steps and across the house, past the police benches, and all about them swarmed the hostile Poles and Czechs who resisted them. One could see fists go up and come down, with other signs and shows of a heady fight. Then the president and the vice disappeared through the door of the entrance, and the victorious socialists turned and marched back, mounted the tribune, flung the president's bell and his remaining papers abroad, and then stood there in a compact little crowd, 11 strong, and held the place as if it were a fortress. Their friends on the floor were in a frenzy of triumph, and manifested it in their deafening way. The whole house was on its feet, amazed and wondering. It was an astonishing situation and imposingly dramatic. No one had looked for this. The unexpected had happened. What next? But there can be no next. The play is over. The grand climax is reached. The possibilities are exhausted. Ring down the curtain. Not yet. That distant door opens again, and now we see what history will be talking of 5 centuries hence. A uniformed and helmeted battalion of bronzed and stalwart men marching in double file down the floor of the House, a free parliament profaned by an invasion of brute force. It was an odious spectacle, odious and awful. For one moment it was an unbelievable thing, a thing beyond all credibility. It must be a delusion, a dream, a nightmare. But no, it was real, pitifully real, shamefully real, hideously real. These 60 policemen had been soldiers, and they went at their work with the cold unsentimentality of their trade. They ascended the steps of the tribune, laid their hands upon the inviolable persons of the representatives of a nation, and dragged and tugged and hauled them down the steps and out the door, then ranged themselves in a stately military array in front of the ministerial estrade, and so stood. It was a tremendous episode. The memory of it will outlast all the thrones that exist today. In the whole history of free parliaments, the like of it had been seen but 3 times before. It takes its imposing place among the world's unforgettable things. I think that in my lifetime I have not twice seen abiding history made before my eyes, but I know that I have seen it once. Some of the results of this wild freak followed instantly. The Medici government came down with a crash. There was a popular outbreak or 2 in Vienna, and there were 3 or 4 days of furious rioting in Prague, followed by the establishing there of martial law. The Jews and Germans were harried and plundered and their houses destroyed. In other Bohemian towns there was rioting, in some cases the Germans being the rioters, in others the Czechs. And in all cases the Jew had to roast, no matter which side he was on. We are well along in December now. The new minister-president has not been able to patch up a peace amongst the warring factions of Parliament. Therefore, there is no use in calling it together again for the present. Public opinion believes that parliamentary government and the Constitution are actually threatened with extinction, and the permanency of the monarchy itself is a not absolutely certain thing. Yes, the Lex Falkenhayn was a great invention, and it did what was claimed for it. It got the government out of the frying pan. End of Stirring Times in Austria by Mark Twain.
A Thanksgiving Sermon a lecture by Colonel Robert G. Ingersoll, as printed in The Works of Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 4, published 1900. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And now, a Thanksgiving sermon, Part 1 of 2. Many ages ago, our fathers were living in dens and caves. Their bodies, their low foreheads, were covered with hair. They were eating berries, roots, bark, and vermin. They were fond of snakes and raw fish. They discovered fire, and probably by accident learned how to cause it by friction. They found how to warm themselves to fight the frost and storm. They fashioned clubs and rude weapons of stone with which they killed the larger beasts and now and then each other. Slowly, painfully, almost imperceptibly they advanced. They crawled and stumbled, staggered and struggled toward the light. To them the world was unknown. On every hand was the mysterious, the sinister, the hurtful. The forests were filled with monsters, and the darkness was crowded with ghosts, devils, and fiendish gods. These poor wretches were the slaves of fear, the sport of dreams. Now and then one rose a little above his fellows, used his senses, the little reason that he had, found something new, some better way. Then the people killed him and afterwards knelt with reverence at his grave. Then another thinker gave his thought, was murdered, another tomb became sacred, another step was taken in advance. And so, through countless years of ignorance and cruelty, of thought and crime, of murder and worship, of heroism, suffering, and self-denial, the race has reached the heights where now we stand. Looking back over the long and devious roads that lie between the barbarism of the past and the civilization of today, thinking of the centuries that rolled like waves between these distant shores, we can form some idea of what our fathers suffered, of the mistakes they made, some idea of their ignorance, their stupidity, and some idea of their sense, their goodness, their heroism. It is a long road from the savage to the scientist, from the den to the mansion, from leaves to clothes, from a flickering rush to the arc light, from a hammer of stone to the modern mill. A long distance from the pipe of Pan to the violin, to the orchestra. From a floating log to a steamship, from a sickle to a reaper, from a flail to a threshing machine, from a crooked stick to a plow, from a spinning wheel to a spinning jenny, from a hand loom to a jacquard that weaves fair forms and wondrous flowers beyond Arachne's utmost dream, from a few hieroglyphs on the skins of beasts, on the bricks of clay, to a printing press, to a library, a long distance from the messenger traveling on foot to the electric spark, from knives and tools of stone to those of steel, a long distance from sand to telescopes, from echo to the phonograph that buries in indented lines and dots the sounds of living speech, and then gives back to life the very words and voices of the dead. A long way from the trumpet to the telephone that transports speech as swift as thought and drops the words perfect as minted coins in listening ears. A long way from a fallen tree to the suspension bridge, from the dried sinews of beasts to the cables of steel, from the oar to the propeller, from the sling to the rifle, from the catapult to the cannon, a long distance from revenge to law, from the club to the legislature, from slavery to freedom, from appearance to fact, from fear to reason. And yet the distance has been traveled by the human race. Countless obstructions have been overcome, numberless enemies have been conquered, thousands and thousands of victories have been won for the right, and millions have lived, labored, and died for their fellow men. For the blessings we enjoy, for the happiness that is ours, we ought to be grateful. Our hearts should blossom with thankfulness. Whom, what should we thank? Let us be honest, generous. Should we thank the Church? Christianity has controlled Christendom for at least 1,500 years. During these centuries, what have Orthodox churches accomplished for the good of man? In this life, man needs raiment and roof, food and fuel. He must be protected from heat and cold, from snow and storm. He must take thought for the morrow. In the summer of youth, he must prepare for the winter of age. He must know something of the causes of disease, of the conditions of health. If possible, he must conquer pain, increase happiness, and lengthen life. He must supply the wants of the body and feed the hunger of the mind. What good has the Church done? Has it taught men to cultivate the earth, to build homes, to weave cloth, to cure or prevent disease, to build ships, to navigate the seas, to conquer pain, or to lengthen life? Did Christ or any of his apostles add to the sum of useful knowledge? Did they say one word in favor of any science, of any art? Did they teach their fellow men how to make a living, how to overcome the obstructions of nature, how to prevent sickness, how to protect themselves from pain, from famine, from misery and rags? Did they explain any of the phenomena of nature, any of the facts that affect the life of man? Did they say anything in favor of investigation, of study, of thought? Did they teach the gospel of self-reliance, of industry, of honest effort? Can any farmer, mechanic, or scientist find in the New Testament one useful fact? Is there anything in the sacred book that can help the geologist, the astronomer, the biologist, the physician, the inventor, the manufacturer of any useful thing? What has the Church done? From the very first, it taught the vanity, the worthlessness of all earthly things. It taught the wickedness of wealth, the blessedness of poverty. It taught that the business of this life was to prepare for death. It insisted that a certain belief was necessary to ensure salvation, and that all who failed to believe or doubted in the least would suffer eternal pain. According to the Church, the natural desires, ambitions, and passions of man were all wicked and depraved. To love God, to practice self-denial, to overcome desire, to despise wealth, to hate prosperity, to desert wife and children, to live on roots and berries, to repeat prayers, to wear rags, to live in filth and drive love from the heart, these, for centuries, were the highest and most perfect virtues, and those who practiced them were saints. The saints did not assist their fellow men. Their fellow men assisted them. They did not labor for others. They were beggars, parasites, vermin. They were insane. They followed the teachings of Christ. They took no thought for the morrow. They mutilated their bodies, scarred their flesh, and destroyed their minds for the sake of happiness in another world. During the journey of life, they kept their eyes on the grave. They gathered no flowers by the way. They walked in the dust of the road, avoided the green fields. Their moans made all the music they wished to hear. The babble of brooks, the songs of birds, the laughter of children were nothing to them. Pleasure was the child of sin, and the happy needed a change of heart. They were sinless and miserable, but they had faith. They were pious and wretched, but they were limping towards heaven. What has the Church done? It has denounced pride and luxury, all things that adorn and enrich life, all the pleasures of sense, the ecstasies of love, the happiness of the hearth, the clasp and kiss of wife and child. And the Church has done this because it regarded this life as a period of probation, a time to prepare, to become spiritual, to overcome the natural, to fix the affections on the invisible, to become passionless, to subdue the flesh, to congeal the blood, to fold the wings of fancy, to become dead to the world, so that when you appeared before God you would be the exact opposite of what he made you. What has the Church done? It pretended to have a revelation from God. It knew the road to eternal joy, the way to death. It preached salvation by faith and declared that only orthodox believers could become angels and all doubters would be damned. It knew this, and so knowing, it became the enemy of discussion, of investigation, of thought. Why investigate? Why discuss? Why think when you know? It sought to enslave the world. It appealed to force. It unsheathed the sword, lighted the faggot, forged the chain, built the dungeon, erected the scaffold, invented and used the instruments of torture. It branded, maimed, and mutilated. It imprisoned and tortured. It blinded and burned, hanged and crucified, and utterly destroyed millions and millions of human beings. It touched every nerve of the body, produced every pain that can be felt, every agony that can be endured. And it did all this to preserve what it called the truth, to destroy heresy and doubt, and to save, if possible, the souls of a few. It was honest. It was necessary to prevent the development of the brain, to arrest all progress, and to do this the Church used all its power. If men were allowed to think and express their thoughts, they would fill their minds and the minds of others with doubts. If they were allowed to think, they would investigate, and then they might contradict the creed, dispute the words of priests, and defy the Church. The priests cried to the people, "It is for us to talk, it is for you to hear. Our duty is to preach, and yours is to believe." What has the Church done? There have been thousands of councils and synods, thousands and thousands of occasions when the clergy have met and discussed and quarreled, when pope and cardinals, bishops and priests have added to or explained their creeds and denied the rights of others. What useful truth did they discover? What fact did they find? Did they add to the intellectual wealth of the world? Did they increase the sum of knowledge? I admit that they looked over a number of Jewish books and picked out the ones that Jehovah wrote. Did they find the medicinal virtue that dwells in any weed or flower? I know that they decided that the Holy Ghost was not created, not begotten, but that he proceeded. Did they teach us the mysteries of the metals and how to purify the ores in furnace flames? They shouted, "Great is the mystery of godliness." Did they show us how to improve our condition in this world? They informed us that Christ has two natures and two wills. Did they give us even a hint as to any useful thing? They gave us predestination, foreordination, and just enough free will to go to hell. Did they discover or show us how to produce anything for food? Did they produce anything to satisfy the hunger of man? Instead of this, they discovered that a peasant girl who lived in Palestine was the mother of God. This they proved by a book, and to make the book evidence, they called it inspired. Did they tell us anything about chemistry? How to combine and separate substances? How to subtract the hurtful? How to produce the useful? They told us that bread, by making certain motions and mumbling certain prayers, could be changed into the flesh of God, and that in the same way wine could be changed to his blood, and this notwithstanding the fact that God never had any flesh or blood, but has always been a spirit without body, parts, or passions. What has the Church done? It gave us the history of the world, of the stars, and the beginning of all things. It taught the geology of Moses, the astronomy of Joshua and Elijah. It taught the fall of man and the atonement, proved that a Jewish peasant was God, established the existence of hell, purgatory, and heaven. It pretended to have a revelation from God, the Scriptures, in which could be found all knowledge, everything that man could need in the journey of life. Nothing outside of the inspired book, except legends and prayers, could be of any value. Books that contradicted the Bible were hurtful, those that agreed with it useless. Nothing was of importance except faith, credulity, belief. The Church said, "Let philosophy alone. Count your beads. Ask no questions. Fall upon your knees. Shut your eyes and save your souls." What has the Church done? For centuries it kept the earth flat. For centuries it made all the hosts of heaven travel around this world. For centuries it clung to sacred knowledge and fought facts with the ferocity of a fiend. For centuries it hated the useful. It was the deadly enemy of medicine. Disease was produced by devils and could be cured only by priests, decaying bones, and holy water. Doctors were the rivals of priests. They diverted the revenues. The Church opposed the study of anatomy, was against the dissection of the dead. Man had no right to cure a disease. God would do that through his priests. Man had no right to prevent disease. Diseases were sent by God as judgments. The Church opposed inoculation, vaccination, and the use of chloroform and ether. It was declared to be a sin, a crime for a woman to lessen the pangs of motherhood. The Church declared that the woman must bear the curse of the merciful Jehovah. What has the Church done? It taught that the insane were inhabited by devils. Insanity was not a disease. It was produced by demons. It could be cured by prayers, gifts, amulets, and charms. All these had to be paid for. This enriched the Church. These ideas were honestly entertained by Protestants as well as Catholics, by Luther, Calvin, Knox, and Wesley. What has the Church done? It taught the awful doctrine of witchcraft. It filled the darkness with demons, the air with devils, and the world with grief and shame. It charged men, women, and children with being in league with Satan to injure their fellows. Old women were convicted for causing storms at sea, for preventing rain, and for bringing frost. Girls were convicted for having changed themselves into wolves, snakes, and toads. These witches were burned for causing diseases, for selling their souls, and for souring beer. All these things were done with the aid of the devil, who sought to persecute the faithful, the lambs of God. Satan sought in many ways to scandalize the Church. He sometimes assumed the appearance of a priest and committed crimes. On one occasion he personated a bishop renowned for his sanctity, allowed himself to be discovered and dragged from the room of a beautiful widow. So perfectly did he counterfeit the features and form of the bishop that many who were well acquainted with the prelate were actually deceived, and the widow herself thought her lover was the bishop. All this was done by the devil to bring reproach upon holy men. Hundreds of like instances could be given, as the war waged between demons and priests was long and bitter. These popes and priests, these clergymen, were not hypocrites. They believed in the New Testament, in the teachings of Christ, and they knew that the principal business of the Savior was casting out devils. What has the Church done? It made the wife a slave, the property of the husband, and it placed the husband as much above the wife as Christ was above the husband. It taught that a nun is purer, nobler than a mother. It induced millions of pure and conscientious girls to renounce the joys of life, to take the veil woven of night and death, to wear the habiliments of the dead, made them believe that they were the brides of Christ. For my part, I would as soon be a widow as the bride of a man who had been dead for 1800 years. The poor deluded girls imagined that they, in some mysterious way, were in spiritual wedlock united with God. All worldly desires were driven from their hearts. They filled their lives with fastings, with prayers, with self-accusings. They forgot fathers and mothers and gave their love to the invisible. They were the victims, the convicts of superstition, prisoners in the penitentiaries of God, conscientious, good, sincere, insane. These loving women gave their hearts to a phantom, their lives to a dream. A few years ago, at a revival, a fine, buxom girl was converted, born again. In her excitement she cried, "I'm married to Christ! I'm married to Christ!" In her delirium she threw her arms around the neck of an old man and again cried, "I'm married to Christ!" The old man, who happened to be a kind of skeptic, gently removed her hands, saying at the same time, "I don't know much about your husband, but I have great respect for your father-in-law." Priests, theologians have taken advantage of women, of their gentleness, their love of approbation. They have lived upon their hopes and fears. Like vampires, they have sucked their blood. They have made them responsible for the sins of the world. They have taught them the slave virtues, meekness, humility, implicit obedience. They have fed their minds with mistakes, mysteries, and absurdities. They have endeavored to weaken and shrivel their brains until to them there would be no possible connection between evidence and belief, between fact and faith. What has the Church done? It was the enemy of commerce, of business. It denounced the taking of interest for money. Without taking interest for money, progress is impossible. The steamships, the great factories, the railroads have all been built with borrowed money, money on which interest was promised and for the most part paid. The Church was opposed to fire insurance, to life insurance. It denounced insurance in any form as gambling, as immoral. To insure your life was to declare that you had no confidence in God, that you relied on a corporation instead of divine providence. It was declared that God would provide for your widow and your fatherless children. To insure your life was to insult heaven. What has the Church done? The Church regarded epidemics as messengers of the good God. The Black Death was sent by the Eternal Father, whose mercy spared some and whose justice murdered the rest. To stop the scourge, they tried to soften the heart of God by kneelings and prostrations, by processions and prayers, by burning incense, and by making vows. They did not try to remove the cause was God. They did not ask for pure water, but for holy water. Faith and filth lived, or rather died, together. Religion and rags, piety and pollution kept company. Sanctity kept its odor. What has the Church done? It was the enemy of art and literature. It destroyed the marbles of Greece and Rome. Beauty was pagan. It destroyed so far as it could the best literature of the world. It feared thought, but it preserved the Scriptures, the ravings of insane saints, the falsehoods of the fathers, the bulls of popes, the accounts of miracles performed by shrines, by dried blood and faded hair, by pieces of bones and wood, by rusty nails and thorns, by handkerchiefs and rags, by water and beads, and by the finger of the Holy Ghost. This was the literature of the Church. I admit that the priests were honest as ignorant. More could not be said. What has the Church done? Christianity claims with great pride that it established asylums for the insane. Yes, it did. But the insane were treated as criminals. They were regarded as the homes, as the tenement houses of devils. They were persecuted and tormented. They were chained and flogged, starved and killed. The asylums were prisons, dungeons. The insane were victims, and the keepers were ignorant, conscientious, pious fiends. They were not trying to help men. They were fighting devils, destroying demons. They were not actuated by love, but by hate and fear. What has the Church done? It founded schools where facts were denied, where science was denounced and philosophy despised. Schools where priests were made, where they were taught to hate reason and to look upon doubts as the suggestions of the devil. Schools where the heart was hardened and the brain shriveled. Schools in which lies were sacred and truths profane. Schools for the more general diffusion of ignorance, schools to prevent thought, to suppress knowledge. Schools for the purpose of enslaving the world. Schools in which teachers knew less than pupils. What has the church done? It has used its influence with God to get rain and sunshine, to stop flood and storm, to kill insects, rats, snakes, and wild beasts, to stay pestilence and famine, to delay frost and snow, to lengthen the lives of kings and queens, to protect presidents, to give legislators wisdom, to increase collections and subscriptions. In marriages, it has made God the party of the third part. It has sprinkled water on babes when they were named. It has put oil on the dying and repeated prayers for the dead. It has tried to protect the people from the malice of the devil, from ghosts and spooks, from witches and wizards, and all the leering fiends that seek to poison the souls of men. It has endeavored to protect the sheep of God from the wolves of science, from the wild beasts of doubt and investigation. It has tried to wean the lambs of the Lord from the delights, the pleasures, the joys of life. According to the philosophy of the Church, the virtuous weep and suffer, the vicious laugh and thrive, the good carry a cross, and the wicked fly. But in the next life this will be reversed. Then the good will be happy, and the bad will be damned. The Church filled the world with faith and crime. It polluted the fountains of joy. It gave us an ignorant, jealous, revengeful, and cruel God, sometimes merciful, sometimes ferocious, now just, now infamous, sometimes wise, generally foolish. It gave us a devil, cunning, malicious, almost the equal of God, not quite as strong, but quicker, not as profound, but sharper. It gave us angels with wings, cherubim and seraphim, and a heaven with harps and hallelujahs, with streets of gold and gates of pearl. It gave us fiends and imps with wings like bats. It gave us ghosts and goblins, spooks and sprites, and little devils that swarmed in the bodies of men, and it gave us hell where the souls of men will roast in eternal flames. Shall we thank the Church? Shall we thank the Orthodox churches? Shall we thank them for the hell they made here? Shall we thank them for the hell of the future? Section 2. We must remember that the Church was founded and has been protected by God, and all the popes and cardinals, all the bishops, priests, and monks, all the ministers and exhorters were selected and set apart, all sanctified and enlightened by the infinite God, that the Holy Scriptures were inspired by the same being, and that all the Orthodox creeds were really made by him. We know what these men, filled with the Holy Ghost, have done. We know the part they have played. We know the souls they have saved and the bodies they have destroyed. We know the consolation they have given and the pain they have inflicted, the lies they have defended, the truths they have denied. We know that they convinced millions that celibacy is the greatest of all virtues, that women are perpetual temptations, the enemies of true holiness, that monks and priests are nobler than fathers, that nuns are purer than mothers. We know that they taught the blessed absurdity of the Trinity, that God once worked at the trade of a carpenter in Palestine. We know that they divided knowledge into sacred and profane, taught that revelation was sacred, that reason was blasphemous, that faith was holy, and facts false, that the sin of Adam and Eve brought disease and pain, vice and death into the world. We know that they have taught the dogma of special providence, that all events are ordered and regulated by God, that he crowns and uncrowns kings, preserves and destroys, guards and kills, that it is the duty of man to submit to the divine will, and that no matter how much evil there may be, no matter how much suffering, how much pain and death, man should pour out his heart in thankfulness that it is no worse. Let me be understood. I do not say, and I do not think that the Church was dishonest, that the clergy were insincere. I admit that all religions, all creeds, all priests have been naturally produced. I admit, and cheerfully admit, that the believers in the supernatural have done some good, not because they believed in gods and devils, but in spite of it. I know that thousands and thousands of clergymen are honest, self-denying, and humane, that they are doing what they believe to be their duty, doing what they can to induce men and women to live pure and noble lives. This is not the result of their creeds. It is because they are human. What I say is that every honest teacher of the supernatural has been and is an unconscious enemy of the human race. What is the philosophy of the Church, of those who believe in the supernatural? Back of all that is, back of all events, Christians put an infinite juggler who with a wish creates, preserves, destroys. The world is his stage, and mankind his puppets. He fills them with wants and desires, with appetites and ambitions, with hopes and fears, with love and hate. He touches the springs, he pulls the strings, baits the hooks, sets the traps, and digs the pits. The play is a continuous performance. He watches these puppets as they struggle and fail, sees them outwit each other and themselves, leads them to every crime, watches the births and deaths, hears lullabies at cradles and the fall of clods on coffins. He has no pity. He enjoys the tragedies, the desperation, the despair, the suicides. He smiles at the murders, the assassinations, the seductions, the desertions, the abandoned babes of shame. He sees the weak enslaved, mothers robbed of babes, the innocent in dungeons, on scaffolds. He sees crime crowned and hypocrisy robed. He withholds the rain, and his puppets starve. He opens the earth, and they are devoured. He sends the flood, and they are drowned. He empties the volcano, and they perish in fire. He sends the cyclone, and they are torn and mangled. With quick lightnings they are dashed to death. He fills the air and water with the invisible enemies of life, the messengers of pain, and watches the puppets as they breathe and drink. He creates cancers to feed upon their flesh, their quivering nerves, serpents to fill their veins with venom, beasts to crunch their bones, to lap their blood. Some of the poor puppets he makes insane, makes them struggle in the darkness with imagined monsters with glaring eyes and dripping jaws, and some are made without the flame of thought, to drool and drivel through the darkened days. He sees all the agony, the injustice, the rags of poverty, the withered hands of want, the motherless babes, the deformed, the maimed, the leprous, knows the tears that flow, hears the sobs and moans, sees the gleam of swords, hears the roar of the guns, sees the fields reddened with blood, the white faces of the dead. But he mocks when their fear cometh, and at their calamity he fills the heavens with laughter. And the poor puppets who are left alive fall on their knees and thank the juggler with all their hearts. But after all, the gods have not supported the children of men. Men have supported the gods. They have built the temples. They have sacrificed their babes, their lambs, their cattle. They have drenched the altars with blood. They have given their silver, their gold, their gems. They have fed and clothed their priests, but the gods have given nothing in return. Hidden in the shadows, they have answered no prayer, heard no cry, given no sign, extended no hand, uttered no word. Unseen and unheard, they have sat on their thrones, deaf and dumb, paralyzed and blind. In vain the steeples rise, in vain the prayers ascend. And think what man has done to please the gods. He has renounced his reason, extinguished the torch of his brain. He has believed without evidence and against evidence. He has slandered and maligned himself. He has fasted and starved. He has mutilated his body, scarred his flesh, given his blood to vermin. He has persecuted, imprisoned, and destroyed his fellows. He has deserted wife and child. He has lived alone in the desert. He has swung censers and burned incense, counted beads and sprinkled himself with holy water, shut his eyes, clasped his hands, fallen on his knees, and groveled in the dust. But the gods have been silent, silent as stones. Have these cringings and crawlings, these cruelties and absurdities, this faith and foolishness pleased the gods? We do not know. Has any disaster been averted, any blessing obtained? We do not know. Shall we thank these gods? Shall we thank the Church's God? Who and what is he? They say that he is the creator and the preserver of all that has been, of all that is, of all that will be. That he is the father of angels and devils, the architect of heaven and hell. That he made the earth, a man and woman, that he made the serpent who tempted them, made his own rival, gave victory to his enemy, that he repented of what he had done, that he sent a flood and destroyed all of the children of men, with the exception of 8 persons, that he tried to civilize the survivors and their children, tried to do this with earthquakes and fiery serpents, with pestilence and famine. But he failed. He intended to fail. Then he was born into the world, preached for 3 years, and allowed some savages to kill him. Then he rose from the dead and went back to heaven. He knew that he would fail, knew that he would be killed. In fact, he arranged everything himself and brought everything to pass, just as he had predestined it an eternity before the world was. All who believe these things will be saved, and they who doubt or deny will be lost. Has this God good sense? Not always. He creates his own enemies and plots against himself. Nothing lives except in accordance with his will, and yet the devils do not die. What is the matter with this God? Well, sometimes he is foolish, sometimes he is cruel, and sometimes he is insane. Does this God exist? Is there any intelligence back of nature? Is there any being anywhere among the stars who pities the suffering children of men? We do not know. Shall we thank nature? Does nature care for us more than for leaves or grass or flies? Does nature know that we exist? We do not know. But we do know that nature is going to murder us all. Why should we thank nature? If we thank God or nature for the sunshine and rain, for health and happiness, whom shall we curse for famine and pestilence, for earthquake and cyclone, for disease and death? This ends Robert Ingersoll's A Thanksgiving Sermon, Part 1 of 2. A Thanksgiving Sermon, Part 2, by Robert G. Ingersoll. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And now, Part 2 of A Thanksgiving Sermon. Section 3. If we cannot thank the Orthodox churches, if we cannot thank the unknown, the incomprehensible, the supernatural, if we cannot thank nature, if we cannot kneel to a guess or prostrate ourselves before a perhaps, whom shall we thank? Let us see what the worldly have done, what has been accomplished by those not called, not set apart, not inspired, not filled with the Holy Ghost, by those who were neglected by all the gods. Passing over the Hindus, the Egyptians, the Greeks and Romans, their poets, philosophers, and metaphysicians, we will come to modern times. In the 10th century after Christ, the Saracens, governors of a vast empire, established colleges in Mongolia, Tartary, Persia, Mesopotamia, Syria, Egypt, North Africa, Morocco, Fez, and in Spain. The region owned by the Saracens was greater than the Roman Empire. They had not only colleges, but observatories. The sciences were taught. They introduced the 10 numerals, taught algebra and trigonometry, understood cubic equations, knew the art of surveying. They made catalogues and maps of the stars, gave the great stars the names they still bear. They ascertained the size of the earth, determined the obliquity of the ecliptic, and fixed the length of the year. They calculated eclipses, equinoxes, solstices, conjunctions of planets, and occultations of stars. They constructed astronomical instruments. They made clocks of various kinds and were the inventors of the pendulum. They originated chemistry, discovered sulfuric and nitric acid and alcohol. They were the first to publish pharmacopoeias and dispensatories. In mechanics, they determined the laws of falling bodies. They understood the mechanical powers and the attraction of gravitation. They taught hydrostatics and determined the specific gravities of bodies. In optics, they discovered that a ray of light did not proceed from the eye to an object, but from the object to the eye. They were manufacturers of cotton, leather, paper, and steel. They gave us the game of chess. They produced romances and novels and essays on many subjects. In their schools, they taught the modern doctrines of evolution and development. They anticipated Darwin and Spencer. These people were not Christians. They were the followers, for the most part, of an impostor, of a pretended prophet of a false god. And yet, while the true Christians, the men selected by the true God and filled with the Holy Ghost, were tearing out the tongues of heretics, these wretches were irreverently tracing the orbits of the stars. While the true believers were flaying philosophers and extinguishing the eyes of thinkers, these godless followers of Mohammed were founding colleges, collecting manuscripts, investigating the facts of nature, and giving their attention to science. Afterward, the followers of Mohammed became the enemies of science and hated facts as intensely and honestly as Christians. Whoever has a revelation from God will defend it with all his strength, will abhor reason and deny facts. But it is as well to know that we are indebted to the Moors, to the followers of Mohammed, for having laid the foundations of modern science. It is well to know that we are not indebted to the Church, to Christianity, for any useful fact. It is well to know that the seeds of thought were sown in our minds by the Greeks and Romans, and that our literature came from those seeds. The great literature of our language is pagan in its thought, pagan in its beauty, pagan in its perfection. It is well to know that when Mohammedans were the friends of science, Christians were its enemies. How consoling it is to think that the friends of science, the men who educated their fellows, are now in hell, and that the men who persecuted and killed philosophers are now in heaven. Such is the justice of God. The Christians of the Middle Ages, the men who were filled with the Holy Ghost, knew all about the worlds beyond the grave, but nothing about the world in which they lived. They thought the earth was flat, a little dishing, if anything, that it was about 5,000 years old, and that the stars were little sparkles made to beautify the night. The fact is that Christianity was in existence for 1,500 years before there was an astronomer in Christendom. No follower of Christ knew the shape of the earth. The earth was demonstrated to be a globe, not by a pope or a cardinal, not by a collection of clergymen, not by the called or the set apart, but by a sailor. Magellan left Seville, Spain, August 10th, 1519, sailed west and kept sailing west, and the ship reached Seville, the port it left, on September 7th, 1522. The world had been circumnavigated. The earth was known to be round. There had been a dispute between the Scriptures and a sailor. The fact took the sailor's side. In 1543, Copernicus published his book on the revolutions of the heavenly bodies. He had some idea of the vastness of the stars, of the astronomical spaces, of the insignificance of this world. Toward the close of the 16th century, Bruno, one of the greatest men this world has produced, gave his thoughts to his fellow men. He taught the plurality of worlds. He was a pantheist, an atheist, an honest man. He called the Catholic Church the triumphant beast. He was imprisoned for many years, tried, convicted, and on the 16th day of February, 1600, burned in Rome by men filled with the Holy Ghost, burned on the spot where now his monument rises. Bruno, the noblest, the greatest of all the martyrs, the only one who suffered death for what he believed to be the truth, the only martyr who had no heaven to gain, no hell to shun, no God to please. He was nobler than inspired men, grander than prophets, greater and purer than apostles. Above all the theologians of the world, above the makers of creeds, above the founders of religions, rose this serene, unselfish, and intrepid man. Yet Christians, followers of Christ, murdered this incomparable man. These Christians were true to their creed. They believed that faith would be rewarded with eternal joy, and doubt punished with eternal pain. They were logical. They were pious and pitiless, devout and devilish, meek and malicious, religious and revengeful, Christ-like and cruel, loving with their mouths and hating with their hearts, and yet honest victims of ignorance and fear. What have the worldly done? In 1608, Lippershey, a Hollander, so arranged lenses that objects were exaggerated. He invented the telescope. He gave countless worlds to our eyes and made us citizens of the universe. In 1610, on the night of January 7th, Galileo demonstrated the truth of the Copernican system, and in 1632 published his work on the system of the world. What did the Church do? Galileo was arrested, imprisoned, forced to fall upon his knees, put his hand on the Bible, and recant. For 10 years he was kept in prison, for 10 years, until released by the pity of death. Then the Church, men filled with the Holy Ghost, denied his body burial in consecrated ground. It was feared that his dust might corrupt the bodies of those who had persecuted him. In 1609, Kepler published his book, Motions of the Planet Mars. He, too, knew of the attraction of gravitation and that it acted in proportion to mass and distance. Kepler announced his 3 laws. He found and mathematically expressed the relation of distance, mass, and motion. Nothing greater has been accomplished by the human mind. Astronomy became a science, and Christianity a superstition. Then came Newton, Herschel, and Laplace. The astronomy of Joshua and Elijah faded from the minds of intelligent men, and Jehovah became an ignorant tribal god. Men began to see that the operations of nature were not subject to interference, that eclipses were not caused by the wrath of God, that comets had nothing to do with the destruction of empires or the death of kings, that the stars wheeled in their orbits without regard to the actions of men. In the sacred East the dawn appeared. What have the worldly done? A few years ago, a few men became wicked enough to use their senses. They began to look and listen. They began to really see, and then they began to reason. They forgot heaven and hell long enough to take some interest in this world. They began to examine soils and rocks. They noticed what had been done by rivers and seas. They found out something about the crust of the earth. They found that most of the rocks had been deposited and stratified in the water, rocks 70,000 feet in thickness. They found that the coal was once vegetable matter. They made the best calculations they could of the time required to make the coal, and concluded that it must have taken at least 6 or 7 millions of years. They examined the chalk cliffs, found that they were composed of the microscopic shells of minute organisms, that is to say, the dust of these shells. This dust settled over areas as large as Europe, and in some places the chalk is a mile in depth. This must have required many millions of years. Lyell, the highest authority on the subject, says that it must have required, to cause the changes that we know, at least 200 million years. Think of these vast deposits caused by the slow falling of infinitesimal atoms of impalpable dust through the silent depths of ancient seas. Think of the microscopic forms of life, constructing their minute houses of lime, giving life to others, leaving their mansions beneath the waves, and so through countless generations building the foundations of continents and islands. Go back of all life that we now know, back of all the flying lizards, the armored monsters, the hissing serpents, the winged and fanged horrors, back to the Laurentian rocks, to the Eozoon, the first of living things that we have found, back of all mountains, seas, and rivers, back to the first incrustation of the molten world, back of wave of fire and robe of flame, back to the time when all the substance of the earth blazed in the glowing sun, with all the stars that wheel about the central fire. Think of the days and nights that lie between. Think of the centuries, the withered leaves of time that strew the desert of the past. Nature does not hurry. Time cannot be wasted, cannot be lost. The future remains eternal, and all the past is as though it had not been, as though it were to be. The infinite knows neither gain nor loss. We know something of the history of the world, something of the human race, and we know that man has lived and struggled through want and war, through pestilence and famine, through ignorance and crime, through fear and hope on the old earth for millions and millions of years. At last we know that infallible popes and countless priests and clergymen who had been called, filled with the Holy Ghost, and presidents of colleges, kings, emperors, and executives of nations had mistaken the blundering guesses of ignorant savages for the wisdom of an infinite God. At last we know that the story of creation, of the beginning of things as told in the sacred book, is not only untrue, but utterly absurd and idiotic. Now we know that the inspired writers did not know, and that the God who inspired them did not know. We are no longer misled by myths and legends. We rely upon facts. The world is our witness, and the stars testify for us. What have the worldly done? They have investigated the religions of the world, have read the sacred books, the prophecies, the commandments, the rules of conduct. They have studied the symbols, the ceremonies, the prayers and sacrifices, and they have shown that all religions are substantially the same, produced by the same causes, that all rest on a misconception of the facts in nature, that all are founded on ignorance and fear, on mistake and mystery. They have found that Christianity is like the rest, that it was not a revelation, but a natural growth, that its gods and devils, its heavens and hells were borrowed, that its ceremonies and sacraments were souvenirs of other religions, that no part of it came from heaven, but that it was all made by savage man. They found that Jehovah was a tribal god, and that his ancestors had lived on the banks of the Euphrates, the Tigris, the Ganges, and the Nile, and these ancestors were traced back to still more savage forms. They found that all the sacred books were filled with inspired mistake and sacred absurdity. But, say the Christians, we have the only inspired book. We have the Old Testament and the New. Where did you get the Old Testament? From the Jews? Yes. Let me tell you about it. After the Jews returned from Babylon about 400 years before Christ, Ezra commenced making the Bible. You will find an account of this in the Bible. We know that Genesis was written after the captivity because it was from the Babylonians that the Jews got the story of creation, of Adam and Eve, of the garden, of the serpent and the tree of life, of the flood, and from them they learned about the Sabbath. You find nothing about that holy day in Judges, Joshua, Samuel, Kings, or Chronicles, nothing in Job, the Psalms, in Esther, Solomon's Song, or Ecclesiastes. only in books written by Ezra after the return from Babylon. When Ezra finished the inspired book, he placed it in the temple. It was written on the skins of beasts, and so far as we know, there was but one. What became of this Bible? Jerusalem was taken by Titus about 70 years after Christ. The temple was destroyed, and at the request of Josephus, the Holy Bible was sent to Vespasian, the emperor, at Rome. And this Holy Bible has never been seen or heard of since. So much for that. Then there was a copy, or rather a translation, called the Septuagint. How was that made? It is said that Ptolemy Soter and his son Ptolemy Philadelphus obtained a translation of the Jewish Bible. This translation was made by 70 persons. At that time, the Jewish Bible did not contain Daniel, Ecclesiastes, but few of the Psalms and only a part of Isaiah. What became of this translation known as the Septuagint? It was burned in the Bruchium Library 47 years before Christ. Then there was another so-called copy of part of the Bible known as the Samaritan Roll of the Pentateuch, but this was not considered of any value. Have we a true copy of the Bible that was in the temple at Jerusalem, the one sent to Vespasian? Nobody knows. Have we a true copy of the Septuagint? Nobody knows. What is the oldest manuscript of the Bible we have in Hebrew? The oldest manuscript we have in Hebrew was written in the 10th century after Christ. The oldest pretended copy we have of the Septuagint, written in Greek, was made in the 5th century after Christ. If the Bible was divinely inspired, if it was the actual Word of God, we have no authenticated copy. The original has been lost, and we are left in the darkness of nature. It is impossible for us to show that our Bible is correct. We have no standard. Many of the books in our Bible contradict each other. Many chapters appear to be incomplete, and parts of different books are written in the same words, showing that both could not have been original. The 19th and 20th chapters of 2 Kings and the 37th and 38th chapters of Isaiah are exactly the same. So is the 36th chapter of Isaiah from the 2nd verse the same as the 18th chapter of 2 Kings from the 2nd verse. So it is perfectly apparent that there could have been no possible propriety in inspiring the writers of Kings and the writers of Chronicles. The books are substantially the same, differing in a few mistakes, in a few falsehoods. The same is true of Leviticus and Numbers. The books do not agree either in facts or philosophy. They differ as the men differed who wrote them. What have the worldly done? They have investigated the phenomena of nature. They have invented ways to use the forces of the world, the weight of falling water, of moving air. They have changed water to steam, invented engines, the tireless giants that work for man. They have made lightning a messenger and slave. They invented movable type, taught us the art of printing, and made it possible to save and transmit the intellectual wealth of the world. They connected continents with cables, cities and towns with the telegraph, brought the world into one family, made intelligence independent of distance. They taught us how to build homes, to obtain food, to weave cloth. They covered the seas with iron ships and the land with roads and steeds of steel. They gave us the tools of all the trades, the implements of labor. They chiseled statues, painted pictures, and witched the world with form and color. They have found the cause of and the cure of many maladies that afflict the flesh and minds of men. They have given us instruments of music, and the great composers and performers have changed the common air to tones and harmonies that intoxicate, exalt, and purify the soul. They have rescued us from the prisons of fear and snatched our souls from the fangs and claws of superstition's loathsome, crawling, flying beasts. They have given us the liberty to think and the courage to express our thoughts. They have changed the frightened, the enslaved, the kneeling, the prostrate, into men and women, clothed them in their right minds, and made them truly free. They have uncrowned the phantoms, wrested the scepters from the ghosts, and given this world to the children of men. They have driven from the heart the fiends of fear, and extinguished the flames of hell. They have read a few leaves of the great volume, deciphered some of the records written on stone by the tireless hands of time in the dim past. They have told us something of what has been done by wind and wave, by fire and frost, by life and death, the ceaseless workers, the pauseless forces of the world. They have enlarged the horizon of the known, changed the glittering specks that shine above us to wheeling worlds, and filled all spaces with countless suns. They have found the qualities of substance, the nature of things, how to analyze, separate, and combine, and have enabled us to use the good and avoid the hurtful. They have given us mathematics in the higher forms, by means of which we measure the astronomical spaces, the distances to stars, the velocity at which the heavenly bodies move, their density and weight, and by which the mariner navigates the waste and trackless seas. They have given us all we have of knowledge, of literature and art. They have made life worth living. They have filled the world with conveniences, comforts, and luxuries. All this has been done by the worldly, by those who were not called or set apart, or filled with the Holy Ghost, or had the slightest claim to apostolic succession. The men who accomplished these things were not inspired. They had no revelation, no supernatural aid. They were not clad in sacred vestments, and tiaras were not upon their brows. They were not even ordained. They used their senses, observed and recorded facts. They had confidence in reason. They were patient searchers for the truth. They turned their attention to the affairs of this world. They were not saints. They were sensible men. They worked for themselves, for wife and child, and for the benefit of all. To these men we are indebted for all we are, for all we know, for all we have. They were the creators of civilization, the founders of free states, the saviors of liberty, the destroyers of superstition, and the great captains in the army of progress. Section 4. Whom shall we thank? Standing here at the close of the 19th century, amid the trophies of thought, the triumphs of genius, here under the flag of the great republic, knowing something of the history of man, here on this day that has been set apart for Thanksgiving, I most reverently thank the good men, the good women of the past. I thank the kind fathers, the loving mothers of the savage days. I thank the father who spoke the first gentle word, the mother who first smiled upon her babe. I thank the first true friend. I thank the savages who hunted and fished that they and their babes might live. I thank those who cultivated the ground and changed the forests into farms, those who built rude homes and watched the faces of their happy children in the glow of fireside flames, those who domesticated horses, cattle, and sheep, those who invented wheels and looms and taught us to spin and weave, those who by cultivation changed wild grasses into wheat and corn, changed bitter things to fruit, and worthless weeds to flowers, that sowed within our souls the seeds of art. I thank the poets of the dawn, the tellers of legends, the makers of myths, the singers of joy and grief, of hope and love. I thank the artists who chiseled forms in stone and who wrought with light and shade the face of man. I thank the philosophers, the thinkers, who taught us how to use our minds in the great search for truth. I thank the astronomers who explored the heavens, told us the secrets of the stars, the glories of the constellations, the geologists who found the story of the world in fossil forms, in memoranda kept in ancient rocks, in lines written by waves, by frost and fire, the anatomists who sought in muscle, nerve, and bone for all the mysteries of life, the chemists who unraveled nature's work that they might learn her art, the physicians who have laid the hand of science on the brow of pain, the hand whose magic touch restores, the surgeons who have defeated nature's self and forced her to preserve the lives of those she labored to destroy. I thank the discoverers of chloroform and ether, the two angels who give to their beloved sleep and wrap the throbbing brain in soft robes of dreams. I thank the great inventors, those who gave us movable type and the press, by means of which the thoughts of all discovered facts are made immortal. The inventors of engines, of the great ships, of the railways, the cables and telegraphs. I thank the great mechanics, the workers in iron and steel, in wood and stone. I thank the inventors and makers of the numberless things of use and luxury. I thank the industrious men, the loving mothers, the useful women. They are the benefactors of our race. The inventor of pens did 1,000 times more good than all the popes and cardinals, bishops and priests, than all the clergymen and parsons, exhorters and theologians that ever lived. The inventor of matches did more for the comfort and convenience of mankind than all the founders of religions and the makers of all creeds, than all malicious monks and selfish saints. I thank the honest men and women who have expressed their sincere thoughts, who have been true to themselves, and have preserved the veracity of their souls. I thank the thinkers of Greece and Rome, Zeno and Epicurus, Cicero and Lucretius. I thank Bruno, the bravest, and Spinoza, the subtlest of men. I thank Voltaire, whose thought lighted a flame in the brain of man, unlocked the doors of superstition's cells, and gave liberty to many millions of his fellow men. Voltaire, a name that sheds light. Voltaire, a star that superstition's darkness cannot quench. I thank the great poets, the dramatists. I thank Homer and Aeschylus, and I thank Shakespeare above them all. I thank Burns for the heart-throbs he changed into songs, for his lyrics of flame. I thank Shelley for his Skylark, Keats for his Grecian urn, and Byron for his Prisoner of Chillon. I thank the great novelists. I thank the great sculptors. I thank the unknown man who molded and chiseled the Venus de Milo. I thank the great painters. I thank Rembrandt and Corot. I thank all who have adorned, enriched, and ennobled life, all who have created the great, the noble, the heroic, and artistic ideals. I thank the statesmen who have preserved the rights of man. I thank Thomas Paine, whose genius sowed the seeds of independence in the hearts of 1776. I thank Thomas Jefferson, whose mighty words for liberty have made the circuit of the globe. I thank the founders, the defenders, the saviors of the Republic. I thank John Ericsson, the greatest mechanic of his century, for the Monitor. I thank Lincoln for the Proclamation. I thank Grant for his victories and the vast host that fought for the right, for the freedom of man. I thank them all, the living and the dead. I thank the great scientists, those who have reached the foundation, the bedrock, who have built upon facts, the great scientists in whose presence theologians look silly and feel malicious. The scientists never persecuted, never imprisoned their fellow men. They forged no chains, built no dungeons, erected no scaffolds, tore no flesh with red-hot pincers, dislocated no joints on racks, crushed no bones in iron boots, extinguished no eyes, tore out no tongues, and lighted no faggots. They did not pretend to be inspired. They did not claim to be prophets or saints, or to have been born again. They were only intelligent and honest men. They did not appeal to force or fear. They did not regard men as slaves to be ruled by torture, by lash and chain, nor as children to be cheated with illusions, rocked in the cradle of an idiot creed, and soothed by a lullaby of lies. They did not wound, they healed. They did not kill, they lengthened life. They did not enslave, they broke the chains and made men free. They sowed the seeds of knowledge, and many millions have reaped, are reaping, and will reap the harvest of joy. I thank Humboldt and Helmholtz and Haeckel and Buchner. I thank Lamarck and Darwin, Darwin who revolutionized the thought of the intellectual world. I thank Huxley and Spencer. I thank the scientists, one and all. I thank the heroes, the destroyers of prejudice and fear, the dethroners of savage gods, the extinguishers of hate's eternal fire, the heroes, the breakers of chains, the founders of free states, the makers of just laws, the heroes who fought and fell on countless fields, the heroes whose dungeons became shrines, the heroes whose blood made scaffolds sacred, the heroes, the apostles of reason, the disciples of truth, the soldiers of freedom, the heroes who held high the holy torch and filled the world with light. With all my heart, I thank them all. This ends the Thanksgiving Sermon, Part 2, by Robert G. Ingersoll. Read for you by Michelle Fry in November 2017.
An extract from The Training of a Sovereign by Queen Victoria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thursday, 17th of March. We reached Windsor Castle at 6. We went to the Queen's room, where Ferdinand and Augustus were presented to the King. We then went to our rooms. At 7:30 we dined in St. George's Hall with an immense number of people. Ferdinand looked very well. He wore the 3 Portuguese orders in one ribbon, which he has the right of doing as husband to the Queen of Portugal. Ferdinand led the Queen in to dinner, and the King led Mamma and I. I sat between the King and George Cambridge, and opposite dear Ferdinand. After dinner we went into a beautiful new drawing room, where we remained till the gentlemen came from dinner. We then all went into the Waterloo Gallery, where the ball was. The King went in first, then the Queen and Mamma, and then dear Ferdinand with me at his arm. I danced 3 quadrilles, first with dear Ferdinand, then with George Cambridge, and lastly with dear Augustus. During the evening, dear Ferdinand came and sat near me and talked so dearly and so sensibly. I do so love him. Dear Augustus also sat near me and talked with me, and he is also a dear good young man and is very handsome. He is extremely quiet and silent, but there is a great deal in him. I am so fond too of my Uncle Ferdinand. I stayed up till 1. I was much amused and pleased. Uncle Ferdinand brought me 2 kind notes from Uncle Leopold and Aunt Louise. Ferdinand is so fond of Aunt Louise. He told me, "Oh, je l'aime tant." Both he and Augustus speak French extremely well. This dinner and ball were in honour of dear Ferdinand. Wednesday, 18th of May. At 1:45 we went down into the hall to receive my Uncle Ernest, Duke of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha, and my cousins, Ernest and Albert, his sons. My uncle was here now 5 years ago, and is looking extremely well. Ernest is as tall as Ferdinand and Augustus. He has dark hair and fine dark eyes and eyebrows, but the nose and mouth are not good. He has a most kind, honest, and intelligent expression in his countenance, and has a very good figure. Albert, who is just as tall as Ernest but stouter, is extremely handsome. His hair is about the same colour as mine. His eyes are large and blue, and he has a beautiful nose and a very sweet mouth with fine teeth. But the charm of his countenance is in his expression, which is most delightful. C'est à la joie, full of goodness and sweetness, and very clever and intelligent. We went upstairs with them, and after staying a few minutes with them, I went up to my room, played and sang, drew. At a little after 4, Uncle Ernest and my cousins came up to us and stayed in my room till 10 minutes past 5. Both my cousins are so kind and good. They are much more formés and men of the world than Augustus. They speak English very well, and I speak it with them. Ernest will be 18 years old on the 21st of June, and Albert 17 on the 26th of August. Dear Uncle Ernest made me the present of a most delightful lorry, which is so tame that it remains on your hand, and you may put your finger into its beak or do anything with it without its ever attempting to bite. Saturday, 21st of May. At 7:30 we dined with Uncle Ernest, Albert, Charles, Lady Flora, Count Collerat, Baron Alvesben, and company. I sat between my dear cousins. After dinner came Princess Sophia. Baron de Hoggier, who had arrived from Lisbon the day before, came after dinner and took leave on his way home. I sat between my dear cousins on the sofa, and we looked at drawings. They both draw very well, particularly Albert, and are both exceedingly fond of music, and they play very nicely on the piano. The more I see them, the more I am delighted with them, and the more I love them. They are so natural, so kind, so very good, and so well instructed and informed. They are so well bred, so truly merry, and quite like children, and yet very grown up in their manners and conversation. It is delightful to be with them. They are so fond of being occupied too. They are quite an example for any young person. Friday, 10th of June. At 9 we all breakfasted for the last time together. It was our last happy breakfast, with this dear uncle and those dearest beloved cousins, whom I do so love very, very dearly, much more dearly than any other cousins in the world. Dearly as I love Ferdinand, and also good Augustus, I love Ernest and Albert more than them. Oh yes, much more. Augustus was like a good, affectionate child, quite unacquainted with the world, phlegmatic, and talking but very little. But dearest Ernest and dearest Albert are so grown up in their manners, so gentle, so kind, so amiable, so agreeable, so very sensible and reasonable, and so really and truly good and kind-hearted. They have both learnt a good deal, and are very clever, naturally clever, particularly Albert, who is the most reflecting of the two, and they like very much talking about the serious and instructive things, and yet they are so very, very merry and gay and happy, like young people ought to be. Albert always used to have some fun and some clever witty answer at breakfast and everywhere. He used to play and fondle Dash so funnily too. Both he and Ernest are extremely attentive to whatever they hear and see, and take an interest in everything they see. They were much interested with the sight of St. Paul's yesterday. At 11, dear uncle, my dearest beloved cousins, and Charles left us, accompanied by Count Collerat. I embraced both my dearest cousins most warmly, and also my dear uncle. I cried bitterly, very bitterly. End of an extract from The Training of a Sovereign by Queen Victoria. Read for LibriVox.org by Melanie T.
History of Plymouth Plantation, 1620-1647, by William Bradford, published by Houghton Mifflin Company, 1912, page 149. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. Of their voyage, and how they passed the sea, and their safe arrival at Cape Cod. September 6. These troubles being blown over, and now all being compact together in one ship, they put to sea again, with a prosperous wind which continued divers days together, which was some encouragement unto them. Yet, according to the usual manner, many were afflicted with seasickness. And I may not omit here a special work of God's providence. There was a proud and very profane young man, one of the seamen, of a lusty, able body, which made him the more haughty. He would always be contemning the poor people in their sickness, and cursing them daily with grievous execrations, and did not let to tell them that he hoped to help to cast half of them overboard before they came to their journey's end, and to make merry with what they had. And if he were by any gently reproved, he would curse and swear most bitterly. But it pleased God, before they came half seas over, to smite this young man with a grievous disease, of which he died in a desperate manner, and so was himself the first that was thrown overboard. Thus his curses light on his own head, and it was an astonishment to all his fellows, for they noted it to be the just hand of God upon him. After they had enjoyed fair winds and weather for a season, they were encountered many times with cross winds, and met with many fierce storms, with which the ship was shroudly shaken, and her upper works were made very leaky, and one of the main beams in the midships was bowed and cracked, which put them in some fear that the ship could not be able to perform the voyage. So some of the chief of the company, perceiving the mariners to fear the sufficiency of the ship, as appeared by their mutterings, they entered into serious consultation with the master and other officers of the ship, to consider in time of danger, and rather to return than to cast themselves into a desperate and inevitable peril. And truly there was great distraction, and difference of opinion amongst the mariners themselves. Fain would they do what could be done for their wages' sake, being now half the seas over, and on the other hand they were loath to hazard their lives so desperately. But in examining of all opinions, the master and others affirmed they knew the ship to be strong and firm under water, and for the buckling of the main beam there was a great iron screw the passengers brought out of Holland, which would raise the beam into his place. The which being done, the carpenter and master affirmed that, with a post put under it, set firm in the lower deck, and otherwise bound, he would make it sufficient. And as for the decks and upper works, they would caulk them as well as they could, and though with the working of the ship they would not long keep staunch, yet there would otherwise be no great danger if they did not overpress her with sails. So they committed themselves to the will of God, and resolved to proceed. In sundry of these storms the winds were so fierce, and the seas so high, as they could not bear a knot of sail, but were forced to hull for divers days together. And in one of them, as they thus lay at Hull, in a mighty storm, a lusty young man, called John Howland, coming upon some occasion above the gratings, was, with the seal of the ship, thrown into the sea. But it pleased God that he caught hold of the topsail halyards which hung overboard, and ran out at length. Yet he held his hold, though he was sundry fathoms under water, till he was hauled up by the same rope to the brim of the water, and then with a boat hook and other means got into the ship again, and his life saved. And though he was something ill with it, yet he lived many years after, and became a profitable member both in church and commonwealth. In all this voyage there died but one of their passengers, which was William Button, a youth, servant to Samuel Fuller, when they drew near the coast. But to omit other things, that I may be brief, after long beating at sea, they fell with that land which is called Cape Cod, the which being made and certainly known to be it, they were not a little joyful. After some deliberation had amongst themselves, and with the master of the ship, they tacked about and resolved to stand for the southward, the wind and weather being fair, to find some place about Hudson's River for their habitation. But after they had sailed that course about half the day, they fell amongst dangerous shoals and roaring breakers, and they were so far entangled therewith as they conceived themselves in great danger. And the wind shrinking upon them withal, they resolved to bear up again for the Cape, and thought themselves happy to get out of those dangers before night overtook them, as by God's good providence they did. And the next day they got into the Cape harbor, where they rid with safety. A word or two by the way of this Cape. It was thus first named by Captain Gosnold and his company, anno 1602, and after by Captain Smith was called Cape James, but it retains the former name amongst seamen. Also that point which first showed those dangerous shoals unto them, they called Point Care, and Tucker's Terror, but the French and Dutch to this day call it Malabar, by reason of those perilous shoals, and the losses they have suffered there. Being thus arrived in a good harbor, and brought safe to land, they fell upon their knees and blessed the God of heaven, who had brought them over the vast and furious ocean, and delivered them from all the perils and miseries thereof, again to set their feet on the firm and stable earth, their proper element. End of History of Plymouth Plantation by William Bradford.